Chapter 103. Besides speed, Su Li's sword skill was extremely terrifying as well. At least, Duan Lingtian could be sure of one thing. In terms of speed, Su Li's sword skill was even comparable to the sword-drawing arts. The sword-drawing arts could only display the might of a high-grade profound rank sword skill under the premise of taking the opponent by surprise. Su Li's sword skill was a true high-grade profound rank sword skill. Moreover, it was obviously one of the top sword skills amongst high-grade profound rank sword skills. The accompanying sword shadow that I passed down to Li Shishir is slightly inferior to his sword skill. I'm afraid that only Ke's frozen sword can compare to it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Ku Er's frozen sword was a mystic-class high-tier sword skill that came with the top-tier skill, Han Bing's God Sword technique. It was also the foundation for the subsequent profound sword skills recorded in the Han Bing's God Sword technique. It was extremely impressive. Unless I use my full strength or cultivate Spirit Serpent movement technique to the perfection stage, it's extremely difficult to defeat Su Li. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a trace of battle intent flashed within his eyes. Along with the passage of time, dusk gradually approached. At this moment, the Genius Camp test was approaching its end. After Su Li, although there were many third-level core formation young geniuses that were extremely extraordinary, they were still inferior to Su Li, number 237. Following the captain's words, a youth that was robust like a bull walked out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Duan Lingtian, who was originally slightly drowsy, became alert as he looked at the robust youth. This person isn't simple. Xiao Yu's expression was serious, as he obviously noticed this as well. At this moment, 10 enemy kingdom soldiers followed him onto the field and pounced towards the robust youth. What? The robust youth's body shook. Instantly, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. 4th level of the core formation stage. Another 4th level core formation stage martial artist. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that flew out changed greatly. At this moment, the robust youth had already approached the 2nd level core formation soldier. Slap. With a single slap, the other party was knocked unconscious. That was not all. He reached out and picked up the enemy soldier's body as easily as picking up a feather. He used the soldier as a weapon and threw it at the remaining 9 enemy soldiers. 9 enemy soldiers were sent flying by him one after another. They were all killed without exception. The enemy soldiers in the sturdy youth's hands who were used as weapons had long been badly mutilated. Although there was still some movement in the body, even the gods would not be able to save him. Suddenly, the sturdy youth raised his hand and tossed the enemy soldier into the air. His legs struck out like lightning. The enemy soldier's body was kicked into the air, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash, no longer breathing. The drill ground fell into a dead silence. Good. The vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, Qiao Qingshan, laughed. The youths that had come to participate in the Genius Camp examination this year had truly brought him a great surprise. Especially this young man in front of him. He was simply a fighting machine. If they were on the battlefield, they would definitely be able to slaughter everyone. "What's your name?" Qiao Qingshan asked. "Reporting to Lord Vice Commander, I'm called Tian Hu." The sturdy youth cupped his hands towards Qiao Qingshan and said respectfully, "Tian Hu, you're very good." Qiao Qingshan smiled as he nodded and wasn't stingy with his praise. Instantly, the remaining 100+ youths on the drill ground looked at Tian Hu with faces full of envy and jealousy. This Tian Hu is very strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. I never imagined that so many freaks would appear in this year's Genius Camp examination. Meng Quan laughed bitterly. At the same time that Meng Quan sighed with emotion, many people were sighing with emotion as well. So many dark horses actually appeared in this year's Genius Camp examination. 4 4th level core formation young geniuses, what a surprise. Yeah, if it was in the past years, even if only 1 4th level core formation martial artist appeared, it would already be enough to surprise everyone. But this time, 4 people directly appeared. Especially that Duan Lingtian. His current strength might be inferior to Su Li and Tianhu, but he's still young. Once he grows to Su Li and Tianhu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying. All these words were heard by Yu Xiang. A trace of a cold light flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes, and he revealed killing intent. Once he grows to Su Li and Tianhu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying? The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth revealed a cold smile. That would require him to be able to live until then. It's almost over. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze once again descended onto the drill ground. Another 10+ youths died behind him, but there were also another 10+ youths that passed the examination. Meanwhile, the Genius Camp examination had completely ended. The captain returned to the side of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, and said a few words in a light voice. Qiao Qingshan took a step forward and looked at the group of youths that seemed to have matured in a single day. He slowly said, "First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the Genius Camp examination. Needless to say, this year's Genius Camp examination exceeded my expectations. Besides the number of people that passed being much more than the previous years, the strength of a few people even shocked me." Everyone present knew who Qiao Qingshan was talking about. For a moment, the gazes of most people were divided into 4 directions. Their gazes fell onto Duan Lingdan, Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Xiang. These 4 people were absolute dark horses. Tonight, all of you can party to your heart's content. Starting tomorrow, all of you will become members of the Genius Camp. In the next year, you won't have such good treatment. Although all of you are very outstanding, but according to my past experience, after a year, the number of you that will survive will not exceed 10. After Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, he dismissed the youths present. After a year, the number of people that will survive will not exceed 10. None of the youths that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite doubted Qiao Qingshan's words. Qiao Qingshan, as the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army. In these past few years, he had witnessed countless people die during the Genius Camp's training. His words contained an extremely high amount of gold. Not more than 10 people. I did a rough count just now, and the number of youths that passed the Genius Camp examination is 98. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. "You're really bored even counting this." Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. "Let's eat and drink well tonight. After tomorrow, we won't have such a chance in the next year." Xiaoyu said. "Yes, we'll open our stomachs tonight and have a good meal." Meng Quan grinned. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. That night, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 went around the Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he cultivated until late at night and slowly fell asleep. He was looking forward to the Genius Camp's training. In another street's inn, there was a spacious room that was brightly lit. "Brother, I'm sorry." Yu Xiang lowered his head. Opposite Yu Xiang stood a young man around the age of 25. The young man wore casual clothes and had a similar appearance to Yu Xiang. But at this moment, his eyes flickered with a trace of a ghastly sheen that seemed to be mixed with rage and killing intent. "This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to blame yourself." The young man was precisely Yu Hong, Yu Xiang's older brother. "Brother, it's all because of that Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have fought with him and wouldn't have attracted the vice commander." Yu Xiang's eyes emitted killing intent. "Don't worry, as long as he enters the Genius Camp, I have ways to kill him." Yu Hong clenched his fists tightly and raging origin energy swept out, under extreme rage. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the core formation stage. "Brother, didn't that Wang Mang say that you wanted to avoid arousing suspicion?" Yu Xiang was stunned. "I do want to avoid arousing suspicion." Yu Hong's eyes flickered and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. "But 2 of the centurions in charge of the Genius Camp's training are my best friends. At that time, as long as I get them to slightly trip him up, that Duan Lingtian would be hard-pressed to not die." "Great!" Yu Xiang's face revealed an expression of wild joy. Within the largest tent of the Iron Blood Army's campsite, Qingshan, I heard that a few good saplings came to the genius camp this time? The refined middle-aged man that sat at the head looked at the robust middle-aged man below him and revealed a warm smile. Yes, Commander. Xiao Qingshan nodded, and the joy on his face was difficult to conceal. To be able to make Qingshan happy until now, I'm slightly curious. Tell me in detail. The refined middle-aged man lightly smiled as his interest was piqued. Probably no one would have imagined that the Iron Blood Army's commander, who was cold and emotionless on the battlefield, would secretly take off his armor and become such a refined and extraordinary middle-aged man that looked more like a scholar. Xiao Qingshan respectfully replied. Among the four of them, the first one I heard of was Yu Xiang, the younger brother of Decurion Yu Hong. However, although this Yu Xiang's strength isn't bad, he's a mediocre person and it's difficult for him to have great accomplishments. When Xiao Qingshan mentioned Yu Xiang, he didn't take it seriously. Isn't Yu Hong a centurion? The refined middle-aged man was stunned. After that, he heard Xiao Qingshan's explanation and understood the whole story, and his face couldn't help but sink as he grunted in a low voice. This Yu Hong is too presumptuous. How can the Iron Blood Army allow him to abuse his authority for personal gain? So, I gave him a chance out of consideration for the military merits he's made these past few years. If he doesn't repent, I can only expel him from the Iron Blood Army. Xiao Qingshan continued. You handled this matter very well. That Duan Lingtian is the second person you noticed? The refined middle-aged man asked curiously. That's right. Xiao Qingshan nodded. This Duan Lingtian should be less than 17 years old, but he's neither servile nor overbearing. Facing the murderous aura that I deliberately released, he didn't move at all. I suspect that although he's young, he's already killed many people. Less than 17 years old, killed many people? The refined middle-aged man was stunned. Later on, in order to prove my guess, I deliberately observed him for a while. In the end, I discovered that he was completely different from the other youths when facing the tragic massacre on the drill ground. He didn't move at all, and from the beginning to the end, he just looked at them coldly. It's hard to imagine that a 16-year-old youth can actually achieve this. Chapter 104. Early the next morning at the Iron Blood Army's campsite, 98 youths from all over the Swallow Mountain County gathered together once again. After a night of rest, all of them were in high spirits. Everything that happened yesterday had been completely overturned. A new chapter had begun. Very quickly, the Chiliarch that was in charge of the Genius Camp exam yesterday brought along 5 young generals as he walked over. As soon as the Chiliarch appeared, he went straight to the point. First of all, congratulations on passing the exam and becoming a member of the Genius Camp. I'm the Iron Blood Army's Chiliarch, Yang, and I'm in charge of organizing this year's Genius Camp training. Normally, the 5 centurions behind me will act as your instructors and lead you in training. Now, you can freely divide yourselves into 5 groups, and each group can't exceed 20 people. Yang continued. Instantly, the group of young geniuses on the drill ground started moving. Even more people rushed towards the 4 directions. There was a person standing in each of the 4 directions. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. Obviously, in their opinion, hugging the thighs of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 was the wisest choice. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan stood on the spot without moving. Around them, over 20 people quickly gathered. In the end, with the intervention of the 5 centurions, only 20 people remained in Duan Lingtian's group. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang's group were the same. Only the other 18 people stood at the side with bitter smiles, feeling slightly disappointed and helpless. Alright, now that you've been divided into groups. Next, I'll briefly introduce the rules of the next year's training. In the first round of training, every group will face a different challenge. It will last for 3 months, and only the fittest will survive until half of the people are eliminated. In other words, after 3 months, only half of the people in each group will survive. Yang slowly said. As soon as Yang finished speaking, the eyes of the 18 young geniuses that were isolated in one group lit up. So it's like that? Looks like our luck isn't bad. At least our group doesn't have an abnormal person. That's right, they're going to be in trouble, especially the two groups that Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang are in. Duan Lingtian will definitely help his two companions. In other words, out of the 17 people, only 7 will survive the first round of training. Ha! Yu Xiang's group is even more unlucky. There are 4 people from the Yu clan around Yu Xiang. As for the other 15 people, only 5 can survive. It was different from the joy of these youths. The youths from the other 4 groups all had unnatural expressions on their faces. Especially Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang's groups. These youths all had ugly expressions. *CK. Why did I choose Duan Lingtian's group? Forget it, we're pretty lucky. Those who chose Yu Xiang's group are the unlucky ones. *CK. Why did I choose Yu Xiang's group? I'm too unlucky. Yeah, even Duan Lingtian's group is better than this group. When Yu Xiang heard the discussions that entered his ears, his face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "If you think Duan Lingtian's group is better, then get the hell over there." Instantly, the surrounding youths all went silent. They didn't dare offend Yu Xiang now. If Yu Xiang had a problem with them, then they would really be dead. Now, there are 5 groups of people. Each group is a small squad. They will be led by a centurion as their instructor and will begin the first round of training that will last for 3 months. Yang Da's voice sounded out once more. The group that Su Li was in was called Squad 1. The group that Tian Hu was in was called Squad 2. The group that Duan Lingtian was in was called Squad 3. The group that Yu Xiang was in was called Squad 4. The last group was called Squad 5. The 5 centurions stood separately in front of each small team. From today onwards, I'm the instructor of your Squad 3. My name is Fan Jian. A centurion around the age of 30 with a medium build stood in front of Duan Lingtian's group as he spoke loudly. Despicable? A few of the youths were stunned. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. This centurion's name really had character. Pooh! Instantly, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it very funny? Fan Jian's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Instantly, the entire squad quieted down. Follow me, we'll walk to the Dawn Shroud mountain range. Fan Jian shouted in a low voice as he led the group out of the Iron Blood army camp. At this moment, the youths of the other 4 squads followed along with their instructors. The group of youths from the Genius camp followed behind the 5 instructors as they left Iron Blood City and headed towards the Dawn Shroud mountain range. At the beginning, the group of youths that ran out were still talking and laughing, but when it was noon, they didn't have the energy to chat anymore. All of them were hungry and thirsty. Instructor, where are we going for lunch? A youth from Squad 3 couldn't help but ask. There's no lunch. If you want to eat, wait until we reach the Dawn Shroud mountain range and settle it yourself. According to our current speed, we'll reach the Dawn Shroud mountain range at the very least in the evening. All of you better be more spirited. Fan Jian snorted coldly. What? We're going to run until the evening? The youths were dumbfounded. They had only run for half the morning, but they were already tired and hungry. If they ran until the evening, wouldn't they be completely exhausted? Duan Lingtian, aren't you tired? Squad 3 was at the back of the group of youths. The 3 youths followed unhurriedly. Meng Quan wiped the sweat on his forehead as he asked. Now, even Xiao Yu was slightly out of breath. Only Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. Duan Lingtian had a smile at the corners of his mouth. Tired? Not to mention, this bit of training was child's play to him in his previous life. In this life, his body was even stronger. Even if he ran for a day and a night, he wouldn't feel tired. Meng Quan, your breathing is too messy. Inhale every 3 steps, exhale every 2 steps, maintain the rhythm. Try it. Duan Lingtian smiled and taught Meng Quan the secret. Meng Quan did as he was told. After a while, his complexion returned to normal. His sweat also stopped and he felt refreshed. It's really useful. Meng Quan's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but do as he was told. He realized that he really didn't feel that tired and out of breath anymore. He looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He realized, the more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. Duanlingen, I really admire you. Meng Quan sighed. Very soon, someone noticed Duanling Tian and the other two. Although their speed was not slow, their expressions did not change. They were all dumbfounded. Even the 5 instructors were slightly moved. Humph! Yu Xiang's breathing also began to quicken. When he noticed Duanling Tian's state, his face sank. Even Su Li and Tian who looked deeply at Duanling Tian. Now, other than the 5 instructors, only Duanling Tian and the other 2 seemed to be leisurely strolling. It didn't seem like they were running at all. The sun was setting. When they saw a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, other than Duanling Tian and the other 2, the other teenagers, including Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang, couldn't help but sigh in relief. We're here so soon? Sigh, it's really not a challenge. Meng Quan said as if he was asking for a beating. Immediately, it attracted many people's disdainful gazes. Stop. Very soon, the 5 instructors looked at each other and shouted at the same time. The 5 groups of youths all stopped. Some of the youths even bent down and fiercely gasped for breath. They could finally rest. Very soon, they were all stunned again. The 5 instructors searched them one by one and took away all the matches that were used to ignite the fire on their bodies. Slightly interesting. Duanling Tian thought of something and the corners of his mouth held a smile. The 5 drill masters gathered a pile of torches, put them together, and burned them all. Instructors, this is... Some of the youths were puzzled. Now, the captain is already waiting for all of you at the entrance of the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range. Whoever among you is the first to arrive at the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range will be able to obtain a fire starter from the captain. That will affect whether you eat raw meat or cooked meat at night. One of the instructors slowly spoke. Before long, the group of youths seemed to have been jolted awake from a dream, and they didn't care about resting as they madly dashed forward. Above the sky, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. In next to no time, only Duanling Tian's group of 3 remained, and they unhurriedly walked forward. Duanling Tian's expression was calm, but Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him had puzzled expressions. Duanling Tian, aren't we going to snatch it? Meng Quan asked. If we don't have a fire starter, then we'll have to eat raw meat in the following days. Xiao Yu laughed bitterly. Who said that a fire starter must have a fire starter? Duanling Tian said indifferently. Not to mention that he had a fire starter in his spatial ring, even if he didn't use one. He still had many ways to easily start a fire. 4 of the 5 instructors ran away. Only the instructor of Duanling Tian's group, Fan Jian, remained. He glanced at Duanling Tian's group of 3 and frowned, but didn't say anything. How do we start a fire without a fire starter? Meng Quan was curious. Forget it, we probably won't be able to catch up now. At most, when we need a fire starter, we'll borrow one from the person who has it. Xiao Yu shook his head and didn't really believe Duanling Tian's words. The 3 of them slowly walked forward and arrived at the entrance of the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range. Only then did they realize that only Captain Yang Da and the other 4 Centurion instructors remained. The other youths had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Yang Da frowned as he looked at Fan Jian who was following behind Duanling Tian's group of 3. Captain, they didn't seem to care about a fire starter, so I didn't force them. Fan Jian said as a matter of course. Yang Da glanced at Duanling Tian's group of 3 and shook his head. Forget it, you 3 go hunt wild beasts now and prepare your own dinner. Duanling Tian nodded and entered the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range with Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. They probably have the intention of borrowing a fire starter from someone else. Fan Jian grunted in a low voice as he glanced at the backs of Duanling Tian's group of 3. Then they might be out of luck? Yang Da's gaze was strange. Fan Jian looked at Yang Da with a puzzled expression. Captain, why do you say that? Fan Jian, do you know who obtained a fire starter? Another centurion asked with a smile. Fan Jian was slightly curious. Chapter 105. In the sky above the Sunset Mountain Range, the sun gradually set and disappeared into the other side of the mountain range. Maybe this Sunset Mountain range got its name because of this. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene in the sky and his heart slightly moved. This Sunset Mountain range should be similar to the Misty Forest. There should be many wild beasts and fierce beasts. After we enter, we must be careful. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him. The two nodded. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he strode out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan also executed their movement techniques and followed like shadows. After entering the Sunset Mountain range, one could see 3 forks in the road. Duan Lingtian and the other two chose one and found that there were 5 more forks in the road. It was simply like a maze. A woo! A wolf's howl tore through the sky, deafening everyone. Duan Lingtian turned his head to look. A completely black wolf with crimson eyes was pouncing out from the bushes at the side. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and the muscles on his right arm bulged. He swung his right arm and swung it towards the wolf's chest. A strong wind swept in all directions. Bang! A loud sound accompanied by the wolf's sorrowful cry came to an abrupt end. The wolf's internal organs were shattered by Duan Lingtian. It struggled on the ground for a few moments before completely losing all signs of life, dead. I didn't expect the prey to deliver itself to me. Meng Quan walked over with a smile and carried the wolf's corpse on his shoulder. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian observed the surroundings for a while and said. The 3 of them left the Sunset Mountain range. On the way, they met some youths who also carried their prey back and gathered at the entrance of the Sunset Mountain range. Many people were already cleaning up the corpses of their prey. Someone hit a tiger, someone hit a goshawk, someone hit a wild leopard. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 found an open space and placed the wolf's corpse on the ground. Meng Quan casually pulled out a dagger from his boots and stabbed it into the wolf's corpse, cleaning it up. After a short while, Meng Quan shaved off all of the wolf's fur and threw its innards to the side. Meng Quan, you're quite skilled. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Hee, I used to sleep in the dense fog forest often. Sometimes I would stay for a month, so I had to get something to eat. However, now that the meat is ready, where are we going to find fire? Meng Quan chuckled. He seemed to be in a difficult position as he spoke. Suddenly, Xiao Yu frowned and looked into the distance. Look. Duan Lingtian and Meng Quan looked over. They saw groups of 3 to 5 youths in the genius camp. Other than the people of their 3rd squad, almost all of them had lit up a bonfire. Yu Xiang, can you lend us the fire starter? Someone from the 3rd squad went over to borrow the fire starter. Is it Yu Xiang who obtained the fire starter? Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions were somewhat ugly. If I'm not mistaken, you're on the same team as Duan Lingtian. Both of you are from Squad 3, right? Yu Xiang asked the youth who wanted to borrow the fire. The youth nodded. Lending the fire to the other members of the 3rd squad is a small matter, but I'll say the ugly words first. If I find out who dares to lend the fire to Duan Lingtian, you can forget about using fire in the future. Yu Xiang's eyes narrowed into a line, a cold light faintly discernible. It's not easy for everyone. We've been hungry for an entire day. Yu Xiang, what do you think? The youth was somewhat hesitant. Just based on what you said, I won't lend the fire to the people of your 3rd squad. Yu Xiang coldly snorted, then looked at his own squad and the youths of the other 3 squads. The fire you're using right now is the fire you borrowed from me. I'll say this first, if any of you dares to lend the fire to anyone in the 3rd squad, don't even think about borrowing fire from me in the future. At this moment, Yu Xiang had a smug expression of, I have fire, I'm the biggest. Yu Xiang, don't worry, we're not ungrateful people. That's right, we promise not to lend the fire to the 3rd squad. Instantly, other than the 3rd squad, the other squads all expressed their stance. The youth who borrowed the fire was so angry that his face was completely red. What about me? Scram. Yu Xiang glared at the youth. The youth was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps, returning to the side of the 3rd squad. At this moment, The group of people in the third squad were glaring at the youth like tigers eyeing their prey. Lo Cheng, you still have the face to come back? Originally you'd already borrowed the fire, but because you meddled in other people's business and went to care about that Duan Lingtian, now great, our third squad doesn't have any fire to use. Duan Lingtan is right there. I'm curious if he'll be grateful to you for what you've done. Lo Cheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be isolated because of this, and for a moment his eyes turned red, glistening with tears. What, you still want to cry horse piss? Take your prey and scram. A youth threw a dissected wild boar to Lo Cheng. You? How can you all be so selfish? Lo Cheng hugged the wild boar, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. Very quickly, Lo Cheng realized that the group of youths from the third squad who had wanted to reason with him suddenly shut their mouths, as if they had seen something terrifying. But at this time, he discovered a strong hand on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the youth in purple standing behind him, smiling at him. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and asked, "You're Lo Cheng?" Duan Lingtian had a good impression of this youth who was willing to fight for a fire source for a stranger like him. Lo Cheng was somewhat nervous and somewhat restrained. Don't be nervous, since they don't welcome you, you can come with us in the future. Duan Lingtian called out to Lo Cheng and returned to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's side. Xiao Yu. Meng Quan. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan nodded and smiled at Lo Cheng. Hello, I'm Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng's face was somewhat rosy, and he looked very much like a young girl. Not far away. This Lo Cheng's luck is really good, he actually got the support of Duan Lingtian. So what if he got the support of Duan Lingtian, doesn't he still have to eat raw meat? Damn it. This time, we've really been screwed over by Lo Cheng. The expressions of the youths of Squad 3 were extremely unsightly. On the other side, how do you think Duan Lingtian's dinner will be settled? Chiliarch Yangda watched this scene from afar and asked the 5 centurions sitting in a circle as he roasted the bonfire. I heard that he wasn't afraid in front of the vice commander, so he should go and snatch Xianxia's fire starter, right? If he forcefully snatches it, he might not be a match for Xianxia. Moreover, do you think the others won't help Xianxia? Including Su Li and Tian Hu, they all received Xianxia's kindness this time. Otherwise, where would they get the fire from? The 5 centurions discussed animatedly, and no one looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 sat together in a circle. Duan Lingtian, now that the fire starter is in Xianxia's hands, and the others have already expressed that they won't lend the fire to us. What are we going to do about our dinner tonight? After running all day, I'm already hungry. Meng Quan rubbed his dry and flat stomach and had a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as well. How about I go again and beg Xianxia? Lo Cheng said with a red face. In the next moment, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were looking at him with burning gazes. I won't go. Lo Cheng lowered his head. Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian walked towards the other youths of Squad 3. The group of youths looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. Don't be nervous. Duan Lingtian smiled, and his eyes focused as he looked at the pile of firewood surrounded by the group of people. You don't need this firewood anymore, right? The youths looked at each other, and no one made a sound. Since you don't want it, then I'll take it. Duan Lingtian unceremoniously picked up the pile of firewood and returned to the side of Xiao Yu's group of 3. We don't have a fire starter, why do you need this firewood? Meng Quan had a puzzled expression. Who said that you can't start a fire without a fire starter? Duan Lingtian deliberately raised his voice. For a moment, everyone, including Captain Yangda and the few centurions, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Deliberately mystifying. I want to see how you'll start a fire without a fire starter. Xianxia snorted coldly and raised his voice as he mocked. You're so sure? Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and suddenly laughed. Of course. Xianxia gave tit for tat. Then how about we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he still had a smile on his face. What do you want to bet? Yu Xiang's brows raised. There's no point in betting on anything else. Let's bet that whoever loses will take off all their clothes and walk around the entrance of the Dawn Shroud mountain range 10 times? How about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. What? Yu Xiang was stunned. The others were also stunned. This bet was too ruthless. Duan Lingtiu. Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and was stunned. What, you don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang, and the corners of his mouth held a wisp of a cold smile as he grunted. If you don't have the guts, then keep a low profile in the future and don't bark like a dog. So noisy. Yu Xiang's face flushed red, and he said angrily, Why wouldn't I dare? All right, I promise you. Very good, I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. I'm worried that you'll go back on your word. Captain. Yu Xiang spoke as he stood up and looked into the distance. Is something the matter? Yang De walked over with the 5 centurions. They'd heard the bet between Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang as well. Captain, this Duan Lingtian wants to make a bet with me. I hope you can be a witness, so that he won't go back on his word after he loses. Yu Xiang looked at Yang De and said word by word. Yu Xiang is too ruthless to actually let Captain be the witness of this bet. With Captain here, even if this Duan Lingtian loses, he won't dare to go back on his word. Duan Lingtian has really shot himself in the foot this time. I'm looking forward to the appearance of Duan Lingtian running around naked, haha, I'm looking forward to it too. However, this Duan Lingtian seems to be only 16 years old. I reckon that his hair isn't even fully grown, so there's nothing to see. The group of youths discussed animatedly. Chapter 106. Duan Lingtian, what do you think? Captain Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian and sought Duan Lingtian's opinion. After all, this bet was started by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't say you don't dare now. Yu Xiang's eyes narrowed as he cut off Duan Lingtian's path of retreat. Captain, I have no objections. Just as Yu Xiang said, please be our witness. Duan Lingtian nodded. The corners of his mouth held a smile. This Yu Xiang was really considerate. Yu Xiang's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to agree so readily. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't have secretly hidden a match, right? If that's the case, then this bet has no meaning. Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with a vigilant expression. Don't worry, if I use a match, then it's my loss. Duan Lingtian smiled. A match? Did he need it? Yu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. You said it yourself. If you have no objections, this bet will take effect. Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Let's begin. Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. The 5 centurions behind him also stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. They were all curious as to where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. Even if it was them, if they didn't have a match, they wouldn't dare say that they could start a fire out of thin air. Today, I'll teach everyone a common knowledge. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian picked out a round piece of dry firewood from a pile of dry firewood and sat down on the spot. At this moment, the group of youths from the genius barracks surrounded them, and they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's movements. Meng Quan, give me your dagger. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan and smiled. Meng Quan handed over the dagger. After receiving Meng Quan's dagger, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and chopped off one end of the firewood. Then he deliberately sharpened it. At the same time, he dug a small hole in the round firewood. The broken pieces of wood fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Following the release of elemental energy from his hand, they turned into sawdust and fell into the small hole in the firewood. Then he inserted the sharp wood he had prepared into the small hole. It began to spin. If there were people from Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, they would definitely recognize him at a glance. What Duan Lingtian was doing now was precisely drilling wood to make fire. Wishful thinking, do you really think you can make fire like this? Yu Xiang sneered. But very quickly he was dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian drilled for a while, and the sawdust began to emit smoke. After a short moment, a small flame rose up. Meng Quan, firewood. Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice. Coming. Long before the sawdust emitted smoke, Meng Quan had already gone to prepare firewood. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him, he promptly placed a pile of firewood in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian placed the burning sawdust into the pile of firewood. Instantly, a raging fire began to burn. Impossible. Impossible. Yu Xiang looked at this scene in disbelief and retreated a few steps. He shook his head in a daze, not daring to believe that all this was real. At this moment, a trace of pity appeared in the gazes of the surrounding youths when they looked at Yu Xiang. This Yu Xiang had gone too far. The expressions of Yu Xiao and the other 3 youths of the Yu family were very ugly. Yu Xiang losing face also represented that the Yu family had lost face, and they had lost face. Duan Lingtian, how did you think of this? Yang De looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. When I was young, I accidentally played with it. I call it drilling wood to make fire. What does Chiliarch think? Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose. Very good. Yang De laughed. Yu Xiang, since you found the Chiliarch as a witness, I believe you will definitely abide by the bet, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and laughed mockingly. Yu Xiang's expression became even uglier. Very quickly, he looked at the 2 centurions behind Yang De for help. Chiliarch, Yu Xiang is after all a disciple of the Yu family of the prefecture capital. If he is humiliated like this, the Yu family will undoubtedly be humiliated as well. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to clean up the mess. One of the centurions stood out. That's right, Chiliarch, just treat this as a joke and laugh it off. Another centurion stood out. Yang De frowned. Yu family, he couldn't help but worry. But this bet was witnessed by so many people. As the notary, if he were to give up just like this, his prestige would definitely be damaged. If news of this spread out, it would be difficult for him to have a foothold in the Iron Blood army. A burst of loud laughter suddenly spread out. Presumptuous. The centurion who stood out first to support Yu Xiang had a change in expression and stared angrily at Duan Lingtian. In front of the Chiliarch, how can you be presumptuous? Sir Centurion. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth held a smile. Not only is the Chiliarch a witness to the bet between me and Yu Xiang, everyone present is a witness. When the bet was just set, I wonder why you didn't stop it. Could it be that at that time, you didn't think of the Yu family? Or, now that I've won and Yu Xiang has lost, it's out of your expectations. So, you used the Yu family to suppress the Chiliarch? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a wisp of a sinister brilliance. Could it be that you think that the Chiliarch is afraid of the Yu family and must lower his head in front of the Yu family? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, that centurion's expression changed greatly. After glaring at Duan Lingtian with resentment, he looked at Yang De with a terrified expression. Chiliarch, I've never thought of it this way. I really didn't mean it this way. The other centurion tactfully shut his mouth when faced with such a situation. Although he was a good friend of Yu Xiang's older brother, Yu Hong, he didn't dare offend his superior. This bet is obvious to everyone present. I hope the Chiliarch can handle it fairly. Xiao Yu spoke at the right time to help Duan Lingtian. I hope the Chiliarch can handle it fairly. Instantly, many of the youths in the various squads voiced their support. Yu Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. His gaze swept past all these youths. More than half of these youths had borrowed fire from him, but he never imagined that these people were actually fence-sitters and were so realistic. He was so angry that his vital energy and blood roiled. All right, since I'm a witness to this bet, I naturally won't be biased towards any side. Yu Xiang, fulfill the bet. Yang De looked at Yu Xiang as he spoke indifferently. Although he had some misgivings about the county city's Yu family, he wasn't afraid. Not to mention that the Iron Blood army was far away. Even if the Yu family's patriarch personally came to Iron Blood City, the patriarch wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He was a member of the Iron Blood army. The Iron Blood army was famous for being protective of their own. Even the people of the county governor's estate didn't dare rashly offend the Iron Blood army. Yuxiang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with humiliation, and his body unconsciously started to tremble under numerous burning gazes. Yuxiang started to take off the clothes on his body, piece by piece. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng had already returned to the place they were at earlier and started to roast the wild wolves and boars. As they roasted, they watched Yuxiang's performance. Ah, I couldn't tell that this Yuxiang is fairer than a girl. Meng Quan looked at Yuxiang, who was running, and laughed loudly. There's even a birthmark on your butt. Duan Lingtian laughed. Now, not only Duan Lingtian and the others, even the other youths were watching Yuxiang's performance, without blinking, deeply afraid that they would miss any exciting scene. Every time Yuxiang took a step forward, the wind would blow past his naked body. His face would turn gloomier and gloomier. His pair of eyes even revealed dense hatred and killing intent. Duan Lingtian, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Ah! Yuxiang ran halfway and suddenly roared. His feet moved, and he executed his movement technique, quickly finishing the remaining few laps. Xianggu, you shall pass the clothes over in a timely manner. Yuxiang took a deep breath, put on the clothes, and sat at a corner, ashamed to face anyone. Ah, satisfying. Meng Quan laughed. Xiao Yu laughed as well. Lo Cheng's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He noticed that a trace of delight had actually arisen within his heart, and it was something he didn't expect. Enough, quickly eat the meat, don't burn it. Duan Lingtian laughed. At this moment, the other youths in the genius camp, besides the few people from the Yu clan, were all whispering in low voices. The topic they were discussing was precisely Yuxiang, who had just run 10 laps without a trace of clothing. The group of youths from Squad 3 were currently beaming with joy. That Yuxiang said he wouldn't lend a fire to Squad 3. Why would we need to borrow a fire? With Duan Lingtian's method of making fire by drilling wood, even if we don't have a match, we can still easily start a fire. Yeah. Duan Lingtian is too formidable to be able to create such a method. I really don't dare believe it. Duan Lingtian is only 16. When I was his age, I hadn't even stepped into the core formation stage, let alone being so multi-talented like him. That Yuxiang probably won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Speaking of which, that bird of his looks really small. I wonder if it'll be of any use. Shoo! Be quiet. He's a member of the county city's Yu clan after all. Be careful of being targeted by him, and you'll be out of luck. Let's be quiet. Actually, I also feel that his bird is very small, like a bamboo stick. At this moment, the youths of Squad 3 weren't stingy with their praises for Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, they were fiercely trampling on Yuxiang, as if they'd completely forgotten. Earlier, they were extremely dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian, and even wanted to put down their dignity to borrow a fire from Yuxiang. In the distance, Captain Yangda gnawed on the roasted meat, and his gaze never left Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, this youth was truly too miraculous. To be able to think of such a method to start a fire, he was absolutely a genius amongst geniuses. Amongst the 5 centurions, the astonished expression on the face of Squad 3's instructor, Fan Jian, still hadn't faded. He completely understood now. So it turned out that the reason Duan Lingtian leisurely walked towards the Dawn Shroud mountain range today and didn't fight for the fire starter was because he'd long since made preparations. He didn't need a fire starter at all to start a fire. He deeply felt how terrifying this youth was. Of the remaining 4 centurions, 2 of them acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them and were unconcerned. The last 2 looked at each other and laughed helplessly. They were all friends of Yuxiang's older brother, Yu Hong, and felt slightly guilty for not being able to help Yuxiang this time. Chapter 107. So full. Duan Lingtian burped, then lay down and crossed his legs as he looked up at the night sky. The numerous stars were dazzling and dazzling. Lo Cheng, I've already finished 3 pieces of meat, but you haven't even finished half a piece? Learn from me, that's how a man should be. Meng Quan grunted. Meng Quan, you're completely like a cow chewing on a peony. Xiao Yu laughed. Go away. Didn't you see Duan Lingtian eating even faster than me? Meng Quan said unhappily. Meng Quan, you're even dragging me down with you. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh as he scolded. His eating speed was completely a habit formed from his previous life. In his previous life, as a mercenary, sometimes for the sake of a mission, he didn't have time to eat and could only wolf down his food. Luckily, his digestive ability was strong, so it didn't leave behind any side effects. In his previous life, he cultivated the form and will fist and developed inner strength, causing his internal organs to be tempered and become extremely tough, far surpassing an ordinary person. In this life, his fleshly body and internal organs were even stronger. Presently, disregarding origin energy, just the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Who could accomplish this? We won't be sleeping here tonight, right? Lo Cheng was slightly worried. Being able to sleep here is already not bad. I'm just afraid we'll have to sleep in the Dawnshroud mountain range, Meng Quan said. F***K. Meng Quan, I hope you're right. Duan Lingtian had just sat up when he saw the distant Captain Yang Da and the 5 centurions walking over. Yang Da's gaze swept past the youths of the genius camp and shouted, "Stand up, return to your teams." Instantly, the youths divided into 5 small teams and started to line up. Suddenly, Yang Da frowned as he looked into the distance and shouted, "You Xiang, what are you still doing there? Return to your teams. You're a cow if you have a birthmark on your butt. You even dare not listen to the words of a captain." Meng Quan grinned. Immediately, all the youths present, except for the few people from the Yu clan, burst into laughter. "I dare you to say that again." At this time, Yu Xiang leisurely walked over, just in time to hear Meng Quan's words. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Meng Quan, his face filled with killing intent. "Humph." Meng Quan snorted and no longer paid attention to Yu Xiang. He did not dare to provoke Yu Xiang. "Sai, in this day and age, no one is allowed to tell the truth. It's not a secret that you have a birthmark on your butt." Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. "Ha!" Immediately, roaring laughter rose and fell again. The youths present couldn't help but recall the scene of Yu Xiang, streaking, just now, Duan Lingen. Yu Xiang's eyes burst out with a murderous intent as he shouted angrily. "Enough." Yang Da's face sank as he shouted, "If you all want to fight, there will be plenty of chances in the future. Now, 5 squads of Genius Camp members, follow your instructors and go deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. If you can't keep up and get torn apart by the fierce beasts on the way, then you can't blame anyone." As soon as Yang Da finished speaking, the 5 centurion instructors moved, transforming into 5 gusts of wind that blew into the Dawnshroud mountain range. The youths of the 5 squads hurriedly chased after them. It was also because the 5 instructors had slowed down their speed, otherwise, not many of these youths would be able to keep up with their footsteps. Before long, they arrived at the second fork in the road, and the 5 squads completely split up. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng took the lead and followed behind instructor Fan Jian. "Meng Quan, you jinx." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare at Meng Quan, who was at the side, as he scolded with a smile. He still remembered what Meng Quan had said earlier, and it was really what Meng Quan had said, "It's really too good to be true, but too bad to be true." Meng Quan had a bitter smile on his face. Lo Cheng's face was slightly pale as he said with a trembling voice, "We'll be sleeping in the Dawnshroud mountain range at night. There won't be fierce beasts that sneak attack us, right?" "Nonsense. Of course there will be." Meng Quan said unhappily. "Lo Cheng, you've never slept in the wilderness before?" Duan Lingtian ran like the wind, but he didn't even pant, and his expression was calm. Lo Cheng shook his head. "I really don't understand why a pretty boy like you who lives like a prince would come to the genius camp." Meng Quan was slightly puzzled. "I'm not a pretty boy." Hearing Meng Quan's words, Lo Cheng's body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly as he glared. "Yo, you're even throwing a tantrum. Do you want to fight me?" Meng Quan grinned, and battle intent shot out from his eyes. "Enough, Meng Quan. If you have that kind of strength, why don't you use it to deal with fierce beasts?" Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lo Cheng. He noticed. Earlier, when Meng Quan said Lo Cheng was a pretty boy, someone as meek as Lo Cheng actually revealed killing intent in his eyes. He could guess that this Lo Cheng was a person with a story. Before long, the members of Squad 3 followed behind instructor Fan Jian and killed over 10 weak fierce beasts along the way before finally entering the inner area of the Dawn Shroud mountain range. The weak fierce beasts that appeared in the surroundings were comparable to a second-level core formation martial artist. Within the surrounding bushes, pairs of eyes that flickered with a dark green sheen could be vaguely seen. Obviously, there were many wolves concealed within. The wolves here weren't ordinary wolves. Every single one of them was a formidable fierce beast. Tonight we'll sleep here. Fan Jian's gaze flashed past the youths of Squad 3, including Duan Lingtian, as he spoke indifferently. What? Sleep here? What a joke. Instantly, the expressions of some of the youths changed greatly. Amongst them included Lo Cheng. Instructor, you'll protect us, right? A youth gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked. For a moment, most of the youths looked at Fan Jian with hopeful gazes. Fan Jian grunted coldly. You're all thinking too much. I'm only responsible for giving you training orders. Even if a fierce beast wants to bite you to death, I won't interfere. Don't forget that entering the genius camp means that there's only a slim chance of survival. This is only the first round of training, and it's the simplest. Hearing Fan Jian's words, the expressions of some of the youths couldn't help but change. There was also a portion of the youths who had a calm expression. Obviously, they had all experienced similar situations. For example, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Sleep. Fan Jian glanced at the youths and laid down on the ground. Not long after, he started snoring. Only the group of youths remained, looking at each other in dismay. Duan Lingtian was the first to lie down. Duan Ling, we were really going to sleep here? Lo Cheng's legs were still trembling. Lo Cheng, don't be like a girl. Hurry up and sleep. Meng Quan yawned and lay down as well. Xiao Yu also lay down. Some of the more courageous youths from Squad 3 also lay down. In the end, the remaining 7 youths didn't dare to lie down for a long time. Lo Cheng, you're not planning to stand for the entire night, are you? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows moved slightly as he asked. I don't dare to sleep. Lo Cheng smiled bitterly. Then prepare to stand for the entire night. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Late at night, moonlight shone down. In the bushes, a pack of fierce wolves pounced out and headed straight for the group of youths in Squad 3. In an instant, the 7 youths who hadn't slept felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Some of the youths who hadn't completely fallen asleep got up with a swoosh and fought against the fierce wolves. The commotion was getting louder and louder. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan also got up to deal with the fierce wolves. When more than 30 fierce wolves were killed, the group of youths was also exhausted. A few of them were also injured. F***CK. Duan Lingtian actually didn't wake up. Meng Quan discovered that Duan Lingtian was lying on the ground and didn't move at all. He couldn't help but curse. The instructor also didn't wake up. Many people were speechless. Weren't these 2 people afraid of being bitten to death by the wolves? Early the next morning, the light of dawn enveloped the earth. Duan Lingtian woke up, full of energy and radiant. Looking at the 3 youths with dark circles not far away, Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, I'm not surprised that Lo Cheng has dark circles. But you too, you didn't sleep for the entire night either? Duan Ling, tonight, if the 3 of us didn't help you block the fierce wolves that pounced on you, you would have died long ago. Meng Quan glared and said unhappily, you, on the other hand, slept until dawn. Meng Quan, believe it or not, even if you didn't help me block those fierce wolves, I wouldn't have died. Duan Lingtian grinned. Meng Quan naturally didn't believe it. You're treating good intentions as ill intent. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew that if he didn't say anything, Meng Quan would really think that he was taking advantage of him. Meng Quan, if I remember correctly, there were a total of 3 waves of fierce wolves that attacked us tonight. Among them, there were a total of 9 fierce wolves that pounced on me. You blocked 3, Xiao Yu blocked 5, and Lo Cheng blocked 1. Am I right? You, Meng Quan was completely dumbfounded. Weren't you sleeping? How did you know? If I'm not wrong, Duan Lingtian should have been in a state of half asleep and half awake for the entire night. But, according to what I know, besides those officers and soldiers that have been in the army for many years and assassins that lick blood from their blades, only martial artists at the origin core stage and above are able to do this. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and felt that he was becoming more and more unable to see through Duan Lingtian. Meng Quan couldn't help but say. Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of adoration flashed within his eyes. Instructor, do you have a grade 7 gold injury pill? He can't take it anymore. Even after eating 2 grade 8 gold injury pills consecutively, it was still difficult to suppress his injuries. Suddenly, a youth looked at Fan Jian, who had just woken up, with crimson eyes. Grade 7 gold injury pill? How could I possibly have it? Fan Jian frowned, and his cold gaze swept over the other youth who was lying on the ground and on the verge of death. Life and death are up to fate. The first round of elimination training has only just begun. In next to no time, this youth died. For a moment, the scene was filled with an atmosphere of grieving for the death of one's kind. 3 months of training, and on the second day, one person had died. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu who were still able to maintain their composure, the other youths of Squad 3 more or less had some lingering fear in their hearts. Gather! Right at this moment, Fan Jian shouted in a low voice. After the members of Squad 3 lined up in formation, Fan Jian gave out the training instructions. Chapter 108. Fan Jian's voice was filled with coldness. Clouded leopard? A third-level core formation fierce beast? The expressions of some of the youths in Squad 3 went pale. These youths were only second-level core formation martial artists. Just at this moment, the 4 figures had already left at the first possible moment, attracting the attention of the remaining youths. It's Duan Lingtian's group. That Lo Cheng's luck is really good. He's now a friend of Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's help, this mission couldn't be any easier for him. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's discuss how we should cooperate. While the group of youths in Squad 3 were discussing, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already gone deep into the inner area of the Dawn Shroud mountain range. Lo Cheng, your luck isn't bad. You're able to hug Duan Lingtian's thigh with me. Meng Quan patted Lo Cheng's shoulder and grinned. Lo Cheng ignored Meng Quan and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he said with a serious expression, Duan Lingnan, if we encounter a clouded leopard, please don't be in a hurry to help me. I want to try it myself first. If I really encounter danger, then you can help me, okay? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lo Cheng with slight surprise before nodding. He really didn't see it. Lo Cheng, who was usually like a little girl, actually had such a strong and resolute side to him. Lo Cheng, you're really looking for trouble. With Duan Lingtian here, we don't even have to make a move. Meng Quan shook his head and laughed. Meng Quan, just based on what you said, you hunt your clouded leopard yourself. You can ask Xiao Yu to help you, but I won't help you. Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. F***K. Duan Lingtian, this joke isn't funny at all. Meng Quan was dumbstruck. He then looked at Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu turned his head and pretended not to notice his gaze. He suddenly felt that he had trapped himself in a web of his own making. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, how did you manage to be half awake? Firstly, you're not a seasoned soldier in the army who's accustomed to camping. Secondly, you're not an assassin. Thirdly, you're not an origin core expert. Do you have any secret? Obviously, Xiao Yu was very interested in Duan Lingtian's method of half awake when he was sleeping. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have a special secret. Before today, whether it was the breathing rhythm of the running or the drilling wood to make fire, it made him realize the wonders of Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. There really isn't any secret to this. Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly. Seasoned soldier in the army who's accustomed to camping? Wasn't this the portrayal of his mercenary career in his previous life? Moreover, even if he didn't have this experience, relying on his soul that was comparable to an origin core martial artist, he could still do many things that an origin core martial artist could do, including this method of half awake. Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of me when I sleep in the future. Remember to wake me up when ferocious beasts come. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. A wisp of a sly smile flashed past Xiao Yu's eyes. Me too. Meng Quan's eyes lit up. I want it too. Lo Cheng was slightly embarrassed. Yes. You want to find Meng Quan? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he glared at Lo Cheng. Don't you know that I'm not gay? Before long, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 encountered their first cloud leopard, and Lo Cheng was the one who attacked. Although Lo Cheng's cultivation of martial skills wasn't bad, he was only a second-level core formation martial artist after all, so he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position under the attacks of the cloud leopard. Xiao Yu's figure trembled, wanting to go help Lo Cheng. Duan Lingtian's raised hand descended, pressing down on Xiao Yu's shoulder as he lightly shook his head. No rush. Xiao Yu looked at Lo Cheng in confusion. Before long, as if he'd seen through something, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Die! Right at this moment, Lo Cheng shouted out explosively, and the origin energy on his fist instantly skyrocketed. Above him, beside the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared, the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. 3rd level of the core formation stage. Bang! Lo Cheng's fist shattered the skull of the cloud leopard, and the cloud leopard struggled for a moment before crashing down. Huff, huff, huff. Lo Cheng bent over and gasped for breath as he looked at the corpse of the cloud leopard, and his face revealed an excited smile. Even this works? Meng Quan was stunned. Lo Cheng breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage meant that he was going to be at the bottom of their group of 4. Meng Quan, didn't you want to spar with me? Lo Cheng looked at Meng Quan and grinned. K off. Meng Quan glared at Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng, don't be complacent. Once I break through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, I'll definitely beat the crap out of you. I really don't know what kind of dog you stole. Shit luck, you can even break through like this. In the end, Meng Quan was speechless. Meng Quan, why don't I help you get rid of your clouded leopard? There's no need to trouble you. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Don't, I still need to rely on it to break through. Meng Quan hurriedly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, since Lo Cheng was able to break through while fighting the cloud leopard, then he should be able to as well. However, he was bound to be disappointed. In the end, it was still Xiao Yu who helped him that he successfully hunted a cloud leopard. Searching for 4 cloud leopards took Duan Lingtian's group of 4 an entire morning. It's already noon, let's go hunt another 2 fierce beasts for lunch. After completing the mission, Meng Quan's mood was extremely good. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 agreed. Roar! Suddenly, waves of deafening roars sounded out from afar. What accompanied it was the shaking of the ground. Looks like fierce beasts know that we're hungry and delivered themselves to us. Meng Quan rubbed his palms together as he waited for the arrival of his prey. However, his expression quickly changed. The expressions of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 changed as well. Flaming Tiger, a 4th-level core formation fierce beast. My god, there are 7 of them. Luo Cheng sucked in a breath of cold air. You guys take the cloud leopard and return first. Duan Lingtian made a prompt decision. What about you? Meng Quan's expression changed. I'll lure them away. Otherwise, when they pounce on me together, I won't have the time to take care of all of you. Hurry up and leave. Duan Lingtian's expression was serious. How could a 4th-level core formation fierce beast appear here? Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as he was slightly unable to understand. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Hurry up and return. Duan Lingtian urged once more. Duan Lingtian, you must be careful. Let's go. Xiao Yu nodded as he realized the seriousness of the matter. He received the cloud leopard that Duan Lingtian passed over and called out to Meng Quan and Lo Cheng to leave together. If they stayed now, they would only be a burden. Duan will wait for you to return. Meng Quan and Lo Qing glanced at Duan Lingtian's figure before gritting their teeth and leaving with Xiao Yu. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength today. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he gazed at the distant 7 enormous tigers that seemed to be covered in flames and silently waited for their arrival. If he was only an ordinary 4th-level core formation martial artist, he would only be able to lure these flaming tigers away. But he wasn't. If he used his full strength, his strength would be comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist. Flaming Tiger, a 4th-level core formation fierce beast. Its entire body was covered in crimson-red fur. When it moved, it was like balls of rising flames, and it was precisely because of this that it got its name. The 7 flaming tigers arrived near Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. They roared and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The sound of air being torn apart exploded out as the 7 flaming tigers approached menacingly. Above each of them, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. A total of 42 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed over. Bring it on. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Since he grasped the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, he had never fought to his heart's content. Today was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Although it was only a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, relying on the strength of 1 more ancient mammoth than these 7 flaming tigers, Duan Lingtian's speed still completely surpassed these flaming tigers. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he brushed past a flaming tiger that was approaching menacingly, circled around to its back, and sat on it. The flaming tiger was enraged. It swayed its body, wanting to throw off Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian sat on its back as steady as Mount Tai, not moving in the slightest. Don't worry, even if you don't let me go down, I still want to go down. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he pressed his hand on the sword hilt at his waist and drew the violet myrtle flexible sword. The sword flashed out, exploding with the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Without using any sword skills, it directly pierced into the flaming tiger's enormous head. Poochie! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The flaming tiger let out a mournful low roar as its enormous body fell down. Duan Lingtian stepped on the flaming tiger's back and borrowed the force to jump onto the backs of the other 6 flaming tigers. Relying on his extraordinary speed and strength, he killed these flaming tigers one by one. All 7 flaming tigers had fallen. Clang! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as he sheathed the violet myrtle flexible sword. The fur and parts on these flaming tigers are all worth quite a bit of money. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as the violet myrtle flexible sword was once again unsheathed, forcefully tearing off the fur and parts on the bodies of the 7 flaming tigers and putting them away into his spatial ring. Presently, Duan Lingtian was wearing the spatial ring left behind by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. This spatial ring was much better than the one he obtained from Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao, and the space within it was a few times larger. It was a grade 6 spirit weapon spatial ring. As for He Zhu Dao's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian left it behind for Kerr. After all, during the 1 year he was gone, Kerr had to replace him and continue cooperating with Tang Ying to buy and sell the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. If he had a spatial ring, it would be more convenient for him to keep the silver. Humph! Consider yourself unlucky. After glancing at the mangled corpses of the 7 flaming tigers, Duan Lingtian prepared to return. Spatial ring! Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. A figure flew down from the side of the mountain range and landed before Duan Lingtian. It's him! Duan Lingtian's face sank. The person standing before him was none other than one of the 2 centurions that spoke up for Duan Lingtian after Yu Xiang lost the bet with Duan Lingtian last night. If he remembered correctly, this centurion ought to be the instructor of Squad 1. But why would he be here? Chapter 109. Lord Centurion, why are you here? Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he asked calmly. What do you think? The centurion's gaze went slightly cold as he replied with a question. Could it be that those 7 flaming tigers were drawn over by you, Lord Centurion? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. According to common sense, it was impossible for a fierce beast at the 4th level of the core formation stage or above to appear in the area he was at. Even if it did appear, it would at most be 1 or 2. But earlier, 7 4th level core formation flaming tigers appeared at the same time, and coupled with the timely appearance of this centurion, it was difficult for him to not connect the two together. You're very smart. The centurion looked at Duan Lingtian. I originally thought that 7 flaming tigers were enough to tear you apart, but I never imagined that you actually concealed your strength during the Genius Camp test. You're actually a 5th level core formation martial artist. 5th level core formation martial artist. It wasn't much, but if the prefix, not yet 17 years old, was added on top of this, then it was terrifying. A 5th level core formation martial artist below the age of 17. Such a monster had never appeared in the past few hundred years of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's history. Lord Centurion, I feel that I have no enmity with you, but I wonder why you want to harm me? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. Although he had a guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. Duan Lingtian, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for showing off too much. If it wasn't for you causing Yu Hong to lose his position as Centurion, Yu Hong wouldn't have targeted you, nor would he have instructed me to kill you during the Genius Camp training. In the eyes of this Centurion, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man, so he didn't have any misgivings. Yu Hong. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. It really was him. Yu Hong, Yu Xiang's older brother. I have to say, your natural talent shocked even me. Maybe if you were given another 2 years, even I wouldn't be a match for you. But unfortunately, today, you're going to lose your life here. Killing intent shot out from the Centurion's eyes. Origin energy suffused his hands. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. This Centurion was an 8th level core formation martial artist. Wait. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he shouted in a low voice. What? Do you have any last words? The Centurion asked calmly. If you let me go, I will give you 1 million taels of silver. How about it? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. 1 million taels of silver? I have to say, it's indeed very tempting. However, if I'm not wrong, the 1 million taels of silver you're talking about should be kept in your spatial ring, right? As long as I kill you, your storage ring will be mine, not to mention the 1 million taels of silver. A sinister smile appeared on the Centurion's face, as if Duan Lingtian's storage ring was already his. Originally, I only wanted to do Yu Hong a favor and expel the 7 flaming tigers here to let them kill you. But I never imagined that you actually concealed your strength, and even killed 7 flaming tigers. What made me even more surprised was that you actually possessed a precious item like the spatial ring. As he finished speaking, the Centurion's face was filled with killing intent. As far as he was concerned, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian would belong to him. So, you've become greedy, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked indifferently. So what if I am? The Centurion sneered. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. I'll kill you right now and take your spatial ring. You're so confident that you can kill me? Duan Lingtian started laughing. The Centurion's heart jerked when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. After observing the surroundings for a while and not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. Duan Ling, stop trying to be mysterious. Today you're dead for sure. Unless you have the strength to surpass me. But this is impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the Centurion moved. He pulled out a string of afterimages as he flashed out, directly flashing towards Duan Lingtian. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed like the wind. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he moved to greet the Centurion. Spirit Serpent movement technique. His figure flashed out, as if transforming into a nimble and agile spirit serpent. Sword drawing arts. The violet sword light was like the tongue of a venomous snake as it flashed towards the Centurion that was approaching menacingly. In that instant, above Duan Lingtian, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. You actually concealed your strength? The centurion's figure shook as he easily dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike and dodged to the side as he stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of a 6th-level core formation martial artist. Before long, his gaze descended onto the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and he exclaimed in surprise. Spirit weapon? You actually have a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon that's able to give you the strength of an ancient mammoth should be a grade 8 spirit weapon, right? The greed in the centurion's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would bring him so many surprises. First, it was the spatial ring, then the grade 8 spirit weapon. If he was able to obtain a grade 8 spirit weapon, then even a 9th-level core formation martial artist wouldn't be a match for him. This Duan Lingtian was simply a treasure trove. Your eyesight isn't bad. Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian, relying on a spirit weapon, your strength is comparable to a 6th-level core formation martial artist. But in front of me, it's not enough. The centurion's figure shook as he moved once more. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and seize everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian. Bang! The centurion struck out like a bolt of lightning, slapping his palm towards Duan Lingtian, and the wind from his palm caused Duan Lingtian's violet clothes to flutter. Is that so? A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Instantly, his origin energy fused into the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword and activated the blood crescent inscription inscribed within Om. A crimson-red crescent moon accompanied Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword as it flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and as if it had eyes, it met the centurion's palm strike head-on. Fresh blood spurted out as the centurion's palm was sliced into 2 by the crescent moon. Ugh! The centurion's shrill cry had just sounded out when it came to an abrupt stop in an instant. Because after the crescent moon sliced off his palm, it didn't lose momentum and directly pierced through his chest, spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, dodging the centurion's inertia as it flashed over. The centurion's eyes stared wide open as he followed the momentum and flew out. His eyes flickered with a sheen of disbelief. Perhaps, even until his death, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such a terrifying ability. Bang! The centurion's corpse fell to the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground, dazzling and resplendent. I gave you 1 million silver out of goodwill, and you didn't want it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to waste the blood crescent inscription, I wouldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. He coldly swept his gaze over the centurion's corpse and searched his body for a while, but only found a few thousand silver. You're really a poor bastard. After cursing, Duan Lingtian put away the silver into his spatial ring. A strand of alchemy fire lit up in his palm, and he threw it at the centurion's corpse. Hua! In an instant, the centurion's corpse was burned to ashes. Not even ashes were left. The materials in my spatial ring are only enough to inscribe 2 more blood crescent inscriptions. I didn't expect that a lousy centurion would waste one of my blood crescent inscriptions. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. When he thought of what happened just now, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. In his opinion, the materials required to inscribe 1 blood crescent inscription were worth at least 500,000 silver. Killing that centurion only gave him a few thousand silver. Without a doubt, this was a business that would incur huge losses. With his current situation, no matter how much money he had, it would be difficult for him to obtain the materials for the blood crescent inscription. Now, the number of blood crescent inscriptions decreased with each use. This was also the reason why he would rather give the centurion 1 million taels of silver than waste the inscription of blood crescent. Forget it, I'll take one step at a time. I'll first inscribe a new, blood crescent inscription on the crepe myrtle flexible sword before returning. What was done could not be undone, so Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian found a remote place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a pile of materials and started inscribing the blood crescent inscription. the sun was setting in the west, and evening was coming. The resting place of little Team 3 of the Genius Barracks. Why isn't Duan Lingtian back yet? After waiting for a long time and not seeing Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu's expression turned ugly. Yeah, it's already been so long. Logically speaking, even if he lured away those flaming tigers, he should have returned by now. Meng Quan frowned, extremely puzzled. Could something have happened to him? Lo Cheng had a face full of worry. Don't jinx it. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both glared at Lo Cheng. But within their eyes, there was still an additional trace of worry. If something really happened to Duan Lingtian, they would never be able to live in peace for the rest of their lives. After all, Duan Lingtian did it all to save them, or else, with Duan Lingtian's strength, wanting to escape from the pursuit of 7 flaming tigers wasn't a difficult matter. Before long, the other youths of Little Team 3 had returned as well. The 15 youths had joined forces to sweep the area for an entire day, and had hunted enough cloud leopards to complete their mission. Is everyone here? Fan Jian's expression was cold as ice. Where's Duan Lingtian? Fan Jian's gaze swept past the 18 people present before finally looking at Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng. Instructor, we went to hunt cloud leopards with Duan Lingtian and encountered 7 flaming tigers on the way. He asked us to bring the cloud leopards back first, and then he went to lure away those flaming tigers. Lo Cheng slowly said. Flaming tigers? Fan Jian's gaze focused. You guys are too bold, actually daring to enter deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. We didn't go deep, we just wandered around the area where 3rd-level core formation fierce beasts roamed. Who knew that 7 flaming tigers would suddenly appear? Xiao Yu frowned. Impossible, Fan Jian asserted. Flaming tigers have a strong sense of territory and wouldn't easily leave their own territory. Maybe someone alarmed the flaming tigers. Meng Quan's expression wasn't too good as he guessed. All right, since Duan Lingtian's cloud leopards have been brought back, then the mission can be considered to have been completed. Tonight your food will be these cloud leopards. After Fan Jian gave the order, he sat at the side and started roasting his prey. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng hadn't eaten for an entire day and were already hungry, but at this moment, they didn't make any movements as they didn't have any appetite. Chapter 110. Nearby, the other youths of Squad 3 gathered together and started a fire by drilling wood. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, we'd probably only be able to eat raw meat now. Unfortunately, he's probably doomed this time. Yenhu is a 4th-level core formation fierce beast, and any one of them has strength that isn't inferior to Duan Lingtian. Some of the youths didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to return. They all felt that Duan Lingtian ought to have been killed by Yenhu. All of you used the method Duan Lingtian taught you to start a fire, and even cursed Duan Lingtian behind his back. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Meng Quan's face sank when he heard the discussion of the group of youths, and he shouted. We're only speaking the truth, what are you so agitated for? Since you're so agitated, why did you abandon Duan Lingtian and run back by yourself this afternoon? Coward! A youth sneered. What did you say? Meng Quan's eyes were crimson red as he abruptly stood up, intending to attack. Right at this moment. Meng Quan, what are you doing? So agitated. Duan Lingtian had just returned when he saw the scene of Meng Quan getting angry for him, and his heart felt warm. Duan Lingtian, you've returned. Lo Cheng had an excited expression. What, could it be that you hoped that I was eaten by those Yenhu? Duan Lingtian joked. Of course not. Lo Cheng hurriedly shook his head. It's good that you're back. Xiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian return. Lo Cheng, go gather some dry wood. Xiao Yu, let's deal with these clouded leopards together. Duan Lingtian, you've been busy all day, rest a bit more and wait for food. Meng Quan delegated the tasks. He noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression seemed to be slightly exhausted. Then I'll have to properly enjoy myself. Duan Lingtian smiled. It just so happened that inscribing the blood crescent inscription consumed quite a bit of his mental strength. Now, he could finally rest. Under Xiao Yu and the other two's efforts, The bonfire was quickly lit, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Duan Lingtan, are those flaming tigers hard to deal with? I actually chased you for the whole afternoon and made you so tired. Meng Quan asked as he roasted the meat. Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Don't mention it. I lured those flaming tigers away not long after all of you left. I was unlucky as well, as the direction I lured the flaming tigers away just happened to be towards the depths of the Dawnshroud mountain range. In the end, I was chased by a spiky mink for an entire afternoon and was almost unable to return. Duan Lingtan said as he lay on the ground, closed his eyes comfortably and crossed his legs. Naturally, he would not reveal the truth. He casually found an excuse. Spiky mink? The expressions of Xiao Yu and the other twos changed. The nearby group of youths also changed their expressions one after another. Even Squad 3's instructor, Fan Jian, couldn't help but be moved. The spiky mink was a 5th-level core formation fierce beast. Because of its small size, it had an advantage and could be considered to be one of the best amongst 5th-level core formation fierce beasts, especially the spiky mink's speed, which was swift like lightning. It was even comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist who had cultivated a high-grade profound rank movement technique to the perfection stage. You were actually able to escape from the spiky mink? Meng Quan fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Including instructor Fan Jian, the other 15 youths all listened attentively. Obviously, they all wanted to know how Duan Lingtian escaped from the spiky mink's hands. As far as they were concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level core formation martial artist? My luck was good. That spiky mink's leg seemed to be injured, and its speed was only equal to mine. Otherwise, I would have lost my life in this Dawnshroud mountain range. Duan Lingtian had an expression of lingering fear. Then you're really lucky. Xiao Yu and the other two heaved a sigh of relief, feeling happy for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. The other youths of Squad 3 came to a sudden understanding when they heard this. In this way, everything smoothly came to a conclusion. Compared to the tranquility of Squad 3, Team 1 was in a complete mess. But Squad 1's instructor vanished into thin air. Where's the instructor? The group of youths in Squad 1 looked at each other. Could it be that this is training as well? Many people guessed. Su Li, what do you think? Some of the youths looked at the red-clothed youth, Su Li, who stood at the side. Su Li's expression was cold as he hugged a sheathed sword. Now that he heard the questions of the group of youths, he coolly shook his head. I don't know. Looks like this should be one of the contents of the Genius Camp's training. The instructor's sudden departure also means that our training has officially begun. An azure-clothed youth proudly raised his head with an expression that seemed to say, I guessed it long ago. What do you mean? The other youths asked, puzzled. You guys still can't tell? The instructor didn't go missing, he intentionally hid himself. He intentionally let us go because he wanted to see if we could survive independently in the wilderness. The azure-clothed youth spoke as if it was true. Tisich, that's only your own guess. Some of the youths didn't mind. What? You don't agree with me? Could it be that you think an instructor as strong as us would go missing in the Dawnshroud mountain range? The azure-clothed youth grunted as he replied with a question. It's impossible for the instructor to go missing. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke. The Iron Blood Army Centurions are all martial artists at the 8th level of the core formation stage or above. Did you hear what Su Li said? We didn't go missing, but an 8th level core formation martial artist went missing? What a joke. The azure-clothed youth laughed complacently. Looks like the instructor's departure might really be the content of our upcoming training. I hope he returns soon. I'm slightly scared that the instructor isn't here. One of the youths said with slight fear. While the youths in Squad 1 were terrified, Duan Lingtian was eating meat with large bites. He completely threw the matter of him killing the instructor of Squad 1 to the back of his mind. In the following 2 months, the group of youths in Squad 3 had to face a few waves of fierce beast packs that attacked them every night. They went out to complete missions during the day. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. There were only 3 days left of the 3 months of training. At this moment, only 11 people remained in Squad 3's group of youths, including Duan Lingtian's group of 4. There was still one more person to be eliminated. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 got along just like before. Although the other 7 youths had always cooperated, they'd already started to suspect each other at this moment. They all knew that the next person to be eliminated would surely be one of them. They're probably going to fight amongst themselves. Meng Quan glanced at the 7 youths in the distance and laughed. Meng Quan, from your tone, it seems like you're taking pleasure in their misfortune. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Of course, when they eliminate one more person, we'll be able to leave this damned place. Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. His powerful soul faintly sensed something. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed as well. His intuition had sensed danger. What's wrong? Meng Quan and Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian in puzzlement. Boom! Boom! Duan Lingtian didn't even have time to open his mouth. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The earth quaked, accompanied by strange beast roars, transmitted from the depths of the setting sun mountain range. Soon, a group of fierce beasts appeared in front of everyone. Not good, it's a beast tide. Fan Jian's expression changed greatly. His body moved, transforming into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the setting sun mountain range and shouted, "Run!" Since the instructor had fled, Duan Lingtian and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Let's go! Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. Wind blew under his feet as his origin energy skyrocketed. Spirit Serpent Body Technique. He took the lead and followed behind Fan Jian. However, Fan Jian ran with all his strength and quickly left Duan Lingtian far behind. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and escaped from the setting sun mountain range without any mishap. Huffs huffed huff. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was calm and composed, and Xiao Yu, whose breathing was slightly hurried, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng both bent down and heavily gasped for breath. Luckily, I broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage half a month ago. Otherwise, I might not have been able to keep my life. Recalling the scene from before, Meng Quan had a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, another 4 youths came out from Squad 3. The 4 youths had one thing in common. They were all 3rd level core formation martial artists. As for the last 2 people, they were only 2nd level core formation martial artists and had already been left behind in the setting sun mountain range forever. Of the 11 youths in Squad 3, only 9 remained. If we were any slower, we'd all have to stay inside. Supposedly, in this kind of beast tide, the ones leading the way at the front are only low-level fierce beasts, and a group of strong fierce beasts follow behind. There's no lack of origin core stage existences. Xiao Yu had a face full of fear. Bush, 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 bush. Just at this moment, several figures dashed out from the setting sun mountain range. The 3 people in the lead were the other 3 centurions. Behind them followed a group of youths in a sorry state, Yu Xiang and Tian, who were among them. There weren't many youths left in Squad 2, Squad 4, and Squad 5. Not more than 10 youths from each squad survived. Squad 5 was the most miserable, with only 4 people remaining. Where's Squad 1? After the 4 centurions gathered together, they noticed that there wasn't any movement within the setting sun mountain range for a long time, and they looked at each other in dismay. Squad 1. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. Squad 1 wouldn't still be in the setting sun mountain range, right? Didn't their instructor disappear 3 months ago? Setting sun mountain range, Squad 1's resting place. Facing the beast tide that surged over. Not good, it's a beast tide. The group of youths' faces went pale. The first round of training ends in 3 days. It's slightly strange that a beast tide would appear at this time. Could it be that the instructor who hid himself for 3 months intentionally attracted the beast tide? Is he going to eliminate 3 more people from the 13 of us? That should be the case. Then are we still fleeing? Since it's a beast tide attracted by the instructor, there shouldn't be any powerful beasts. Let's just kill them. That's right, if we flee, it's very likely that we'll be eliminated. Charge. Groups of youths, full of heroism, charged into the surging beast tide and began to fight. Su Li also joined in. One sword for one beast. It was extremely easy. Suddenly, a strange beast roar entered Su Li's ears, causing his face to go pale. Su Li didn't dare to hesitate. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the setting sun mountain range. At the same time, he caught his breath and reminded them. Chapter 111. At the entrance of the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range. The instructors of the 4 squads and the youths that were lucky enough to survive were waiting there. Someone's coming out. It was unknown who said this, but everyone's gazes shot towards the distance. Su Li. Duan Lingtian recognized the red-robed youth that was holding a sword as he ran out. It was precisely Su Li, the strongest member of Squad 1 of the Genius Camp. Squad 1 actually didn't leave the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range. Didn't they notice that their instructor had disappeared? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He found it difficult to understand. Originally, as far as he was concerned, since the instructor of the squad had died in his hands due to greed, the squad would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and they would surely leave the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range at the first possible moment to notify Captain Yangda about the instructor's disappearance, but, based on the current situation, it seemed to be completely different from what he imagined. Huff, huff, huff. After Su Li came out, he was gasping for breath, and his expression was as unsightly as it could be. Su Li, what's going on? Where's the instructor of Squad 1 and the others? Fan Jian and the other 4 centurions walked up and asked. Instructor? Su Li's face sank, and a trace of hatred flashed past his eyes. We haven't seen him since nearly 3 months ago, and we don't know where he went. As for the others, because of that bullshit instructor's negligence, none of them were able to escape. Bullshit instructor? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Su Li. If that centurion knew that he was still being scolded after his death, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. What actually happened? The expressions of the 4 centurions slightly changed. On the second day after we entered the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range, the instructor asked us to hunt fierce beasts and complete the mission. At dusk, everyone in Squad 1 returned, but only the instructor wasn't there. As he spoke up to hear, Su Li's face was filled with hatred. Why didn't you leave the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range when you didn't see the instructor? Fan Jian was slightly puzzled. Leave the Dawn Shroud Mountain Range? Would we dare? At that time, everyone thought that the instructor's departure was to intentionally conceal himself. Everyone thought that it was a part of the training, so our group stayed there for nearly 3 months. Until this morning, 7 people died, and only 13 remained. Su Li took a deep breath. The expressions of the 4 centurions became slightly serious. He realized that the situation was unusual. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance. When he heard Su Li's words, his expression became somewhat unnatural. Just now, when the beast tide arrived, our squad thought it was the instructor driving the beast tide away. Everyone fought with all their might to resist the beast tide. Until the appearance of the 7th level core formation fierce beast, the Thunder Lion. If I hadn't heard the Thunder Lion's voice and reacted immediately, I wouldn't be standing here now. As he spoke, the cold light in Su Li's eyes grew even colder. All of this is the fault of our team's instructor, Bai Feng. Su Li's voice was not soft, and almost all the youths present heard it, causing an uproar. That works too? Team 1 was obviously tricked by their instructor. What a scam. Mother asterisk Kerr. Luckily I didn't choose Team 1 back then. Otherwise, I would definitely have died in there. F asterisk CK. At that time, I was already in Su Li's group, but I was pushed aside and could only go to Tian Hu's group. Now that I think about it, I really want to thank that brother for saving my life. Brother, if I'm still alive after the Genius Camp training, I'll definitely burn some paper money for you. At that time, I only went to Yu Xiang's group because Su Li's group was full of people. Now that I think about it, it was really too close. Some of the youths had a lingering fear in their hearts as they secretly wiped off their cold sweat. Duan Lingtian, looks like our luck isn't bad. Even though the name of our squad's instructor is a bit weird, he isn't as unreliable as the instructor of Team 1. Meng Quan said to Duan Lingtian, expressing the rejoicing in his heart. Maybe. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind. If Bai Feng was really the instructor of Team 3, then he would surely flee at the first moment when encountering a beast tide. After all, Bai Feng died at his hands, and he knew that it was impossible for the beast tide to be driven away by Bai Feng. How could a dead person drive away a beast tide? He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The youths of Team 1 were too naive. Even though he was the instigator of all this. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. At that time, it was Bai Feng who was determined to kill him. If he didn't kill Bai Feng, then the one who died would be him. After killing Bai Feng, it was even more impossible for him to tell others about Bai Feng's death. Otherwise, he would definitely have endless troubles, and might even attract a calamity. From his point of view, he wasn't wrong in all this. He had a clear conscience. When did I become so sentimental? Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. Maybe even he himself didn't realize that he was no longer the killing machine of the past, and had become a person of flesh and blood. The expressions of the 4 centurions were very unsightly. After a final discussion, they decided to bring the remaining group of youths back to Iron Blood City first. This matter must be reported to the Chiliarch as soon as possible, and even to the vice commander. On the way, Meng Quan was once again counting out of boredom. Of the 5 teams, there are only 8 people left in our 3rd team, 1 in the 1st team, 7 in the 2nd team, 9 in the 4th team, and 4 in the 5th team. This is only the first round of training, and there are only 29 people left out of the 98. After Meng Quan came to this conclusion, he couldn't help but sigh. These 29 people, after 9 months, there will be less than 10 people left. Xiao Yu's eyes focused. I wonder what kind of training we will face next after this unforeseen event. Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. He believed, after this unforeseen event, the original content of the training would definitely be changed. After all, in the original plan, there would be 50 people left after the first round of training, but now, there were only 29 people left. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, and raised his head to look at a centurion in the distance. The centurion turned his head, obviously slightly lacking in confidence. This centurion was the other person who stood up for Wuxia after he lost the bet with Wuxia. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, the gaze he looked at me with just now seemed to be mixed with confusion and puzzlement. Looks like he should know about the matter of Bai Feng making a move to kill me. I hope you'll be honest, or else I don't mind killing you as well. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He wasn't worried that this person would spread the matter of Bai Feng making a move to kill him. After all, if this matter were to spread, the unlucky ones would only be them. Moreover, no one would believe that he could kill Bai Feng. Not a single member of the Yu clan actually died. Glancing at Wuxia and the others, Meng Quan muttered, slightly disappointed. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian and the other 29 youths of the Genius Battalion followed the 4 centurions back to the Iron Blood Army's campsite. I'll go inform the Chiliarch. On the drill grounds, Fan Jian said something to the other 3 centurions, and then left in large strides. Very quickly, Fan Jian returned by himself. The Chiliarch has ordered that the 29 people of the Genius Battalion will be temporarily placed in the reserve tent. The reserve tent couldn't be considered spacious, and there were a total of 4 simple wooden beds. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were placed in the same tent. I can finally have a good night's sleep. Meng Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the bed. He flew up and his entire body fell over. Duan Lingtian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Bang! Meng Quan's body fell down, and the bedboard shattered. F***K. Meng Quan stood up and patted off the dust on his body. Looking at the shattered bedboard, he was dumbstruck. Haha. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but laugh loudly. Meng Quan's gaze focused on Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng, the 2 of us are good friends. You won't deny this, right? Of course I won't deny it. Lo Qing nodded in all seriousness. If a good friend is in trouble, shouldn't you draw your sword and help him without hesitation? Meng Quan asked again. Of course. However, if you want me to sleep on your broken bed, then don't talk about it. As Lo Qing spoke, he lightly lay down on the other wooden bed and let out a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to provoke Meng Quan. So comfortable. Ooh. Meng Quan was anxious and anxious. His gaze immediately shifted to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. Oh, just nice to rest for a while. Duan Lingtian yawned and pretended not to see it, directly lying down. What, Meng Quan, do you want to snatch it from me? Xiao Yu looked at Meng Quan with a fake smile. Meng Quan was about to cry. He had already slept on the floor in the setting sun mountain range for nearly 3 months. Now that he finally had a decent bed to sleep on, it was ruined by him in a moment of excitement. Could it be that he was born to sleep on the floor? Iron Blood Army's camp, in an inconspicuous corner. Feng Chun, what's actually going on? Why did Bai Feng suddenly disappear? Yu Hong looked at the young man before him and frowned. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. This Feng Chun was one of the 2 centurions who wanted to help Yu Xiang renege on the bet he had with Yu Xiang in the past after Yu Xiang lost the bet. I don't know either. However, I keep having the feeling that this matter is related to that Duan Lingtian. Feng Chun shook his head as he added. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that a 4th-level core formation martial artist like him could kill Bai Feng? Yu Hong frowned. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that it's possible that Bai Feng encountered a formidable fierce beast during the process of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and was killed by the fierce beast. After all, the beast tied in the setting sun mountain range this time has obviously been brewing for a long time. Perhaps Bai Feng was unlucky and just happened to be affected. Feng Chun spoke of the guess in his heart. If it's really like this, then that Duan Lingtian is too lucky. Yu Hong's face sank. Missing the opportunity of the Genius Camp's first round of training, it won't be easy to find an opportunity to make a move in the future. Yu Hong. Feng Chun glanced at Yu Hong and was slightly hesitant to speak. What? Is there something else? Yu Hong was puzzled. Feng Chun, when did you become so hesitant? With our friendship, feel free to speak your mind. Yu Hong, 3 months ago, that Duan Lingtian and your brother, Yu Xiang, made a bet. Feng Chun spoke of the bet between Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. At that time, that Duan Lingtian forced the captain into a difficult position with just a few words, and he could only let your brother fulfill the bet. Let my brother strip naked and run 10 laps in front of over 100 people? Yu Hong's expression was extremely unsightly, and he was extremely furious. Chapter 112. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian woke up. Glancing at Meng Quan, who was snoring loudly on the ground, he shook his head and smiled before sitting down cross-legged. He started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Concentrating his mind and calming his breathing, he circulated the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method. Last night, he felt his cultivation bottleneck loosen. Now was the right time to strike while the iron was hot and break through in one go. While cultivating, Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time. After an unknown amount of time. Bang! Finally, the last profound entrance in the meridians within his body was finally broken through by Duan Lingtian. In almost an instant, the origin energy within his dantian underwent a transformation. He broke through. Duan Lingtian joyfully opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within them. Breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage meant that he could temper his fleshly body a step further. Currently, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he could still display the strength that he could only display by relying on a spirit weapon. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. If he used a spirit weapon, he could display the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Once he completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, his strength would be even stronger. At that time, relying on a spirit weapon, he would be able to easily display the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Moreover, it would be close to the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, completely crushing a 7th-level core formation martial artist, and slightly inferior to an 8th-level core formation martial artist. Of course, the prerequisite was that the latter didn't have a spirit weapon. Now, even if I don't use a spirit weapon, my strength is sufficient to compare with the Duan Lingxing from back then. A trace of coldness flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, that was Duan Lingxing from a year ago. The current Duan Lingxing's strength is definitely stronger, and might even have broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. As a Duan clan disciple, a spirit weapon isn't a rare thing to him. Once I complete the tempering of my body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, my strength should be slightly superior to his. At the very least, I should be able to be on par with him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. I must break through to the 4th level of the core formation stage before I enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll make that Duan Lingxing regret his actions that day. I'll make him repent in hell and vent the hatred in my heart. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a bloody, unrestrained killing intent. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a hurried voice was heard. Lo Cheng rushed in a panic. In an instant, Lo Cheng's expression froze. Affected by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, his face turned deathly pale and his entire body trembled. Only when Duan Lingtian withdrew his killing intent did he regain his breath. What? At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Meng Quan weren't here. Looks like it was getting late. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were blocked by Yu Xiang and the Yu clan members. I saw that the situation wasn't good, so I hurried back to look for you. Lo Cheng had an anxious expression as he spoke in a panic. What? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and a fierce light flashed within his eyes. That Yu Xiang, did he really think that he was easy to bully? Let's go. Duan Lingtian brought along Lo Cheng and left the tent in large strides. Iron Blood Army's campsite, an empty space at the side of the drill grounds. Many youths surrounded the area to watch the show. Within the crowd, Meng Quan was heavily injured and in an extremely sorry state. Beside him were a few steamed buns that were stained with mud and grass. This was the breakfast he brought for Duan Lingtian. Yu Xiang. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and Xiao Yu, who had a gloomy expression, moved. The strength of 4 ancient mammoths exploded out, shadowless floating light. Universe in sleeve. Xiao Yu seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, incomparably swift as he flashed directly towards Yu Xiang's location in a menacing manner. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, there's a difference of 2 ancient mammoths between us. You aren't a match for me. Yu Xiang glanced at Xiao Yu with contempt. In the next moment, he moved as well. 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Instantly, Yu Xiang's figure trembled, and his speed far surpassed Xiao Yu's as he circled behind Xiao Yu. Bang! His fist struck out as if it was beneath him to even use a martial skill, directly blasting Xiao Yu flying. Although Yu Xiang didn't use a martial skill, his fist contained the strength of 6 ancient mammoths after all. It easily shattered Xiao Yu's defensive chi barrier and blasted Xiao Yu flying. Xiao Yu crashed onto the ground and fainted, unable to withstand a single blow. Yu Xiang had a face full of disdain. The core formation stage was divided into 9 levels, and there were 2 watersheds. The 3rd level of the core formation stage to the 4th level of the core formation stage was a watershed. The 6th level of the core formation stage to the 7th level of the core formation stage was also a watershed. Between these 2 watersheds, there was a difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As for the other cultivation levels of the core formation stage, every level higher meant an additional strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Only these 2 watersheds were comparatively special. Xiao Yu's offensive martial skill and movement martial skill are both high-grade profound rank martial skills. Moreover, he's cultivated them to the perfection stage. His comprehension ability is shocking. But unfortunately, his cultivation is too inferior to Yu Xiang. Yeah, the difference between the 3rd level of the core formation stage and the 4th level of the core formation stage is too great. The difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is simply not on the same level. If Xiaoyu was also at the 4th level of the core formation stage, then with the strength of his offensive martial skill and movement martial skill, Wuxia might not be able to defeat him. The surrounding youths all sighed, feeling pity for Xiaoyu. What do you want to do? Meng Quan had just consumed the gold injury pill and his injuries had slightly recovered when he saw Wuxia walking towards him. Meng Quan's face couldn't help but go pale. Wuxia stepped on a steamed bun, flattening it and leaving his shoe print on it. Eat it. Wuxia looked at Meng Quan and his face revealed an evil smile. Don't go too far. Meng Quan's face went pale. He didn't expect that Wuxia would actually humiliate him like this. Some of the surrounding youths couldn't stand it any longer. But no one dared to say anything. They were all fearful of Wuxia. What, Meng Quan? Our Xianggu is treating you to steamed buns, and you don't even fucking want face? Do you want us to feed you? Yu Xiao brought along the other 3 Yu clan youths and walked forward, using their connections to intimidate others. Xianggu, just say the word and we'll make him eat all these steamed buns. The few Yu clan youths took 2 steps forward and flattened the other steamed buns, leaving his shoe print on them. Good, Wuxia smiled. However, his smile quickly froze. Good my ass. An explosive shout was accompanied by an incomparably swift figure whistling over, bringing along the force of wind and thunder. The crowd hurriedly opened up a path, and all of them stared blankly at the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the person that arrived. The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. 5th level of the core formation stage. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtan. Wuxia's face went pale when he saw the violet-clothed youth that flashed towards him and the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. This was the first thought that emerged in his mind. Duan Lingtian had broken through. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability, and now that Duan Lingtian had the strength of an ancient mammoth, he knew his limits and knew that he was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Wuxia's feet moved, wanting to flee. Want to flee? Do you think you can escape? Duan Lingtian sneered. This Wuxia still wants to flee? In next to no time, Wuxia noticed that Duan Lingtian's incomparably swift figure actually strangely made a turn, like a spirit serpent that flashed and directly blocked his path. Duan Lingtian, my brother is a member of the Iron Blood Army, and is even an 8th level core formation martial artist. If you dare touch me, he won't let you off. Wuxia's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Even if the God of Heaven is behind you, he still won't be able to save you today. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flashed out. He attacked with rage, fiercely swinging out his arm like a python swinging its tail. Earlier, when Wuxia saw the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, fear had already arisen in his heart. Now, he only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill, bang. Instantly, his defensive chi barrier was shattered by Duan Lingtian, and his body was blasted flying over 10 meters before falling flat on his face. After continuously spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Wuxia caught his breath and shouted, "Go find my brother." His words were obviously spoken to Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths. After Yu Xiao and the others saw Duan Lingtian display the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, they were already terrified to the point of being terrified, and they could only look on helplessly as Wuxia was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, when they heard Wuxia's words, "Let's go!" Yu Xiao shouted in a low voice and wanted to take the others and flee. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved and blocked their path at the first possible moment. The faces of Yu Xiao and the others went pale. Bang! Duan Lingtian swept out with his arm, carrying the force of sweeping away an army, and Yu Xiao and the others were all blasted flying. All of them were heavily injured and were unable to stand up. From the moment Duan Lingtian attacked to when Duan Lingtian defeated the 5 Yu clan youths, it was only around 10 breaths of time. At this moment, the spectating youths finally reacted. F***K. The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Abnormal. How old is he this year? Such a monstrous martial artist hasn't appeared in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? That Yu Xiang is unlucky to have offended Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan are both Duan Lingtian's friends. Duan Lingtian probably won't let this go. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiao Yu was shaken awake by Lo Cheng and consumed the gold wound pill. Duan Lingtian confiscated all the medicinal pills on the 5 Yu clan youths, causing them to be unable to consume the gold wound pill to heal their injuries. Are you alright? Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to pull Meng Quan up. Luckily you came quickly, otherwise I would have been humiliated by them. Meng Quan had a lingering fear in his heart. Since they like these steamed buns so much, you can give them a gift in return. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. I almost forgot. Meng Quan laughed loudly as he picked up the steamed buns that were flattened and walked towards the 4 Yu clan youths, stuffing them into their mouths one by one. At this moment, he was fearless and threw the county city's Yu clan to the back of his mind. If you dare spit it out, I'll break your teeth. Duan Lingtian coldly said when he noticed that the 4 Yu clan youths were slightly uncooperative. Instantly, the 4 of them trembled, their faces filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation as they swallowed the steamed buns that were flattened by themselves. The spectating group of youths were dumbstruck. Suddenly, a slightly thin youth turned around and left. Chapter 113. Meng Quan, there's still a steamed bun. Don't waste it. Duan Lingtian looked at the steamed bun that had been trampled into mud and smiled indifferently. I'll do it. Before Meng Quan could react, Xiao Yu, who had already recovered a little, picked up the mud-like steamed bun and walked towards Yu Xiang. Xiao Yu dare. I'll make you die without a burial ground. Yu Xiang's pupils constricted as he roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiao Yu sneered as he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Xiang's hair and pulled upwards. You're courting death. Yu Xiang raised his hand and wanted to make a move on Xiao Yu. Slap. Duan Lingtian had been staring at Yu Xiang. Now that he saw Yu Xiang make a move, his figure moved and grabbed Yu Xiang's hand. Yu Xiang, if you don't cooperate, I'll immediately break your arm. If you break your arm, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the genius camp's training. Yu Xiang gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. He was furious to the extreme. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to make any more moves. He didn't doubt that Duan Lingtian would dare to do this. What a joke! How could a person who dared to be impudent in front of the Ironblood Army's vice-commander be a coward? He forcefully swallowed the anger that filled his chest and swore in his heart that he would make Duan Lingtian pay back 1,000-fold. A trace of coldness flashed past Xiao Yu's eyes. He lifted Yu Xiang's hair with one hand and stuffed the steamed bun that was covered with mud, grass, and shoe prints into Yu Xiang's mouth with the other hand. Slap. Xiao Yu raised his hand and slapped Yu Xiang's back. Instantly, Yu Xiang swallowed the entire steamed bun. Yu Xiang felt a wave of nausea, but he couldn't vomit. His expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Yu stood up and looked down at Yu Xiang with a cold glint in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had lost so much face in front of so many people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of the county city's Yu clan, he would have already killed Yu Xiang. Put, 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 put. Meng Quan followed the same pattern, slapping his 4 palms on the backs of Yu Xiao and the other Yu family youths, making them swallow the steamed buns that they had flattened themselves. The crowd of onlookers was dead silent. They all felt their scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were too domineering. However, they had the capital to be domineering. Duan Lingtian. A furious shout came from afar, getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look, and he saw a young general that he'd never seen before flashing over from afar with a speed like a bolt of lightning. When the general flew close to the crowd and stood in front of him, he guessed the identity of the general. The appearance of this person was somewhat similar to Yu Xiang. His identity was on the verge of being revealed. Yu Hong. Yu Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anger. After making Yu Xiang and the others consume the gold injury pill, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian once again, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. "Brother, Duan Lingtian made us eat steamed buns that were covered in mud and grass." Yu Xiang roared in anger. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten. Those steamed buns were even flattened by themselves. What? Yu Hong's expression changed greatly, as if he had transformed into an angry King Kong. He stared straight at Duan Lingtian and said in a stern voice, "Duan Lingen, you actually dare to humiliate my Yu clan like this? Humiliate my Yu clan like this? Today I, Yu Hong, will kill you for the dignity of my Yu clan and protect the dignity of my clan." Yu Hong moved like the wind and thunder, and his speed was so fast that it was shocking. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. This Yu Hong obviously wanted to label him as someone who had humiliated the Yu clan, then kill him. In this way, he would be able to logically escape the Iron Blood Army's punishment. This Yu Hong had sinister intentions, and was even vicious. Above Yu Hong, who was dashing towards Duan Lingtian, the air trembled and 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, this Yu Hong was the same as Centurion Bai Feng, who died at the hands of Duan Lingtian 3 months ago. They were both 8th level core formation martial artists. An 8th level core formation martial artist attacking in anger brought extreme pressure to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was about to suffocate. With the speed of an 8th level core formation martial artist, Duan Lingtian was completely unable to dodge. "Yu Hong, since you're courting death, then don't blame me." Duan Lingtian's icy cold voice sounded out as if it came from an ice cave. His body moved, and the spirit serpent movement technique appeared as he directly moved to intercept Yu Hong. Sword drawing arts. Instantly, his hand swiped past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. He didn't use the strength of a spirit weapon. He only used origin energy to activate the blood crescent inscription. Shameless boasting. Yu Hong sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to intercept him, and the killing intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Before he came, he'd heard that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. From that moment on, the killing intent in his heart couldn't be contained. Now that he found an opportunity, he transformed into an emissary that protected the dignity of the Yu clan and attacked with his full strength, desiring to completely annihilate Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. As far as he was concerned, at this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was killed by him, the Iron Blood Army wouldn't blame him. He was doing it for the Yu clan. At this moment, he wasn't the general of the Iron Blood Army. Instead, he was a disciple that protected the dignity of the Yu clan. The surrounding spectators were practically about to suffocate. They stared fixedly at this scene. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng's faces went pale. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian could go against Yu Hong. In the sky, the difference between the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes and the 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes was so dazzling. What a pity! The surrounding group of youths sighed in their hearts. The heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. No one thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive. But in the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. Spirit serpent movement technique. Just at the instant that Duan Lingtian was about to intercept Yu Hong, his legs trembled and his body slanted, brushing past Yu Hong's sleeve as he narrowly avoided Yu Hong, cutting a slightly sorry figure. OM. And just at this instant, the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed and transformed into a crimson blood moon. Like a shadow, it flashed out. No! Realizing the terrifying strength contained within this blood moon, Yu Hong's face went pale as he shouted out in alarm. He hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill. However, the blood moon easily tore apart his defensive chi barrier and entered his chest, penetrating through and bringing along a strand of fresh blood that violently spurted out. Bang! Yu Hong's body that was charging forward fiercely collided with the high platform at the side of the drill grounds. His eyes stared wide open, not moving in the slightest, not making a sound. Brother! Yu Xiang's face went pale as he cried out in grief. He rushed forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Hong's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. The other 4 Yu family youths looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a terrifying devil, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Hong's corpse, his eyes without any emotion, and were incomparably icy cold. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Ha! Duan Lingtian, good job. Meng Quan laughed loudly, the worried expression on his face vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng also heaved a sigh of relief. The surrounding group of youths were completely stupefied. Only after a long while did they regain their senses. Oh my God! What did I just see? Yu Hong is dead. I'm not dreaming, right? It hurts. Why did you pinch me? So I'm not dreaming. F***K. If you want to know if you're dreaming or not, just pinch yourself. Why did you pinch me? Right, I almost forgot. I can pinch myself. What killed Yu Hong seems to be a ring of bloodlight that flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sword. That isn't origin energy. It seems to be an inscription. If it's really an inscription, then Yu Hong is really too unlucky. Even when he died, he probably wouldn't have thought that Duan Lingtian would have an offensive inscription that was sufficient to kill him. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but he didn't investigate properly. Being so rash, it would be strange if he didn't die. The group of youths discussed animatedly. No one took pity on Yu Hong. Everyone. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and recovered. He put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and his gaze descended onto the surrounding group of youths. Instantly, the scene regained its tranquility, and everyone looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone, all of you witnessed what happened today with your own eyes. It was Yu Xiang who provoked me first, and I only gave him a small punishment. As for Yu Hong, he had killing intent towards me and intended to kill me. For the sake of self-preservation, I could only use an offensive inscription to kill him. I hope everyone can bear witness for me. Duan Lingtian thanks all of you. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands towards the group of youths. Today's matter could be big or small. He had to pave a way out for himself. Otherwise, killing a decanus of the Iron Blood Army would cause him to bear an extremely great crime. At that time, not to mention continuing to participate in the Genius Camp training and obtaining the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, it would be hard to say if he would even be able to survive. Duan Lingtian, you can be at ease. Everything you said is true. We all saw it with our own eyes and will surely not mislead you. Exactly. Today, it was Yu Xiang who took advantage of his position to bully others. Yu Hong deserved to die. We all saw it with our own eyes, so it can't be false. For a moment, the surrounding youths all expressed their opinions. Thank you everyone. A light smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he firmly controlled everything in his own hands. Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother. Even if you're in the right today and the Iron Blood Army doesn't punish you, my Yu clan won't let this matter go. You must die. Yu Xiang had a sorrowful expression as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. There are many people who want me dead. I want to see if your Yu clan has the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he sneered. The news of Duan Lingtian killing Yu Hong spread throughout the Iron Blood Army's campsite in just a single morning. Everyone knew of this matter. Within a reserve tent, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, relying on an offensive inscription to kill Yu Hong. A red-clothed youth hugged a sheathed sword as his eyes emitted battle intent. I'll surely be able to step into the 5th level of the core formation stage within a month. At that time, I must find a time to spar with this Duan Lingtian. Within another tent, Duan Lingtian? I, Tian Hu, will catch up to your footsteps. The robust youth concentrated his mind and calmed his breathing as he bitterly cultivated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on his bed with his legs crossed and lightly swinging them. Duan Lingtian, when did you break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan, who didn't have a bed to sleep on, sat on the ground as he curiously looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng looked over as well. He was just about to reply. Duan Lingtian, The Vice Commander summons you. Chapter 114. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised when he heard the voice. He wasn't surprised that Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan wanted to see him. No matter what, the person he killed was a member of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Ling, let's go testify for you. Xiao Yu's group of 3 stood up. No need. Since the Vice Commander summoned me and didn't order people to capture me, he must have already understood the ins and outs of the matter. I'll be right back. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. That's true. Xiao Yu nodded. He wasn't an impulsive person, and he was confused because he was concerned. Duan Lingtian walked out of the tent and greeted the Iron Blood Army soldier outside. Big brother, I'm Duan Lingtian. The Iron Blood Army soldier glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. This youth that was almost 17 years old was the Duan Lingtian that killed Yu Hong? He heard that the youth that killed Yu Hong had a cultivation at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Not even 17 years old, 5th level of the core formation stage. Just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Under the lead of the Iron Blood Army soldier, Duan Lingtian quickly walked into Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan's tent. However, after entering, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was no one inside. What's going on? Duan Lingtian asked the Iron Blood Army soldier that brought him over. The Vice Commander might have left at the last moment. Wait a moment. After obtaining a reply, Duan Lingtian started to wait, and at the same time, he started to size up Qiao Qingshan's tent. As expected of the Vice Commander's tent, it was 3 times the size of the reserve tent he lived in. Presently, only half of the space was revealed before his eyes, and the other half was blocked by a screen. The other half should be a place to rest. 10 minutes later, Duan Lingtian frowned. Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan asked someone to call him over, but he himself disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he sensed something. 2 sets of steady footsteps were approaching the tent he was currently in. The person on the left has steadier footsteps than the person on the right. The person on the left should be the Vice Commander. Could the person on the right be a Chiliarch? Duan Lingtian guessed. The flap of the tent was lifted by the person on the right. Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the person who lifted the curtain. He would never have thought that the person on the right, who was weaker, would actually be Qiao Qingshan. As for the other person, Duan Ling, have you been waiting for a long time? Qiao Qingshan laughed and walked in. He lifted the curtain and let the other person in. The person who entered was an elegant middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar had a smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lord Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed. The middle-aged scholar was stunned. Qiao Qingshan, who had just put down the curtain, was also stunned. How did you know? The middle-aged scholar, who was the commander of the Iron Blood Army, Teng Yunhai, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. To be able to make the Vice Commander personally lift the curtain for you and show such a respectful attitude towards you, isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian smiled. He was slightly surprised in his heart. He originally thought that with the Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan as an example, the commander of the Iron Blood Army would definitely be a burly man, but he didn't expect that he would be an elegant scholar with an extraordinary temperament. Just from his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was the commander of the Iron Blood Army who had bathed in blood and galloped everywhere. You being able to guess my identity shouldn't be just because of this, right? Teng Yunhai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. I still can't hide it from the commander. That's right, I heard some clues from your footsteps. I originally thought that the person walking on the left was the Vice Commander, and the person on the right should be a captain. Hearing this, Qiao Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. Teng Yunhai nodded and smiled. Just from the sound of our footsteps, you were able to discern the difference in our cultivation. I have to say, little guy, you're really not bad. Commander, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian moved to the side and welcomed the 2 commanders of the Iron Blood Army in. Teng Yunhai and Xiao Qingshan sat down one after the other. Duan Ling Tian, since you're so good at guessing, can you guess why I'm looking for you? Xiao Qingshan looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile. Vice Commander shouldn't have called me here to denounce me. Duan Ling Tian smiled confidently. Ha, interesting. Xiao Qingshan laughed and looked at Teng Yunhai at the side. Commander, what do you think? Not bad. Teng Yunhai nodded with satisfaction. Duan Ling Tian was startled, feeling as if he had been betrayed. As expected, Xiao Qingshan looked at Duan Ling Tian again and slowly said, Duan Lingyan, you killed Yu Hong and there were many witnesses. He was the one who killed you first. His death was not enough to wipe out his crimes. Vice Commander, you shouldn't have finished speaking, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, You're really a smart one. Since you killed Yu Hong, our Iron Blood army won't make things difficult for you. However, Yu Hong is after all a descendant of the Yu clan of the county capital. The Yu clan isn't big, but it isn't small either. If you're willing to stay in our Iron Blood army and follow beside the commander will not only protect you and your family from being harmed by the Yu clan, but he will also nurture you to become the next commander of the Iron Blood army and lead 10,000 elite soldiers. Xiao Qingshan had an expression as if he had Duan Ling Tian in his grasp. Teng Yunhai, on the other hand, noticed that Duan Ling Tian's expression didn't change from beginning to end, and his heart skipped a beat. Vice Commander. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Xiao Qingshan. First of all, thank you and the commander for thinking so highly of me. Secondly, I don't care about the insignificant Yu clan. Lastly, what I want to say is, my ambition isn't in the Iron Blood army, nor is it in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Qingshan was stunned, then frowned and said, Duan Lingnan, don't underestimate the Yu clan. After all, the Yu clan is a large clan in the county capital of Swallow Mountain County. The strength of their methods is far from what you can imagine. Duan Ling Tian slowly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commander. However, I've already made up my mind. A man's ambition is to travel far. I believe that you will surely be able to walk out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and step onto the stage that truly belongs to you. At this moment, Teng Yunhai spoke, as if he wasn't the slightest bit angry at Duan Lingtian's refusal to stay in the Iron Blood army. Thank you, Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. Okay, you can return. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the Vice Commander will announce the training content of your genius camp. Your true training is about to begin. Teng Yunhai waved his hand. Lord Commander, Lord Vice Commander, farewell. Duan Ling Tian directly left. Within the tent, Xiao Qingshan looked at Teng Yunhai with a puzzled expression. Commander, I've investigated this Duan Ling Tian. His background is clean, and with his natural talent and methods, he's absolutely the best candidate to become the next commander of the Iron Blood army. Are you really going to let him off like this? Qingshan, do you think that with his reaction from before, even if we waste our breath, he will stay? Teng Yunhai asked. Xiao Qingshan went silent. Duan Lingtian's attitude from before was extremely obvious. He wasn't willing to stay in the Iron Blood army. If he doesn't stay in our Iron Blood army, even if he really obtains the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated by the Yu clan before even entering Paladin Academy. I truly can't bear to see such a genius fall just like this. Xiao Qingshan sighed. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Didn't he say earlier that he didn't place the Yu clan in his eyes? Teng Yunhai shook his head. Commander, don't tell me you didn't see that he was evading. Well, Commander, you wouldn't really believe his big words, right? Xiao Qingshan had a face full of astonishment. Teng Yunhai smiled indifferently. I can see that he has a card up his sleeve. A person can lie with his mouth, but his eyes will absolutely not lie. When he mentioned the Yu clan, his eyes of contempt already told me that he really has confidence and isn't talking nonsense. Commander, how is this possible? I've already investigated his background clearly. He's a member of the Aurora City's Li family and is from a branch family of the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Xiao Qingshan didn't believe it. Then do you know who his father is? Teng Yunhai's eyes narrowed as he asked. His father? I didn't find out. Could it be that his father isn't an ordinary person? Xiao Qingshan's mind finally turned around. I have an old friend whose appearance is 60% or 70% similar to Duan Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, that old friend married a girl from a remote small family. That girl was also surnamed Li, Teng Yunhai slowly said. Who is it? Xiao Qingshan was curious. He'd followed the commander for a long time. If it was an old friend of the commander, he ought to know. Do you still remember that person from the Imperial City's Duan clan that suddenly disappeared 15 years ago? Teng Yunhai's eyes flashed. Commander, you're talking about? Duan Ruffing? Xiao Qingshan's gaze focused, and in an instant, heartfelt reverence emerged. Duan Ruffing, a peerless genius whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an existence that his generation needed to look up to. After Duan Lingtian left Vice Commander Xiao Qingshan's tent, he didn't stay outside and directly returned to his own tent. Duan Lingtian, why did the Vice Commander look for you? Meng Quan's eyes emitted curiosity when he saw Duan Lingtian return. It's nothing, he just told me that the follow-up training of our genius camp will officially begin tomorrow. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke slowly. What? Meng Quan was shocked. Be quiet. The nearby Lo Cheng said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao Yu who was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Why is Xiao Yu cultivating in broad daylight? He's surely been provoked by Yu Xiang. Meng Quan shook his head and sighed. In Aurora City, Xiao Yu is an existence that people of the same generation look up to. This time, he was humiliated by Yu Xiang who's the same age as him, so he naturally can't endure it. It's not strange for him to work hard because of this. Meng Quan, I notice that you talk a lot. Suddenly, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and his cold gaze descended onto Meng Quan. Pretend I didn't say anything, pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 115. Glaring at Meng Quan, Xiao Yu didn't pay any more attention to him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Do you know what the training content is from now on? I don't know yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiao Yu nodded, then once again closed his eyes and started cultivating. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. It looked like Xiao Yu had indeed suffered a certain blow after being knocked unconscious by Yu Xiang under the gazes of everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to risk his life like this. However, he believed that Xiao Yu would be able to trample Yu Xiang beneath his feet sooner or later. The two of you should hurry up and cultivate. Be careful or you won't be able to pass the test. Duan Lingtian glanced at Meng Quan and Lo Cheng as he laughed. I'm not afraid. Don't I still have you? Meng Quan laughed. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Meng Quan. How do you know that the training starting tomorrow won't be separated? If everyone has to train separately, how can I help you? Crow's beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng spoke at the same time. It was rare for them to have such tacit understanding. The next day, early morning, the remaining 29 people of the genius camp were gathered at the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian had just arrived when he noticed two gazes that were filled with battle intent. He looked over with a glance. It was actually Su Li and Tian Hu. It looked like his actions yesterday had aroused the competitive spirit of these two. Of course, besides the gazes of Su Li and Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian also noticed a gloomy and vengeful gaze staring at him, Yu Xiang. Glancing at Yu Xiang who was glaring at him with vengeance, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, not taking it to heart. Duan Lingtian. However, in Yu Xiang's eyes, the faint smile on Duan Lingtian's lips seemed to be a provocation. His face flushed red and he was extremely angry. The other youths of the genius barracks looked at Duan Lingtian with slight reverence. Duan Lingtian's strength was something they could only look up to. Soon after, Vice Commander Xiao Qingshan appeared. Behind him were 4 Kiliarchs and 25 Centurions. The vast group of people faintly emitted a murderous aura from the battlefield, causing the expressions of some of the youths to change. Duan Lingtian stood in place, unmoving like a mountain. This murderous aura was child's play to him. However, at this moment, he was also a little surprised and curious. 4 Chiliarchs and 25 Centurions, what a grand display. What kind of training is next? Greetings, Deputy Commander. The group of youths of the Genius Barracks respectfully bowed to Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan nodded and said, "Congratulations on passing the first round of the Genius Barracks test. Although the number of people who survived was less than expected, I believe that since all of you were able to survive, you're surely elites amongst elites. For the sake of coordinating with this unforeseen event, our Iron Blood Army has temporarily changed the training content. Rather than calling the following training a test, it would be better to call it a test. Those who pass the test and survive will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy." Xiao Qingshan's words were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. According to what the Deputy Commander means, the training we're facing next is the final round of training? I can imagine that this training that's called a test will surely be extremely difficult. No matter what, I've already come this far, so I must continue to fight. Right, continue to fight. Fight for a chance to soar into the sky. The youths of the Genius Barracks felt their blood boil. Along with Xiao Qingshan waving his hand, the clamorous drill grounds quieted down. The final test will no longer be carried out by groups. Everyone will have to complete the mission given to you by the Iron Blood Army, and only those who smoothly complete the mission will be able to pass the test. Xiao Qingshan continued. As soon as Xiao Qingshan finished speaking, the gazes of most of the youths lit up. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths frowned. Crow's Beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian and once again spoke in unison. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he would really hit the nail on the head. Before long, Xiao Qingshan started to describe the rules of the test. For the sake of forbidding you all from borrowing external forces to complete the mission, our Iron Blood Army will send out 29 officers and officers to supervise you all as you carry out the test in a one-on-one manner. During the process of you completing the mission, even if you face a life and death situation, they won't interfere. Also, don't take any chances. The officers of the Iron Blood Army have the right to kill anyone who intends to bribe the officers of my Iron Blood Army. As Xiao Qingshan finished speaking, his tone was filled with icy coldness. The group of youths present felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit. Their expressions all became serious. They were all able to realize that the mission they were about to face wasn't simple. 29 soldiers? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept past the group of people behind Xiao Qingshan. 4 Chiliarchs and 25 Centurions. The 4 Chiliarchs wouldn't be prepared just for me, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang, right? Duan Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart. Clap, clap. Suddenly, Xiao Qingshan clapped his hands twice. Instantly, there was a burst of noise outside the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian glanced over. What he saw was a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers carrying simple tables and chairs over, distributing them to the 29 youths of the Genius Barracks. Each person received a set of tables and chairs. What's this for? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Why did they distribute the tables and chairs to them? He couldn't figure it out for a while. Sit down. Following Xiao Qingshan's order, the 29 youths including Duan Lingtian sat before the tables. Now, each of you will receive 2 pieces of paper and a pen. As soon as Xiao Qingshan finished speaking, the Iron Blood Army soldiers distributed paper and pens to the group of youths. What's this for? Most of the youths had astonished expressions. Could it be that before the final training, they still had to undergo a theory test? Vice Commander, I haven't studied much and only know how to write a few words. If you want to take the theory test, I reckon I have no chance. Just at this moment, a foolish youth spoke with a red face. Instantly, many people burst into laughter. Who said I want you to take the theory test? In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. Even if you're number 1 in the theory test, what's the use? Xiao Qingshan slightly frowned. Not a theory test. Then what is it? Besides Duan Lingtian, all the youths looked at Xiao Qingshan. Only Duan Lingtian held his chin and seemed to be lost in thought. Today, I'm not distributing these papers to you for you to take the theory test, but for you to write a letter. To put it bluntly, it's a will. Xiao Qingshan spoke resolutely and powerfully. Write a will? Instantly, the expressions of some of the genius camp youths changed. There were also some that didn't have much of a reaction and weren't surprised. Alright, now I'll give you 1 hour to write your will. You can write 1 or 2. After you've finished writing, fold it and write the recipient's general information. If you're unlucky enough to die, our Iron Blood Army soldiers will deliver your will to your family at the first possible moment. Xiao Qingshan indifferently spoke with a carefree expression. Some of the youths' breathing became hurried as they held onto the pen and didn't write for a long time. There were also some youths who were already writing at a high speed. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Is there a need for this? In the end, Duan Lingtian simply laid on the table and slept. Xiao Qingshan had always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian not writing a will but laying on the table and sleeping, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this kid really confident, or is he arrogant and conceited? After all, amongst the 29 missions this time, the one arranged for Duan Lingtian could be said to be the most difficult. These missions were divided into 3 levels. The most difficult was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian's, and it was also decided last night. After all, Duan Lingtian was a martial artist at the 5th level of the core formation stage. He could pass a mission that was too easy even with his eyes closed. Below Duan Lingtian's mission, there were 3 missions that were more difficult, and they were respectively targeted at the other 3 youths in the genius camp. 3 4th-level core formation martial artists: Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. The difficulty of the remaining 25 missions was extremely easy to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, but to the remaining 25 people, the difficulty was extremely high, and their lives could be in danger at any time. An hour passed. The Iron Blood Army soldiers collected the wills of the 28 youths. Only Duan Lingtian crumpled 2 pieces of paper into a ball and threw it to the side. At this moment, the youths present noticed that Duan Lingtian actually didn't write any wills. Duan Lingnan, why didn't you write one? Meng Quan, who sat behind Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but ask. Why should I? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Meng Quan choked. Yeah, with Duan Lingtian's ability, even Yu Hong, who was at the 8th level of the core formation stage, was killed by him. Why would he care about the following missions? Duan Lingtian's disdain was because he was confident. Meng Quan sighed in his heart. When would he have the qualifications to be so confident and even proud? Now that all of you have finished writing your wills, the mission will begin immediately. Next, all of you will follow the Iron Blood Army soldiers in front of you and leave Iron Blood City. Because the journey is long, they will tell you the specifics of the mission on the way. Xiao Qingshan's voice sounded out once more. For a moment, the 4 Kiliarchs and 25 centurions behind Xiao Qingshan walked over. Just as Duan Lingtian guessed, the 4 Kiliarchs separately walked towards him: Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. The one who came before Duan Lingtian was an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Chiliarch Yangde, Lord Chiliarch. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bowed to Yangde. Let's go. Yangde returned a smile, nodded, and left in large strides. Come back alive and let's drink together. Before Duan Lingtian left, he glanced at Xiao Yu's group of 3 who were similarly leaving with a serious expression. Of course, the 3 of them nodded. The 29 Iron Blood Army generals led their men and left in batches. Duan Lingtian followed Yangde and spurred his horse out, leaving Iron Blood City. However, the direction they left towards was the official road in the east. All the way to the east. Lord Chiliarch, this seems to be the territory of the Dark Mountain Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Correct. Your mission this time will be carried out in the Dark Mountain Kingdom. Yangde nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Carry out a mission in the Dark Mountain Kingdom. Chapter 116. Captain, what's my mission? After leaving Iron Blood City, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Your mission is to make the black armored army of the Black Mountain Kingdom and the Lien clan turn against each other and cut off all contact. Captain Yang Da's eyes flashed as he slowly said. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For so many years, the Iron Blood Army had racked their brains for this, but to no avail. He didn't know why the commander would give this mission to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete this mission. Black Armored Army? Lien clan? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly moved. Captain, can you introduce them to me? Of course. Yang Da nodded and slowly said, if you follow this official road, you will reach the Black Armored City of the Black Cloud Kingdom. Black Armored City is similar to our Iron Blood City. The Black Armored Army is equivalent to our Iron Blood Army. As for the Lien clan, they are the strongest clan in Black Armored City and have always had a close relationship with Black Armored City. Duan Lingtian slightly nodded. Yang Da continued, the Black Armored Army is the sworn enemy of our Iron Blood Army and was once defeated by us. Speaking up to here, Yang Da's face slightly darkened. Once? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ever since the Lien clan interfered in the dispute between our two armies, our Iron Blood Army and the Black Armored Army have always been evenly matched. It's difficult for us to be like before and break the spirit of the Black Armored Army. Yang Da was obviously somewhat angry. Generally speaking, the clans would not interfere in the confrontation between the armies of two countries. However, because the Lien clan had a close relationship with the Black Armored Army, although they didn't interfere openly, they secretly let the experts of the Lien clan infiltrate the Black Armored Army, causing the Black Armored Army's strength to increase greatly. This was the most troublesome thing for the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian frowned. Since the Lien clan made an exception and helped the Black Armored Army, the relationship between the two clans shouldn't be that simple, right? Yang Da nodded. Of course, the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander are sworn brothers. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Sir Chiliarch, if I didn't guess wrongly, your Iron Blood Army should have tried to split the Lien clan and the Black Armored Army, but have never succeeded, right? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked. Not bad. Yang Da nodded. *CK. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. What kind of mission is this? You want me to accomplish something that even your Iron Blood Army can't do? Sir Chiliarch, tell me honestly, do you think I can do it? Personally, I feel that the possibility of you completing this mission is very small. However, Lord Commander said that you might be a turning point for us. Yang Da took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't understand why the Lord Commander valued this youth so much. Commander? Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. The first thought in his mind was that the Iron Blood Army's commander, Ting Yunhai, was taking revenge on him, hating him for not agreeing to stay in the Iron Blood Army and stay by his side to be his successor. Can I refuse this mission? Duan Lingtian asked. The Lord Commander specially said that due to the uniqueness of this mission, you can refuse, but you will lose the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy because of this. Yang Da said. Can I change the mission? Duan Lingtian frowned. Yang Da said resolutely, this is the Lord Commander's wish. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, we'll turn around and return now, and you can go home directly. Yang Da asked. Let's go take a look at the situation first. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly said. If he really couldn't complete this mission after arriving at Black Armored City, he would refuse. There was no need to risk his life for the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. After all, he would only be 17 in a few days. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Da nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you relied on the inscription on your sword to kill Yu Hong. Do you know an inscription master? I can be considered to know him. When I was young, I met an old man dressed like a beggar on the streets. I threw a steamed bun to him to eat, and he left this inscription for me. Unfortunately, I only found out later that he was an inscription master, otherwise, I would have taken him as my master. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense as he sighed with emotion. Your luck is really good. The corners of Yang Da's mouth twitched, but he didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He had also heard that inscription masters had strange temperaments and hobbies, from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Ironblood City to the Crow Mountain Kingdom's Black Armor City. Duan Lingtian and Yang Da rode at full speed, yet it still took them an entire 3 months to reach their destination. Black Armored City was a city that occupied an area similar to Ironblood City. Looking from afar, it was like a formidable fierce beast was hibernating there, and a murderous aura assaulted one's face. After entering Black Armored City, Duan Lingtian and Yang Da found an inn to stay in. You can only rely on yourself for the following matters. If you feel that you can't complete it, you can give up on this mission and we'll return directly. Yang Da left these words to Duan Lingtian before entering the guest room. He didn't see a shadow for a few days. During these few days, Duan Lingtian lingered in various restaurants, inquiring about the Lien clan and the Black Armored Army. Only now did he find out that not only were the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander sworn brothers, but even their sons were best friends. They usually addressed each other as brothers and were extremely close. What kind of bullshit mission is this? Duan Lingtian frowned as he prepared to take out some silver to pay the bill and leave the restaurant to find Yang Da to give up on this mission. Soon his movement stopped. He was attracted by the discussion of the people at the table beside him. Speaking of which, the concubine that the Lien clan's young patriarch recently took in is really pretty. I only took one look and I almost lost my soul. I heard about it too. It said that he's been running to his concubine every night and doesn't even care about his wife anymore. It's really like dying under a peony flower. Even becoming a ghost would be romantic. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Maybe this is an opportunity. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as a plan formed in his heart. During these few days, he heard that the Black Armored Army's commander's son, Tong Lin, would go to the Spring Wind restaurant in the city every 2 days to find some fun. Tong Lin was 19 years old this year. Although his natural talent was ordinary, he still had a cultivation at the 4th level of the core formation stage. It was easy to imagine how much the Black Armored Army's commander had placed his hopes on this only son of his. Deep in the night, 2 drunk figures walked out of a restaurant. Lien Ku, you've been bewitched by that concubine of yours recently and haven't gone to the Spring Wind restaurant with me for a long time. How about it? Tonight, I'll invite you to the Spring Wind restaurant to find some fun. Will you accept? Tong Lin swayed his body as he spoke. Of course, who asked you to be my brother? Tonight, I'll let that little hussy sleep alone. Let's go. Lien Ku, who was also the Lien clan's young patriarch, went to the Spring Wind restaurant with Tong Lin. In the distance, in each of the 2 corners, a figure moved and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Humph. Looks like the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander both value their sons. One is their only son, and the other is their only son. Duan Lingtian stood on the balcony of a pavilion in the Spring Wind restaurant and watched the 2 figures leave from afar. His heart moved. Young master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? A charming and gorgeous prostitute hugged Duan Lingtian from behind and blew into Duan Lingtian's ear. If it were any other time, Duan Lingtian would definitely punish such a good-looking woman for being teased like this. But right now, he had something important to do. He threw the woman 100 taels of silver note and said, I'm not in the mood tonight. Take this and buy some rouge and face powder. Thank you, young master. The woman's face bloomed into a smile and tactfully retreated. Then I won't disturb young master. Soon, Duan Lingtian sneaked into a room. He hid on top of the bed. After a while, the door opened and a man and a woman walked in. Young Master Tong, you haven't pampered me for a long time. The woman's licentious voice slowly sounded. Good Xiaohong, I'll properly pamper you now. The sound of clothes being taken off mixed with hurried voices sounded. Soon, Tong Lin hugged the prostitute and got on the bed. The prostitute immediately noticed Duan Lingtian hanging on the top of the bed like a spider. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. Xiao Hong, I haven't come yet. What are you screaming for? Tong Lin didn't realize that danger was approaching and continued to make moves on the prostitute. Duan Lingtian made his move and knocked Tong Lin unconscious. Spare my life, hero. Spare my life. The prostitute's face turned pale and she hurriedly begged for mercy. Swish. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stack of banknotes. He threw it at the prostitute and said indifferently, "You're a smart person. Take these banknotes and leave tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life." After speaking, Duan Lingtian carried Tong Lin and disappeared in front of the prostitute. The prostitute's face changed. She counted the banknotes in her hand and exclaimed, 100,000 taels. Even if she worked in Spring Breeze restaurant for her entire life, she wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Taking a deep breath and clenching her teeth, she made a decision. After redeeming her freedom, she would leave Black Armor City that night. It was because of this that she was able to live a peaceful life and marry an honest man. Many years later, when she had a group of children, she couldn't help but think of the purple-clothed youth that changed her life that night. After taking Tong Lin away, Duan Lingtian directly snuck into the Lien clan's residence. He knocked out Lien Ku's concubine and threw Tong Lin onto the bed. Then he took off the clothes on both of them. She's indeed a beauty. You got lucky. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lien Ku's concubine before his gaze fell on Tong Lin's body for a while before leaving. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, Tong Lin woke up groggily. What's going on? Before he had time to figure out what was going on, he felt the smooth jade body beneath him. Panting heavily, he pressed himself on top of it. Chapter 117. Spring Breeze House. In the quiet room, heavy panting sounds could be heard. The panting sounds belonged to a man and a woman. Suddenly, roar! Lien Ku let out a beast-like roar and fell on the body of the prostitute like a dead dog. Lien Ku. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into the room. Who? Lien Ku was so scared that his body stiffened, and the prostitute under him was also shivering. Lien Ku, you probably still don't know that you've been sold by your brother, right? Duan Lingtian leaned on the window and said lazily. What do you mean by that? Lien Ku's face slightly froze as he slowly got off the bed and walked to the window. Why don't you go home and take a look? Tong Lin tricked you to come to Spring Breeze House, but he went to find your concubine to have fun. Duan Lingtian left these words and directly left. He still had things to do. Buzz. Lien Ku opened the window and saw a figure disappearing into the distance. He couldn't help but frown. Taking a deep breath, he put on his clothes and went to the room next door to find Tong Lin, but he found that Tong Lin was nowhere to be found. In his heart, an ominous premonition arose. Tong Lin. Lien Ku's face slightly darkened. Although his relationship with Tong Lin wasn't bad, it wasn't to the point of wearing the same clothes and sharing the same woman. The stars were scarce in the night sky. Lien clan mansion. Lien Ku rushed in, all the way to the courtyard where the concubine lived. Not long after Lien Ku went in. At the entrance of the Lien clan mansion, 3 warhorses galloped in. A curly-bearded man wearing light armor, surrounded by 2 other generals, jumped off his warhorse and walked into the Lien clan mansion. Commander! When the Lien clan people saw the curly-bearded man, they hurriedly saluted. This was the commander of the Black Armored Army, an existence like the local tyrant of Black Armored City. Moreover, he was the sworn brother of the Lien clan patriarch. Where does your young patriarch's new concubine live? The curly-bearded man's voice was like thunder as he looked at a Lien clan disciple. The Lien clan disciple's face was deathly pale as he pointed to the north. Lead the way. The bearded man's eyes widened as his breathing quickened slightly. He had just received news that his son had been schemed against and his life was in danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed over with 2 vice commanders. At this moment, outside a pitch-black room, a figure broke into the courtyard and kicked the door open. Bang! The door was kicked open, waking up a man and a woman in the room. Who dares to disturb this young master's sleep? A familiar voice sounded. causing the person who kicked the door, the Lien clan's young patriarch, Lien Ku, to tremble as if he was struck by lightning. When he lit the candle, seeing the naked man and woman on the bed, his eyes instantly turned red and he shouted, "Tong Lin, you're despicable." Tong Lin was also a little confused when he saw Lien Ku appear. Only then did he realize that he was not in Spring Wind Pavilion. Lowering his head, he saw a beautiful girl shivering in the corner of the bed. Wasn't she the new concubine that Lien Ku had recently taken in? Just now was it to gallop on this concubine? He felt his scalp go numb. What was going on? Tong Lin looked at Lien Ku in panic. "Brother, it's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't know why I was in your concubine's room." Misunderstanding? Lien Ku's face darkened. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Tong Lin off the bed. Bang! With a punch, Tong Lin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some broken teeth. Tong Lin was also angry. He punched Lien Ku and sent him flying. "Lien Ku, you dare hit me? Don't say that it's a misunderstanding." "Even if it's not a misunderstanding, it's your honor that I slept with your woman. If it weren't for our black armored army, would your Lien clan have become the #1 clan in Black Armored City?" Tong Lin's voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a frightening chill. Good. Tong Lin, I'll kill you today." Lien Ku rushed forward again and fought with Tong Lin, his origin energy wreaking havoc. However, both of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine who was better, young master. Just at this moment, when Lien Ku was repelled by Tong Lin, a voice sounded. A manservant wearing the Lien clan's servant uniform walked into the room in large strides and respectfully passed the broom in his hand to Lien Ku. Lien Ku didn't think much of it. He picked up the broom, poured his origin energy into it, and smashed it towards Tong Lin. "Lien Ku, don't tell me you think you can win with a broom." Tong Lin punched towards the broom. However, before he could finish speaking, a strand of misty gray energy extended from the broom and smashed down like a 1,000-pound hammer, shaking off his fist. The terrifying energy directly smashed onto his head. What? Brain matter splattered all over Lien Ku's face. Lien Ku was stupefied. He looked at the broom in his hand as if he was looking at a monster. "That's an offensive inscription? Who the hell are you?" At this moment, Lien Ku seemed to have understood something and turned around. However, he discovered that the servant had disappeared without a trace. He knew that he had been tricked. All of this was a trap. Just at this moment, Lien Ku's concubine saw Tong Lin's mangled corpse. She was so frightened that she screamed and fainted. Lien Ku took a deep breath. He knew that no matter what, today's matter couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, their Lien clan would definitely incur the wrath of the Black Armored Army, and even suffer great losses. If the Black Armored Army really swept over, it wouldn't be a joke. Just when he had calmed down and was preparing to secretly dispose of Tong Lin's corpse. "Linta!" A thunderous roar caused Lien Ku's expression to change greatly. Lien Ku couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Why would he come here? For a moment, Lien Ku felt powerless in his heart. He realized that the person who designed this trap had intentionally forced him into a dead end. "Uncle Lei, listen to my explanation." Lien Ku threw away the broom in his hand that was stained with blood and looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him in panic. "Lien Ku, my son only played with your concubine. You actually killed my son for a woman." The curly-bearded man, who was also the commander of the Black Armored Army, punched out with the force of wind and thunder. "Brother Lei, please have mercy." Just at this moment, a figure that was like a hurricane flew over, but was stopped by 2 Black Armored Army vice commanders. Bang! The curly-bearded man angrily attacked and directly smashed Lien Ku's head. "My son." The person who came was none other than the patriarch of the Lien clan. Seeing his only son being killed with his own eyes, he was enraged. He sent the 2 Black Armored Army vice commanders flying and fought with the curly-bearded man. Soon, the entire Lien clan was alarmed. No one noticed that when the Lien family estate was in a state of chaos, a Lien family servant had quietly left. "Done." Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out like a nimble serpent after removing his servant's outer garment, and he concealed himself at the end of the road. He knew that his mission had been successfully completed. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian took a bath and sat cross-legged on the bed, using his origin energy to temper his body. Suddenly, crackle crackle, instantly, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the transformation of his muscles and bones, as well as the completion of the final tempering of his body and vital energy. Duan Lingtian had a pleasantly surprised expression, as he never expected that he would complete the tempering of his body at the third level of the core formation stage. He lightly clenched his fists. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. And this was only the strength of Duan Lingtian's fleshly body. When Duan Lingtian exerted his origin energy, another 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Presently, he was already able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. And this was under the premise that he didn't use a spirit weapon. If he used a spirit weapon, he could exert a strength close to the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. What a pleasant surprise. First I completed the mission, then my strength broke through. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Deep into the night, he fell asleep. The next day, the sound of knocking on the door disturbed Duan Lingtian's sweet dreams. After opening the door, Captain Yang De bluntly walked in, and he had a strange expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was deeply asleep. How did you do it? Early this morning, Yang De heard about what happened in the Lien clan last night, a major event that caused a stir in the entire Black Armor City. The 3 commanders of the Iron Armored Army were all heavily injured by the Lien clan elders. The patriarch of the Lien clan was almost killed. After repeatedly asking around, he found out the ins and outs of the matter. All of this originated from the conflict between the son of the Black Armor Army's commander and the son of the Lien clan patriarch. As far as he was concerned, there were many suspicious points. At the first possible moment, he thought of Duan Lingtian. What do you mean, how did I do it? Duan Lingtian yawned as he asked. Stop playing dumb. Don't tell me you don't know what happened in the Lien clan last night. Yang De jokingly scolded. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian woke up and shook his head. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Small matter? The corner of Yang Da's mouth twitched. He wondered if the youth in front of him did it on purpose. Their Iron Blood army had planned for many years, but they were unable to make the Lien clan and the Black Armor Army turn against each other. But now, it was done by the youth in front of him in one night. All right, is my mission considered completed? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang De and asked. Completed. Yang De nodded. A trace of curiosity flashed through his eyes. How did you do it? Duan Lingtian roughly told Yang De what happened. After Yang De finished listening, he couldn't help but be moved. He didn't expect this youth to be so scheming. Just by using one of Lien Ku's concubines, he was able to cause so much trouble. More importantly, he did the whole thing flawlessly. It could be said that not even a drop of water could leak out. Perhaps Lien Ku had some suspicions. But he didn't even have the chance to explain before he was killed by the Black Armor Army's commander who lost his beloved son. There's one thing I don't understand. Even if Lien Ku was angry, he shouldn't have killed Tong Lin for a concubine, right? Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Indeed, although he was angry, he didn't have any killing intent. Duan Lingtian nodded. How did you do it? Yang Da's face was full of expectation. It's a secret. Duan Lingtian shrugged and went to wash up and change his clothes. Chapter 118. When Duan Lingtian and Yang De leisurely left Black Armor City, they saw the soldiers of the Black Armor Army marching towards the Lien clan's mansion. It was as if a black cloud was about to crush the city. It seems like we've gone too far. Duan Lingtian rode his horse forward and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Yang De rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. All of this was caused by you, kid. If we're talking about the instigator, I don't think I'm the one. I have no enmity with the Black Armor Army or the Lien clan, so there's no need to trick them. It's all your fault for making me complete this bullshit mission. It's a thankless task. Duan Lingtian snorted. Let's go. Now that the matter is settled, I think the commander will be relieved. As soon as Yang De finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rode his horse out, leaving Yang De with a face full of dust. This brat. Yang De glared and chased after him. When they arrived, the two rode at full speed and traveled for 3 months. Now that the mission was completed ahead of time, Duan Lingtian and Yang De slowed down and leisurely rushed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. Along the way, they also stayed at inns in some small towns. They experienced the local conditions and customs of various places. After 5 months, they finally arrived at a small town near Iron Blood City. Let's rest here tonight. We'll arrive tomorrow after another day of travel, Yang De said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. The two rode their horses into the small town. Every time they walked into these small towns, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was back in Fresh Breeze Town. These small towns were almost the same size as Fresh Breeze Town. Lord Chiliuch, I think those inns are pretty good. Duan Lingtian realized that Yang De had led him into the small town, ignoring a few inns. We're not staying at an inn tonight. Yang De smiled. Not staying at an inn? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This is Lone Goose Town, and also my hometown. A trace of gentleness flashed across Yang Da's eyes. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, a fleet of carriages, like a swimming dragon, came from outside the town, majestic and mighty. Some cages were placed on these carriages. It wasn't a beast or a ferocious beast that was locked in the cage, but a human. These people were dressed like beggars, but they were also very fierce. Between their brows, there was a hint of viciousness. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. On the faces of these people, there were obvious brands. This is... Duan Lingtian immediately looked around. These are the slaves that the Kai clan gathered outside. They would usually sell some of them in Guyen Town and transport them to the county city. The Kai clan has a close relationship with the county governor's estate in the county city, Yang De said slowly. At this moment, Yang De, the leader of the group, rode his horse forward and stopped beside Yang De immediately. The entire convoy stopped. Kai Hai, you're actually taking action personally. Yang De nodded and smiled at the newcomer, appearing very familiar with him. Yang De, you haven't been back for a while? Has your cultivation improved again? After I transport these slaves back, I'll come to the Yang family to visit you and exchange pointers with you. Kai Hai smiled. Then you have to make the best use of your time. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Yang De smiled as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. He noticed that within one of the cages, a slightly robust figure had his gaze descending onto the spatial ring on his hand. It was a middle-aged man. His gaze revealed excitement that was difficult to restrain. He recognizes this spatial ring? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It was slightly difficult for him to imagine. This spatial ring belonged to the young sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Boundless sect. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that there was obviously a black pattern on the middle-aged man's neck. This pattern, within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu flashed past. Origin Sealing Gu. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he knew what this pattern represented. However, it was logically impossible for such a profound Gu poison to appear in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Origin Sealing Gu was a Gu poison that sealed origin energy. Even if it was a void stage expert, if caught off guard, they would still be affected. Once they were affected, their origin energy would be sealed, and only the 9th level of the body tempering stage would remain. Boundless sect. Noticing the fierce gaze of the sloppy middle-aged man sweeping over, Duan Lingtian mouthed these 3 words. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body trembled, and his eyes revealed excitement. He's really a member of the Boundless sect. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. Yang De, this is? Meanwhile, Kai Hai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian, a member of this year's Genius Camp. He's already passed the final test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. He's about to become a student of Paladin Academy. Yang smiled. Kai Hai was moved, and he squeezed out a friendly smile. Brother Ling Tian, I'm Kai Hai. How should I address you? Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, but he didn't know how to address Kai Hai. Kai Hai laughed heartily. If Brother Ling Tian doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Kai. How about it? Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian greeted, then asked, Big Brother Kai, where did these slaves you transport come from? Kai Hai smiled. We also brought in goods from other kingdoms. Most of them are prisoners of war, and some are vagrants. Brought in goods? Duan Ling Tian felt sad for these slaves. They were obviously people, yet they were treated as goods. Big Brother Kai, I've always wanted to buy a slave, but I didn't have the connections. I wonder if I can buy a slave from you? Duan Ling Tian probed. Brother Ling Tian, you're treating me like an outsider. Not to mention the friendship I've had with your chiliarch since we were young, you and I hit it off at first sight, and I feel extremely close as well. Which one of these slaves do you fancy? Take it as Big Brother Kai's gift to you. Kai Hai said generously. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Ling Tian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, with his current age of 17, it could be seen that his natural talent was outstanding. When he graduated from Paladin Academy in the future, he would surely have a boundless future. Kai Hai wouldn't have the chance to befriend such a person in the future. Now was the perfect time to give him a favor. Who knows, he might be able to exchange it for an even greater favor in the future. Thank you, Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse, and he intentionally urged his horse closer to the slaves in the cages. These slaves all stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian, wishing for nothing more than to tear Duan Ling Tian to shreds. I choose him. In the end, Duan Ling Tian pointed at the middle-aged man who might be a member of the Boundless sect. Kai Hai's brows slightly twitched as he reminded, Brother Ling Tian, this is only a 9th-level body-tempering slave, and is the cheapest in this group of slaves. Why don't we change to another one? How about that one? 5th level of the core formation stage. He's also one of the best in this group of slaves. Big Brother Kai, I'll take this one. You gave me a meeting gift, so how could I take advantage of you? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Brother Ling Tian is straightforward as expected. Wait for me to go back and settle these slaves down, then I'll bring him to the Yang clan to look for you. Kai Hai glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. He increasingly felt that this youth wasn't simple. He bid farewell to Yang De before leaving. Duan Ling Tian, is there anything special about that slave? Yang De looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight suspicion. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Captain, what do you think is special about him? Isn't he just a 9th-level body-tempering slave? I just feel that it's strange that you're so tactful. Yang De laughed loudly. Do I look like the type of person who's greedy for petty gains? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. You don't look like, that's more like it. You are. That night, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Yang clan estate. Only now did Duan Ling Tian find out that the Yang clan that Yang De belonged to was actually one of the 3 great clans of Lone Goose Town. The Kai clan that Kai Hai belonged to was also one of the 3 great clans of Lone Goose Town. Besides this, Duan Ling Tian also found out about one more thing. The official wife of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor was actually the elder sister of the Kai clan's patriarch, Pei San, who had an arm chopped off by him, was precisely the nephew of the Kai clan's patriarch. Kai Hai was the younger brother of the Kai clan's patriarch and was also Pei San's uncle. Enemies really do cross paths. After finding out about all this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. If that Pei San knew that not only was his uncle extremely courteous to me, he even gave me a slave. I wonder what he would think. He would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood, right? An evil thought flashed within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Young Master Ling Tian, the second master invites you in. Right at this moment, the voice of a servant girl sounded out from outside the room. Looks like Kai Hai has come. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The second master that the maidservant spoke of was precisely Captain Yang De. It was precisely the second brother of the Yang clan's patriarch. In the Yang clan audience hall, Duan Lingtian once again saw Kai Hai. Kai Hai had brought over the middle-aged man that Duan Lingtian wanted. After washing up, the middle-aged man changed into a set of clean clothes and looked rather fresh, but the brand on his face undoubtedly spoke of his lowly status as a slave. Big brother Kai. Duan Lingtian smiled to Kai Hai. Brother Lingtian, your eyesight isn't bad. Although this slave's cultivation is slightly inferior, his appearance and bearing are rather extraordinary. Kai Hai smiled. After exchanging some more pleasantries, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left with the middle-aged man. Within the quiet room, Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man stood facing each other. Why do you have the young sect leader's spatial ring? What did you do to him? The calmness on the middle-aged man's face vanished without a trace, and he grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders as he spoke agitatedly. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Bang! He struck out like a bolt of lightning and pushed the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice. If I wasn't poisoned, even if there were 1,000 ignorant kids like you, I would be able to turn them into ashes with a flip of my palm. You said you were poisoned. I only know that you're only a 9th-level body tempering stage trash. Behave yourself. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward and gave the middle-aged man another slap. You! The middle-aged man's face went grim as he once again struck out at Duan Lingtian. You seem to have forgotten that I'm your master now. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent as he raised his hand and struck out like a python swinging its tail, blasting the middle-aged man flying once again. Slap. Chapter 119. The middle-aged man's face flushed red, and he wanted to struggle free, but he was unable to. What? Unconvinced? Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted force on his leg. The middle-aged man's face went pale, and his body started to tremble. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew his leg. The middle-aged man gasped for breath and only recovered after a long time. Then he stared at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze. Duan Lingtian didn't mind as he said indifferently, "Serve me as your master, and I can help you remove the origin restriction goo in your body." You know about the origin restriction goo? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with astonishment. As far as he was concerned, logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to know about the origin restriction goo in this tiny kingdom. But the violet-clothed youth before him seemed to have a deep understanding of the origin restriction goo. Most importantly, he saw the Boundless Sect's young sect leader's spatial ring in the violet-clothed youth's hand. You can really remove the origin restriction goo in my body? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered. What? You doubt me? Duan Lingtian swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze, then said indifferently, "Now, tell me why you were inflicted with the origin restriction goo, and why you appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." The middle-aged man caught his breath. I'm called Xianxia, a guardian of the Boundless Sect. The Boundless Sect suffered a calamity of annihilation, and I escaped with the young sect leader. For the sake of preserving our lives, we each led away our pursuers. Later on, although I was lucky enough to escape, the origin restriction goo from before flared up, and I walked for a while in a sorry state before fainting from exhaustion. When I awoke once again, I discovered that I was locked up and was branded with a slave mark. As he finished speaking, Xianxia gnashed his teeth. The dignified Boundless Sect's guardian had actually become a slave now. At the beginning, he even wanted to die. In the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He believed that he would be able to remove the origin restriction goo sooner or later and recover his strength. At that time, he would kill all the people that branded him with a slave mark. So that's how it is. Your spatial ring was actually not taken away by them. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xianxia's right hand. There was a rusty ring on Xianxia's right middle finger. Others would not even take a second look at it, but Duan Lingtian could tell that it was a storage ring. Perhaps it was precisely because Xiongquan's storage ring was inconspicuous that it wasn't taken away. Xiongquan put away the storage ring with a cautious expression. Remove the ownership. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian was stunned as he shouted. Xiongquan's expression changed as a bitter look appeared on his face. He reluctantly removed the storage ring and handed it over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian dripped a drop of blood on it and opened it to take a look. However, he discovered that there were only some 7th-grade medicinal pills and a 7th-grade spirit weapon narrow saber. That's it? Duan Lingtian frowned as he removed the ownership of the storage ring and threw it back to Xiongquan. Trash? Xiongquan's mouth twitched. Who exactly was this young man? How could he call a 7th-grade spirit artifact and a 7th-grade pill trash? Little brother. Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Who's your brother? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I won't let you live, not to mention detoxifying your poison. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian emitted a dense killing intent. Xiongquan took a deep breath. However, he still spoke calmly. I want to know what happened to young sect leader. If young sect leader was killed by you, I'd rather die than acknowledge you as my master. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan in surprise. I couldn't tell that you had such a backbone. Xiongquan snorted. When I found your young sect leader, he was already on his last breath. He left me a voice transmission jade slip and instructed me to pass the other one to an old man called Shangguan Yen. After I detoxify your poison and let you recover your elemental energy, I'll pass the voice transmission jade slip to you to determine if it's real or fake. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Young sect leader. Xiongquan cried out sorrowfully, tears flowing down his old face. Finally, he held back his tears and bowed to Duan Lingtian. Xiongquan greets master. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiongquan indifferently. I can do my best to detoxify your poison, but I'll also leave a backup plan. I'll let you consume another type of strong poison. Xiongquan's expression changed. Don't worry, the strong poison I'll let you consume will only act up once every 6 months. As long as you consume the antidote within 6 months, you'll be safe for half a year. This is also the method I'll use to prevent you from going back on your words after you recover your elemental energy. Duan Lingtian added. Xiongquan's eyes flashed and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't expect this young man to be so farsighted. Just now, he indeed had this thought. Don't have any thoughts of being lucky, I'm an alchemist myself. Duan Lingtian withdrew the Alchemist Guild's Grade 9 Alchemist badge and waved it before Xiongquan's eyes before putting it away. Grade 9 Alchemist. Xiongquan's expression froze. This young man that looked to be only 17 years old was a Grade 9 Alchemist? Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there wasn't such a young Grade 9 alchemist. Come back with me tomorrow, I'll refine a medicinal pill to detoxify the origin restriction parasite for you. However, my current cultivation is limited, so the medicinal pill I refine can at most detoxify 1/3 of the origin restriction parasite's medicinal strength. What was your cultivation when you were at your peak? Duan Lingtian asked Xiongquan as he spoke. 6th level of the void prying stage. Xiongquan said respectfully. 6th level of the void prying stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stretched out his hand to rub his chin. After detoxifying 1/3 of the medicinal strength, your cultivation ought to be able to recover to the nascent soul stage. As for how many levels of the nascent soul stage you can recover to, it'll depend on your fortune. I can't fully recover. Xiongquan's expression froze and was slightly disappointed. I'm only a Grade 9 alchemist now, so my pill fire is restricted. Once I step into the origin core stage, I'll be able to become a Grade 8 alchemist. At that time, I'll be able to refine medicinal pills to help you detoxify 1/3 of the medicinal strength. Once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage and become a Grade 7 alchemist, I'll be able to help you completely detoxify the medicinal strength. In other words, once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage, Your cultivation will recover to your peak. Duan Lingtian swept Xiongquan with a cold and indifferent gaze. What? Can't wait? No. Xiongquan hurriedly shook his head. To him, being able to recover his origin energy in his lifetime was already not bad. Earlier, he'd been possessed for a moment. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan along as he followed Yang De back to Iron Blood City. At this moment, Xiongquan had already worn a mask that could cover half his face, covering his slave brand. After returning to Iron Blood City, Duan Lingtian gave Xiongquan some silver and asked him to stay at a designated inn before following Yang De back to the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Only at this moment did Duan Lingtian find out. He was the first member of the genius camp to complete a mission and return. There's only a month left before the one-year deadline. The other 28 people actually haven't completed their missions and returned. Looks like the place they went is extremely far. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly jerked as he secretly guessed. As expected, Duan Lingtian was once again summoned by the Iron Blood Army's commander, Ting Yunhai. This time, Ting Yunhai specially set up a welcoming banquet for Duan Lingtian. At the welcoming banquet, besides Ting Yunhai and the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, the 7 captains, including Yang De, were shockingly present. All the high-ranking generals stationed at the Iron Blood Army's campsite had arrived. Duan Lingtian, we represent the Iron Blood Army to toast you with this cup of wine. From today onwards, the Black Armored Army is nothing to fear. Ting Yunhai laughed heartily as he picked up a wine cup. The others followed suit and picked up wine cups. To the Iron Blood Army, the Black Armored Army, losing the assistance of the Lien clan was equivalent to losing a pair of wings. Cheers. Duan Lingtian also picked up a wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Satisfying. They all say that heroes come from the youth. This time, my horizons have truly been broadened. One of the captains looked at Duan Lingtian and took the lead to praise him. Subsequently, the remaining captains weren't stingy with their praises for Duan Lingtian. After the banquet ended, Duan Lingtian followed Ting Yunhai to the largest tent in the Iron Blood Army's campsite, which was also the tent of the commander, Ting Yunhai. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you would really complete that mission. Ting Yunhai sighed with emotion. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. What? Since commander isn't confident, why did you still assign that mission to me? Ting Yunhai laughed. From your tone, it seems that you have some resentment? Commander, where's my proof of enrollment? Not answering Ting Yunhai, Duan Lingtian spread out his hands. Obviously, he wasn't in the mood to stay here for long. Ting Yunhai raised his hand and passed a certificate to Duan Lingtian. The time to report to Paladin Academy is half a year later to a year later. After you return, you can prepare to depart. If you bring your family and travel by horse carriage from Aurora City to the Imperial City, it would take at least a year's time. You investigated me? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly displeased. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. Ting Yunhai always had a smile on his face. Farewell. Duan Lingtian put away the proof of enrollment, then turned around and left. He's young, but his temper isn't small. Duan Ruffing, you have a good son. Ting Yunhai's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Now that Duan Lingtian had passed the Genius Camp's training, the restriction order for the Genius Camp members was lifted, and he could freely enter and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. After he left the Iron Blood Army's campsite, he found a few medicine shops and gathered enough medicinal herbs before going to the inn to look for Xiongquan. Master! Xiongquan was very tactful now, and he was respectful and reverent in front of Duan Lingtian. Stand guard for me, I'll refine the antidote for you. Duan Lingtian flicked his sleeve and directly entered the room. Xiongquan replied excitedly when he heard this, and he respectfully stood guard outside the door like a guardian. In the room, Duan Lingtian first classified all the medicinal herbs, then he picked them up one by one and placed them into the cauldron. Alchemy fire appeared and was pressed into the cauldron. The flame shot out, and the cauldron became restless. Chapter 120. Spirit Cleansing Pill. The medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian refined now. It was a type of detoxification spirit pill that Samsara Emperor Wu created after researching 100 poisons, and it was divided into 9 grades. Duan Lingtian was only a grade 9 alchemist now, so he could only refine grade 9 spirit cleansing pills. Duan Lingtian opened the door and saw Xianxia looking at him with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian casually threw 3 spirit cleansing pills to Xianxia and said indifferently, "Consume one first. The medicinal effect will probably take around a month to completely dissolve. After a month, consume the second pill. After 2 months, consume the third pill. After 3 months, you can recover 1/3 of your peak strength." "Thank you, Master." Xianxia didn't hesitate and directly stuffed a spirit cleansing pill into his mouth and swallowed it. As for the other 2 pills, he put them away in his spatial ring as if they were treasures. "Remember, I mixed a strong poison into the medicinal pill. If you don't behave, only death awaits," Duan Lingtian added. "Yes, Master." Xianxia was already mentally prepared. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed at the inn. The conditions of the Iron Blood Army's campsite were much worse than the inn. Currently, he had already started to charge towards the 4th level of the core formation stage. Once I step into the 4th level of the core formation stage, my origin energy will undergo a qualitative change and directly increase the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly shone. At that time, even if I don't use a spirit weapon and fight barehanded, I'll still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, comparable to an 8th level core formation martial artist. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is worthy of being a cultivation method on the same level as the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Emperor Wu cultivated. In the future, once I break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage and complete the final tempering of the Raging Python form, I'll possess the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist would only possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths if they don't rely on a spirit weapon as an external force. But because my fleshly body far surpasses an ordinary person, I'll possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than them. Even a 1st level origin core stage martial artist only possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. When I was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, I was able to steadily defeat a 1st level origin core stage martial artist. However, a 2nd level origin core stage martial artist possesses the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Only by stepping into the 1st level of the origin core stage would I be able to go against him. Duan Lingtian's agitated emotions quickly calmed down. Cultivate seriously. 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Raging Python transformation. Origin energy ceaselessly circulated within Duan Lingtian's body in hopes of breaking through to the 4th level of the core formation stage as soon as possible. Although Duan Lingtian had now obtained the proof of admission to Paladin Academy and could directly return home, he didn't, as he wanted to know the results of Xiao Yu, Wang Mang, and Lo Cheng's test. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian was the 2nd person to return. Su Li had completed the assessment mission and obtained the admission certificate. "Duan Lingtian, I challenge you." Su Li's gaze focused as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "Su Li, you've broken through?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Su Li's body lightly trembled as 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above him. "Su Li, are you sure you want to battle me?" Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face as he took a step forward. A single step was like a collapsing mountain. Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. Su Li had a dumbstruck expression as a sense of loss arose within his heart, but he quickly recovered. "I understand." Su Li took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the battle intent in his eyes was as before. "Duan Lingtian, I'm inferior to you now, but I'll work hard to catch up to you. I'll see you at Paladin Academy 1 year from now." After saying this, Xianxia nodded. Su Li's figure flashed, transforming into a gust of wind that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite. "This Su Li is rather interesting." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. In the next few days, Tian Hu and Yu Xiang returned. Duan Ling Tian, my county city's Yu clan will absolutely not let you off. Yu Xiang planned to threaten Duan Ling Tian before leaving. What? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you on your way back? Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed as killing intent flashed within. Yu Xiang's face went grim. He was really frightened by Duan Ling Tian's words. Although he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he didn't dare leave for the time being. He went to look for his older brother's good friend, the centurion Fang Chun. He wanted Fang Chun to send him out of Iron Blood City, so as to prevent Duan Ling Tian from killing him. Unexpectedly. Yu Xiang, I've been rather busy recently, so I'm afraid I don't have the time to send you back. Fang Chun tactfully refused. What a joke. From the moment Duan Ling Tian killed Yu Hong, he'd vowed in his heart that he would absolutely not offend Duan Ling Tian, this malefic star. Now, he even suspected that the centurion Bai Feng had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, with Bai Feng's strength, how could he suddenly vanish from the face of the earth? Yu Xiang's face slightly sank. Yu Xiang, how about this? Since you're worried that Duan Ling Tian will look for trouble with you, you can temporarily stay at our Iron Blood Army's campsite. After Duan Ling Tian leaves, you can take advantage of the night to take a detour and leave. How about it? Fang Chun thought for a moment. After all, he was friends with Yu Xiang, so he gave Yu Xiang a friendly reminder. Yu Xiang's face was as unsightly as it could be. He was a dignified genius disciple of the county city's Yu clan, and now that he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he actually had to leave in such a cowardly manner. But he also knew that he had no other choice. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know that a casual threat of his actually caused Yu Xiang to be in a state of panic, and that Yu Xiang only dared to leave after Duan Ling Tian left Iron Blood City. Another few days passed. Duan Ling Tian waited for Xiao Yu, who'd completed his mission and returned. Xiao Yu, you broke through? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiao Yu again. How did you know? Xiao Yu was stunned. Looking at your high-spirited appearance, it wasn't hard to guess. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Accompany me on a trip. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. What? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. I want to challenge Yu Xiang. Xiao Yu's voice had a trace of icy coldness mixed within. Yu Xiang was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, but he wasn't afraid of Xiao Yu. Since he was challenged by Xiao Yu, he naturally accepted the challenge. The two of them battled, and in the end, Xiao Yu relied on sleeve dimension to win by a slight margin. Xiao Yu recalled the enmity of the past, and he swung his sleeve to blast Yu Xiang flying, causing Yu Xiang to be heavily injured and unconscious. Have you vented your anger? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Xiao Yu nodded, and his face was filled with a brilliant smile. Before long, the remaining centurions returned one after another along with the arrival of the one-year period. Most of the centurions returned alone, and only a few centurions brought back the youths from the genius camp. In the end, the centurions that traveled with Meng Quan and Lo Cheng returned as well. However, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were nowhere to be seen. Duan Ling Tian and Lo Cheng's heart sank. In the end, they obtained the answer. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were dead. At this time, all the centurions had returned. The people that passed the test, including Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu, were only 7 people. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu. Just when Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu had just found out about this news, the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, appeared in front of the two of them. In his hands were 2 letters. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng's wills. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng each left behind 2 wills when they were alive. Meng Quan's wills, one of them was signed by Xiao Yu. Lo Cheng's wills were signed by Duan Ling Tian. Qiao Qingshan handed the 2 wills to Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu. My condolences. Qiao Qingshan sighed and turned around to leave. He had seen too many parting of life and death and knew how Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu felt at this moment. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and opened Lo Cheng's wills. Lo Cheng's handwriting was graceful, as if it was written by a little girl. Duan Ling Tian, when you received this letter, I probably didn't pass the final test. Alas, I still failed. However, I don't regret it because I tried my best. Being able to get to know you, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu was the happiest thing in my life. It was all of you that allowed me to know how to be a man. Thank you all. Send my regards to Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. If they're still alive when you see this letter. Also, there's something I can't let go of. This matter is also the driving force that urged me to come to the genius camp. If possible, I hope you can help me. Lo Cheng's last words. While Duan Lingtian's hand trembled and the letter in his hand was twisted into a ball. Although he had only known Lo Cheng for 3 months, he had already taken Lo Cheng as a friend in his heart. Now, this friend of his was eternally separated from him. Lo Cheng, don't worry. I'll surely help you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and silently said in his heart. Meng Quan. The nearby Xiao Yu had finished reading Meng Quan's last words as well, and a trace of sorrow appeared on his cold face. Meng Quan. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but recall. When he was still in Aurora City, Meng Quan was in such high spirits. Meng Quan, have a safe journey. Duan Lingnan, I plan to leave today and return to help Meng Quan complete his unfulfilled wish. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and took a deep breath as he spoke bluntly. I want to make a trip to Lo Cheng's family as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. The two of them went to look for the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, and brought along the other last words of Lo Cheng and Meng Quan before leaving Iron Blood City. Xiong Quan silently followed behind and protected his master, Duan Lingtian. A month had passed, and he had digested the medicinal strength of the first clear spirit pill. His origin energy had already returned, and his cultivation had recovered to the origin core stage. Lo Cheng's family was located in Polonia City. Polonia City was between Iron Blood City and Aurora City, so it was on the way. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 turned halfway and entered the nearby Polonia City. The Luo family was only a small family in Polonia City. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived outside the Luo family estate and bribed a Luo family disciple to smoothly enter the Luo family estate and see Lo Cheng's sister, Luo Shi. When he saw Luo Shi for the first time, Duan Lingtian had a breathtaking feeling. Luo Shi was around the same age as him, graceful, delicate, and moving in terms of appearance. Luo Shi was only slightly inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Xiaolan. She even slightly surpassed Li Shishir. You all? Luo Shi had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Xiong Quan's fierce shout. Chapter 121. Xiong Quan's shout caused the people hiding outside the courtyard to have nowhere to hide. They simply walked out openly. Xiao Yu frowned. Duan Linggan had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Luo Hu, Luo Qian, you two monitor me. Seeing the two of them, Luo Shi was so angry that her face went slightly pale. Luo Shi, this is the patriarch's order. The 2 Luo family youths had calm expressions. Luo Shi took a deep breath and ignored the 2 of them, then looked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. You two are my brother's friends? But my brother went to Iron Blood City and hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They really couldn't bear to tell Luo Shi about Lo Cheng's bad news, but they also understood that Luo Shi would find out sooner or later. Luo Shi, this is the letter your brother left for you. Duan Lingtian took out Lo Cheng's letter and passed it to Luo Shi. Luo Shi's face went pale as she realized something. She received the letter with trembling hands and opened it to read. Unknowingly, her tears had already fallen like rain. Brother, I already told you that the genius camp's training is very dangerous. Why didn't you listen? How am I going to live without you? Lo Cheng is dead. The 2 Luo family youths squinted their eyes. My condolences. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu comforted her. Your big brother Lingtian? Luo Shi's delicate body slightly trembled and twitched a few more times before she spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. My brother asked me to listen to you in the future. Luo Shi spoke while crying. I came this time to take you away from the Luo family, as this is also your brother's wish. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Lo Cheng is dead, and according to the agreement between him and our Luo family, He can't obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Luo Qian will have to listen to our Luo family's arrangements and marry the Qian family's young master, forming a marriage alliance with the Qian family. None of you can take her away. Two young men from the Luo family took a step forward and stared at the Duan Lingtian trio like a tiger watching its prey. If I want to take someone away, no one can stop me. Duan Lingtian sneered with a domineering expression. Xiao Yu was even more direct. He took a step forward and his body trembled. Whirled in the sleeve. With a wave of his sleeves, his origin energy surged and sent the two Luo clan youths flying. Scram. Along the way, Xiao Yu also learned from Duan Lingtian what Lo Cheng's unfulfilled wish was. Lo Cheng did not want his sister to become a tool for the Luo family's marriage. This was also the reason why he went to the genius camp. Everything he did was for the sake of this sister of his. The will he gave Duan Lingtian was to ask Duan Lingtian to help him rescue his sister, take her away from the Luo family, and give her a stable life. Fourth level of the core formation stage. The two young men from the Luo family noticed the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiao Yu and their faces went pale. They glanced at each other before leaving in a sorry state. Pack up and leave with us. Duan Lingtian smiled to Luo Qian. Luo Qian nodded. Her tears couldn't be stopped, but when she thought of the contents of the will Lo Cheng left for her, she wiped away her tears and had a strong expression. She had to be strong and not disappoint her brother. I'll help you. Xiao Yu followed Luo Qian into the room. With Xiao Yu's help, Luo Qian's things were packed up in a short while. Duan Lingtian took the lead, and Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Xiao Yu and Luo Qian followed behind. The four of them walked out of the Luo family estate. When they arrived at the entrance of the Luo family estate, 3 figures stood there like door gods, a middle-aged man and 2 old men. Patriarch. Luo Qian's face went pale when she saw the middle-aged man. Luo Qian, I'll give you a chance. You stay and I'll let them leave. Otherwise, they'll die for sure. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Luo Qian's face went pale. She struggled for a while before looking at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. Thank you for taking care of my brother. You can leave. After the patriarch and the 2 elders appeared, she realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to take her away. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu were her brother's friends, and she couldn't implicate them. She had the will to die in her heart. Once Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu successfully left, she would choose to end her own life. Now that her brother was gone, she had nothing to worry about. Brother, I'll be able to accompany you soon. If you want me to marry that good-for-nothing young master of the Qian family, I'd rather die. A trace of sorrow flashed within Luo Qian's heart. Xiao Yu's face sank, and his cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the Luo family's patriarch. I'm the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao family's supreme elder. If you're sensible, then hurry up and F***K off. Aurora City's Xiao family? The Luo family's patriarch laughed. It's not the Aurora City's family's turn to meddle in our Luo family's affairs. 2 elders, see the guests out. Yes. Instantly, the 2 old men standing behind the Luo family's patriarch attacked, flashing straight towards Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiong Quan. Above the 2 old men, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared, 2 first-level origin core stage martial artists. Xiao Yu's face went ghastly pale. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian finally spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. 2 first-level origin core stage martial artists dare be presumptuous before my master. F***K off. Xiong Quan snorted coldly, then took a stride forward and slapped the 2 old men flying with a single slap, causing them to crash onto the ground and lose consciousness. Above Xiong Quan, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. 3rd level origin core stage. The Luo family's patriarch's face went grim, and his gaze was filled with coldness as he took a stride forward. Above him, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian's face went cold. Xiong Quan, cripple him. Yes, master. Xiong Quan moved, taking a stride forward, and his entire body seemed to have instantly moved from one end to the other, heaven and earth. An azure sword light flashed past, accompanied by a shrill cry. The Luo family's patriarch knelt on the ground, then his entire body crashed onto the ground, losing all support. Fresh blood sprayed out from his 4 limbs. The tendons in his arms and legs were completely severed. The Luo family's patriarch lay on the ground, looking up at the 49 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed before vanishing above Xiong, and his voice was trembling. Grade 7 spirit weapon? In the end, the Luo family's patriarch lost too much blood and fainted. Patriarch! The 2 Luo family youths that went to inform the Luo family stood in the distance, and when they saw this scene, they were terrified to the point their legs trembled and their faces went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian's gaze coldly swept past the 2 of them. I said earlier, no one can stop the people I want to take away. Let's go. Only when Duan Lingtian's group left the Luo family estate did the 2 Luo family youths react. The violet-clothed youths' domineering words reverberated by their ears. No one can stop the people I want to take away. When they heard these words for the first time, they thought that the violet-clothed youth was arrogant and conceited. Now it would seem that the violet-clothed youth was really confident. Outside the Luo family estate, Duan Lingtian leaped onto his horse. Xiao Yu instead pulled Luo Qian onto his horse, then embraced her and spurred the horse forward. When he saw this scene, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth flashed with a trace of a smile. He'd long since noticed the unusual light that flickered within Xiao Yu's eyes. Looks like Xiao Yu has taken a fancy to Luo Qian. This is good as well, at least Luo Qian will have someone to rely on in the future. Lo Qing should be at ease in the afterlife if he knows about this. On the way, Xiao Yu's gaze never left Xiong from the beginning. He wasn't sure of Xiong origins. Since the moment they left Ironblood City, this middle-aged man that wore a mask that covered half his face had always been following Duan Lingtian, and even addressed Duan Lingtian as master. At the moment Xiong noticed the 2 Luo family youths, he realized that Xiong wasn't simple. When Xiong revealed his strength at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and even took out a grade 7 spirit weapon sword, he was completely dumbstruck. This Xiong actually has a spatial ring. As for a grade 7 spirit weapon, even his grandfather, the Shao clan's supreme elder, in existence at the nascent soul stage, didn't have one. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu spurred his horse to approach Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice. He's my servant. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke indifferently. Servant? The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Even Luo Qian, whose tears hadn't dried yet, seemed to have forgotten her sorrow for a moment, and was indescribably astonished. This person whose strength was even stronger than the Luo family's patriarch was actually Duan Lingtian's servant? Who the heck is this friend of Big Brother? Her heart slightly trembled. Duan Lingtian could be considered to be satisfied with Xiong recovered strength. According to the current situation, Xiong ought to be able to recover his strength to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above when the 2nd Spirit Cleansing Pill's medicinal effect took effect a month later. 2 months later, when the 3rd Spirit Cleansing Pill's medicinal effect took effect, Xiong strength would be sufficient to recover to the nascent soul stage. To Duan Lingtian, the current Xiong was like a sharp blade in his hand. Anyone who dared obstruct his footsteps was bound to die under this sharp blade. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Why was there such a huge gap between them? It was fine if Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength surpassed his. But now, even the servant he'd taken in was in existence at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, causing him to feel a wave of unfairness in his heart. Before long, he felt at ease. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a monster and couldn't be looked at with the gaze of a normal person. Half a month later, Aurora City finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. We're home. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Mother, I've returned. Kerr, I've returned. Little Fei, I've returned. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with an excited sheen. Xiao Yu, You'll take care of Lil Qian in the future? How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and asked. No problem. Xiao Yu nodded. Duan Lingtian then looked at Luo Qian and lightly smiled. Luo Qian, Xiao Yu is a person worthy of relying on. I believe he'll take good care of you and allow you to be worry-free for your entire life. After half a month of time, Luo Qian had recovered a lot. Now, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words that had a meaning behind them, her beautiful face blushed slightly, and she was speechless as she lightly nodded. Yes, big brother Lingtian. Xiao Yu. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. From the moment Lo Cheng entrusted me to take care of Luo Qian, I've taken her to be my own little sister. Now that I'm handing her over to you, if you let her suffer any grievance, I'll absolutely not let you off. Don't worry. Xiao Yu nodded with a serious expression, and a trace of gratitude flashed within his eyes. Chapter 122. After parting ways with Xiao Yu and Luo Shi, Duan Lingtian threw some silver to Xiongquan and sent him to stay at an inn. He returned to the Li clan estate alone. Duan Lingtian? On the way, many Li clan disciples looked at Duan Lingtian as if they'd seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian has returned? Oh my god, he actually returned from the Devil's Genius camp. For a time, the entire Li clan was in an uproar. The matter of Duan Lingtian going to the Ironblood Army's Genius camp had long since spread throughout the Li clan, so many people knew. But they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to return alive. What did returning alive represent? Everyone understood. It represented that Duan Lingtian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy, the most sacred existence in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, was so far out of reach to every single Li clan disciple. Now, someone from their Li clan had actually obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. This was undoubtedly a piece of exciting news. In the quiet courtyard, a graceful and beautiful young girl was practicing her sword. As the tip of her sword flashed, traces of icy cold aura were emitted. Suddenly, the young girl withdrew her sword and stood there. She glanced at the two little pythons on her wrist and sighed. Young master has already left for a year and a month. Why hasn't he returned? Little black, little white, do you miss him? Of course they don't miss my cur. Right at this moment, a familiar voice entered the young girl's ears, causing her delicate body to involuntarily tremble as she slowly turned around. My cur has grown up. Duan Lingtian looked at the graceful young girl before him. The young girl had grown a little taller, and the childishness on her beautiful face had faded a little. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Nothing could surpass this. Young master. The young girl's eyes were slightly red. At this moment, she'd forgotten all the unnecessary formalities and swiftly moved with graceful steps, charging towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged the girl. Smelling the fresh fragrance of the girl's hair, he said softly, "Cur, I'm back." The girl nodded, unwilling to leave Duan Lingtian's embrace for a long time. How she wished this moment could last forever. At this moment, the door of a nearby room opened. "Cur is back?" A radiant and beautiful woman slowly walked out with a trace of excitement in her eyes. "Mother, I'm back." Duan Lingtian looked at the woman, a gentle light flowing out of his eyes. The young girl was so shy that she left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Madam. Silly girl, don't be shy. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. That's right, you're my fiancé. What's there to be shy about? Duan Lingtian added. A year had passed, but his mother Li Ro hadn't changed much. She was still as beautiful and moving as before. She didn't look like the mother of a 17-year-old boy at all. Scoundrel! Suddenly, an excited voice came from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw a hot figure running in. She ran straight into his embrace and pounded his chest. You rascal, you didn't even come to see me when you came back. If I didn't hear about it from others, I wouldn't have known that you were back. Little Fei, After not seeing each other for a year, Li Fei had become more mature. She was constantly emitting her charm, causing Duan Lingtian's little brother that had been silent for more than a year to have a reaction. Li Fei also felt it. Her face was red, and only then did she realize that Kerr and Li Ro were beside her. She hurriedly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Aunt Ro, little sister Kerr. Li Fei greeted Li Ro and Kerr. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. You've been on the road all day. Are you hungry? Mother will go prepare some food for you. Li Ro went into the kitchen and busied herself. Kerr also followed in. At this time, Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian. Are you going to see grandfather, right? Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Fei's words, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei lightly nodded her head. Of course I want to see him. After not coming back for more than a year, I also miss grandfather. Furthermore, you are already mine. I naturally want to be filial to grandfather with you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and squeezed her palm. Seeing Li Da again, Duan Lingtian did not know if it was his misperception or what, but when Li Da saw him, he actually let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Could it be that he was worried that something would happen to him in the genius camp? Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. Grandfather. Duan Lingtian smiled to the old man. It's good that you're back. What do you plan to do in the future? Li Da asked. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Li Da's eyes had an extra trace of anticipation. Grandfather, I plan to leave in a few days. This time, I plan to bring my mother, Kerr, and little Fei to the Imperial City. Grandfather, you come with us. Duan Lingtian spoke of his plans. Just as the Iron Blood Army's commander, Ting Yunhai, had said, if he dragged his family and rode a carriage to the Imperial City and stopped to rest on the way, it would take almost a year's time. So, he didn't plan to stay long this time. I won't go. I'll stay in the Li family for the rest of my life. The old man shook his head. Grandfather, if you don't go, then I won't go either. Li Fei pouted her lips and acted like a spoiled child. Fei, you've grown up and aren't the little girl of the past. Grandfather believes that Ling Tian will treat you well. Even if you leave, can't you come back and visit grandfather when you have time? Don't worry, grandfather isn't old enough to need someone to serve him. The old man's face was filled with doting love. Grandfather. Li Fei's eyes were slightly red. Duan Lingtian's gaze was always on the old man's face. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Grandfather, let's eat dinner together tonight. Glancing at the darkening sky, Duan Lingtian said to the old man. Okay, I'll come to your house for a meal today. The old man laughed. I can ask you about the training in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. I'm very curious about the training in the Genius Camp as well. Tonight's dinner was especially lively. Besides the old man who was interested in the Genius Camp, Kerr, Li Fei, and Li Ro were all very interested as well. Duan Lingtian then told them about his experiences in the Genius Camp. Apart from some of the more dangerous things, he told them everything else. When he talked about the deaths of Meng Quan and Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh. In life, everyone will eventually die. In life, there is no lack of separation between life and death. It's good to be more open-minded. Moreover, you've already helped Lo Cheng complete his wish. Even if he knows in the underworld, he should be able to rest in peace. The old man had experienced many things and had the most right to speak. Grandfather, don't worry. I'm still open-minded about this. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. 98 people passed the Genius Camp exam, but only 7 people survived. The Devil Genius Camp really lives up to its name. Li Fei sighed. Mother, you and Kerr should pack up for the next 2 days. I've decided to leave for the Imperial City in 3 days. After finishing dinner and sending off the old man and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro. Li Ro nodded her head. She was already prepared, so she wasn't surprised. Then, Duan Lingtian started to tease the 2 little pythons. Little black, little white. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Has your strength increased? Don't tell me you're still in the same place? As if they understood Duan Lingtian's words, the two little pythons proudly raised their heads and nodded their heads at Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the horns on Little Black and Little White's heads were almost completely revealed. It seems that you've also improved a lot. Duan Lingtian could guess from the changes in the two little pythons' appearance that their strength had increased. The increase in a vicious beast's strength was usually accompanied by a change in appearance. This was the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu. The next morning, as soon as he finished eating, an unexpected guest arrived at Duan Lingtian's house. Patriarch Li Ao. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Li Ao had a brilliant smile on his face. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile. This is a small token of appreciation from our Li clan. I hope that when you enter Paladin Academy in the future, you won't forget that you're a member of the Li clan. As Li Ao spoke, he passed a large stack of silver bills to Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I'm not a person who forgets his roots. Actually, you don't have to be so courteous. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he still extended his hand to receive the silver bills. After weighing them in his hand, he realized that these silver bills were at least 2 million silver. He naturally understood Li Ao's thoughts. Li Ao wanted to rope him in early and make him submit wholeheartedly. In this way, if he became famous in the future, the Li clan would be able to rise to the top with him. This money is only of some help to you now. In the future, it will only be a drop in the ocean. Li Ao sighed. So long as it was someone who graduated from Paladin Academy, there was no mediocre person. Every single one of them was a great figure. At the very least, they would have an official position. At that time, in terms of status, it would be far from what he, the patriarch of the Li clan, could compare to. No matter what, I still have to thank Patriarch for your timely help. Duan Lingtian smiled. When do you plan to head to the Imperial City? Li Ao asked. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian said. So anxious. Li Ao was surprised. If it was me alone, I'd arrive in a few months. But this time, I want to bring my mother along and prepare to use a carriage instead of walking. Duan Lingtian said. Since it's like this, leave the matter of the carriage to me. Li Ao said. Then thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he sincerely thanked Li Ao. After sending Li Ao off, Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate and went to the medicine store to see Tang Ying. Kid, you finally returned alive. Tang Ying scolded with a smile. I think you're hoping that I won't return, right? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Tang Ying. When do you plan to leave? Tang Ying asked the same question as Li Ao. I came to tell you about this matter. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian smiled. If you leave, you'll definitely take that girl with you. What about the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid? Tang Ying stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. How about you sell the formula to me? Not selling. Duan Lingtian replied very bluntly. Chapter 123. However, Duan Lingtian's next words caused Tang Ying's eyes to light up. I can't sell the medicinal formula to you, but I can pass it down to you. However, you have to guarantee that I'll get the same share of profits as before. Also, you can't spread it out. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Tang Ying. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the medicinal formula and kill you? After Tang Ying was pleasantly surprised, he joked. Can you bear to do that? I have even better things in my hands, and maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. You're a smart person, so you should know that killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is a stupid action. Duan Lingtian laughed. You're a little fox. Tang Ying said angrily. Duan Lingtian took out the medicinal formula he prepared and had Tang Ying memorize it, then he ignited a strand of alchemy fire and burned it to ashes. When did you become an alchemist? Seeing the alchemy fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, Tang Ying was stunned. He didn't know that Duan Lingtian was an alchemist. Duan Lingtian took out the Grade 9 alchemist badge issued by the Alchemist Guild and waved it in front of Tang Ying. Under Tang Ying's stunned gaze, he swaggered out of the medicine store. How many more secrets does this kid have? Tang Ying suddenly felt that he really couldn't see through this youth anymore. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a wave of hurried voices coming from inside. Although he didn't hear clearly what was said, he still recognized the owner of the voice. Little fatty Li Xian. Why is this kid here? Could it be that he was recommended to the main family by the branch family? Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he walked in. However, the slightly oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard caused him to feel slightly heavy. Boss. Seeing Duan Lingtian return, little fatty was excited. Li Xian, what happened? Duan Lingtian noticed that his mother Li Ro's expression wasn't too good, and faintly realized that something might have happened. Boss, the Grand Elder is dead. The little fatty's chubby face was trembling, and his words were filled with excitement. The Grand Elder the little fatty spoke of was naturally the Grand Elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Li Hua. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He grabbed the little fatty's shoulders with both hands. What's going on? How did the Great Elder die? He was very clear about the Great Elder's situation. After he cured the Great Elder's hidden illness, with the Great Elder's cultivation, he would be able to live for several more decades. There was only one possibility. The Grand Elder was killed by someone. Boss, it was someone from the Fong family. An old guy from the Fong family who had been away for many years came back. He forced the head elder to hand over the formula for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The head elder would rather die than submit, so he was killed by him. The little fatty was extremely agitated. Fong family, it's the Fong family again. What's that old man's cultivation? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It seems to be a second-level origin core stage martial artist. He attacked out of rage, and 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The little fatty's expression sank slightly. If it wasn't for him having misgivings about our Li family being a branch family of the Aurora City's Li family, I'm afraid our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family would have already ceased to exist. I came here this time to see if the Li clan is willing to help take revenge for the Grand Elder. If the Li clan isn't willing, then I'll go look for my grandfather. There's no need for the Li clan to make a move, I'll go with you. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the air seemed to become slightly colder. But, boss, that's an origin core stage martial artist. The little fatty was slightly hesitant. So what if he's at the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. Presently, Xianxia had already digested the medicinal strength of the second spirit cleansing pill, and his cultivation had recovered to the 9th level of the origin core stage, not to mention that the old guy from the Fong family was only a 2nd level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he was at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he would still die without a doubt. Xianxia was once a void stage martial artist. Even if his current cultivation was far inferior to before, but in terms of experience, how could an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist compare to him? Not to mention this, Xianxia relied on the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was absolutely no one below the nascent soul stage that was a match for him. Mom, I'm going back to Fresh Breeze Town. I'll be back tomorrow and won't delay the journey. Tell Kerr. Duan Lingtian spoke to Li Ro before grabbing onto the little fatty's shoulder and bringing him along as he flashed out of the Li family estate. The little fatty only felt the cold howl of the wind ceaselessly enter his ears, causing his chubby face to go pale from fright. When he raised his head and saw the scene above Duan Lingen, he was completely dumbstruck. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. When did boss become so strong? The little fatty fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When the little fatty noticed that Duan Lingtian had stopped, only then did he notice that an inn had appeared before his eyes. Boss, why did you bring me here? The little fatty had a puzzled expression. Wait for me here. Duan Lingtian informed the little fatty before entering the inn to look for Xianxia. Come with me. Yes, master. Xianxia didn't ask anything and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He could clearly feel that his master's voice was very oppressive and was obviously suppressing a breathtaking rage. I wonder which unlucky fellow actually dares to provoke my master. After Duan Lingtian left the inn with Xianxia, he called the little fatty over and bought 3 horses before directly setting off for Fresh Breeze Town. Boss, who's he? Is he the helper you found? Although the little fatty was shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was very obvious that the current Duan Lingtian was absolutely not a match for that old fellow from the Fong family. Now that he saw Xianxia, his heart calmed down. I'm his master, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Master? The little fatty urged his horse forward while sizing up Xianxia, his small eyes revealing suspicion. In his opinion, a servant that could be subdued by Duan Lingtian definitely wouldn't be stronger than Duan Lingtian. Boss, why don't I go find my grandfather? The little fatty said. If you keep nagging, do you believe that I won't kick you off your horse? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he urged his horse closer to the little fatty. Boss, don't. The little fatty was so scared that his chubby face turned white. He hurriedly waved the horsewhip in his hand. Go! The 3 of them rode into Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was still the same as before. It was bustling with activity, with endless streams of carriages and horses. However, the Li family's mansion seemed a little quiet. Mourning was everywhere. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and led the little fatty and Meng Quan into the Li family's mansion. The members of the Li family were currently gathered in the morning hall. Duan Lingtian walked in. With a glance, he saw the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the Li family's elders taking turns to offer incense and respectfully bow. The great elder's married daughter had also returned. She brought her child and knelt at the side, crying. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Li Nanfeng and the Li family's elders all noticed Duan Lingtian. They should have been happy, but they couldn't. The great elder was dead. The Li family's biggest pillar of support had fallen. What would the Li family do in the future? Patriarch, elders. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Nanfeng and the others. He took a few steps forward, took 3 incense sticks, and bowed 3 times to the great elder Li Hua's memorial tablet. Great elder, you were willing to live in Fresh Breeze Town for the sake of the Li family. Thank you for your hard work. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua's memorial tablet with a slightly emotional expression. Although he hadn't known Li Hua for long, Li Hua had constantly helped him and tolerated his youthful frivolity. He remembered all of this deeply in his heart. He had always respected Li Hua. Great elder, don't worry. I will avenge you. After today, the Fong family of Fresh Breeze Town will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian respectfully inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. Duan Lingtian's last sentence caused Li Nanfeng and the Li family elders to be moved. Based on their understanding of Duan Lingtian wasn't the type of person who liked to boast, but what did he have? Xianxia, follow me. Duan Lingtian's figure trembled, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Spirit serpent movement technique. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before the eyes of everyone in the morning hall. Xianxia followed closely behind, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above his head as well, following him like shadows. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Li Nanfeng was stunned. Even he, with his cultivation at the 6th level of the core formation stage, could only exert the strength of 8 ancient mammoths at full strength. The Li family elders were stunned as well. The current Duan Lingtian had already completely exceeded their imaginations. Patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian's current strength is close to the 7th level of the core formation stage, it's still impossible for him to be a match for that old freak from the Fong family. One of the Li family elders couldn't help but speak. Don't worry, didn't you see that he brought another person with him? Li Nanfeng obviously believed in Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian had never done anything he wasn't confident in, no matter if it was the battle with 7th elder Li Kuan's son, Li Jie, or the battle with the Fong family's manager, Fong Cheng. Both times, he exceeded everyone's expectations. Patriarch, it's different this time. Little fatty Li Xian had an anxious expression. Patriarch, I'm guessing that the cultivation of the person by boss's side is about the same as his, and probably isn't a match for that old fellow from the Fong family. Li Nanfeng stared blankly. Fifth elder Li Ting looked at his son as well. What the hell is going on? Speak quickly. That person addresses boss as master, and is boss's servant. Do you think Li Xian had a bitter smile on his face. He hadn't even finished speaking when the expressions of the Li family's higher-ups, including Li Nanfeng and Li Ting, all changed. Let's go! Li Nanfeng took the lead and flashed out of the morning hall. The Li family's higher-ups followed one after another. Duan Lington, that little fellow, is too impulsive. Li Ting's face sank. I thought that the helper he brought back would be able to suppress that old fellow from the Fong family, but I didn't expect that it was only his servant. Li Nanfeng's voice was filled with anxiety. Quick! If we're too late, Duan Lingtian will most likely die. Today, our Li family will have a bloody battle with the Fong family. We'll fight to our heart's content and avenge Grand Elder. Even if we die, we'll have no regrets. Grand Elder has devoted his entire life to the family. Now, it's time for us to do something for Grand Elder. Chapter 124. In the Fong family mansion. Unlike the Li family, the Fong family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was as lively as the new year. In the Fong family hall, a thin old man in his 70s sat at the head of the table and enjoyed the respectful gazes of the Fong family's higher-ups. Second grandfather, you've helped our Fong family take revenge this time. Ever since the Grand Elder went missing, the Li and Chen families have been oppressing our Fong family. More than half of our Fong family's market has been taken over by them. Now that you've returned, we've taken back everything. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, looked at the old man at the head of the table with a face full of smiles. Now that Li Hua is dead, the Li family has no one to rely on. Once we reorganize the businesses we took back, we can annex the Li family's market as well. A Fong family elder said with a smile. That's right. Even if we do that, the Chen family won't dare to make a single fart. Chen family? Hee, that Chen family originally wanted to help the Li family, but after seeing the second master's strength, didn't they become terrified? They watched as Li Hua was killed by the second master and didn't even dare to make a single fart. That's right, I still remember the appearance of the Chen family's Grand Elder, Chen Kuan, at that time. He wanted to make a move but didn't dare to. I'm dying of laughter. All the Fong family elders flattered the old man sitting at the head of the table. The old man's gaze turned cold as he slowly said, if that Chen Kuan really dared to make a move, I would have killed him as well. However, our Fong family suffered a great loss because we didn't get the formula for the miraculous medicinal liquid. Here, did you find out where that Li Hua got the formula? The old man looked at Fong Yi and asked. No. Fong Yi shook his head. However, we can be sure of one thing. He only got the prescription 2 years ago. Even a useless member of the Li family who doesn't share the same surname rose to the sky because of that medicinal liquid. Our Fong family was completely wiped out. It's a pity that that little bastard went to the Li family. Otherwise, I would definitely make him wish he was dead. A cold glint flashed in Fong Yi's eyes. I heard about it too. That little bastard really deserves to die. The old man's eyes turned cold. Patriarch. At this moment, a flustered figure rushed into the Fong family hall. This was a young man from the Fong family. His face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. He was terrified to the extreme. Who let you barge in? Fong Yi's face darkened. What happened? The old man sat at the head of the table, his gaze falling on the young disciple. Second master, clan head, 2 people have broken into our Fong family's residence. They're currently charging towards the main hall. Many of our Fong family's members have died. The young disciple's voice was trembling. What? The expressions of the Fong family's higher-ups in the main hall all went pale. Let's go. I want to see who dares to be presumptuous in my Fong family's residence. The old man flew out. The upper echelons of the Fong family, under the patriarch Fong Yi, followed closely behind. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into the Fong family's residence, he drew out his violet myrtle flexible sword and started a massacre. As long as it was a member of the Fong family, he would kill them on sight. Xiong Quan followed behind Duan Lingtian. Every time the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed, a life would wither away, whoosh. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and another member of the Fong family died under his sword. His face and clothes were already soaked with blood. Wherever he went, blood would flow like a river. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Now, these words couldn't be more suitable to be used on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many people he had killed. His gaze was incomparably cold. As far as he was concerned, no matter how many members of the Fong family died, they couldn't compare to Grand Elder Li Hua. Now, he was wantonly slaughtering for the sake of comforting Grand Elder's soul in heaven. Bush, 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 bush. The violet sword light and azure sword light were like the scythe of the god of death. Every time they struck, a member of the Fong family would fall. Waves of terrified cries sounded out from all around. Finally, no more members of the Fong family dared to approach, and they all stood in the distance with terrified expressions. It's Duan Lingnan. Someone recognized Duan Lingtian. It's really him. Oh my god, there are actually 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Doesn't that mean his strength is even stronger than the patriarch's? Impossible. He's only 17 this year. One by one, the members of the Fong family were terrified. Duan Lingnan, it's you. An enraged explosive shout sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian's forward footsteps slowly came to a stop, and his cold eyes returned to normal as well. The main character had finally appeared. Xiong Quan sheathed his sword and stood ramrod straight behind Duan Lingtian, as if he was a guardian god. Duan Lingtian glanced over. An old man with a thin figure and eyes that flickered with a bright light took the lead and walked over to confront him. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, and the group of Fong family elders followed closely behind. Presently, the expressions of all the members of the Fong family were extremely gloomy. The one who shouted out explosively was precisely Fong Yi. You're Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with the old man's cold question. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Looks like you ought to be that old bastard from the Fong family. Then do you know that you're courting death? Killing intent shot out from the old man's eyes. Courting death? Duan Lingtian laughed. Old fellow, you're so confident? Presumptuous. Duan Ling, you actually dare be rude to my second grandfather? I'll kill you. Fong Yi's face sank as he shouted out explosively, transforming into a gust of wind that flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Then let's see if you have the ability. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him as Fong Yi flew over. In terms of strength, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, this Fong Yi was still inferior to him by the strength of an ancient mammoth. In terms of martial skill, this Fong Yi couldn't catch up to him. But Fong Yi arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and with an explosive shout, his palm smashed down as if it had transformed into a cattail leaf fan. Duan Lingtian moved. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths exploded out, spirit serpent movement technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian circled behind Fong Yi. Shio! A violet sword light flashed past, and Fong Yi's head directly flew off. His body that was charging forward was fiercely flung away, and a pillar of blood spurted out, emitting traces of hot air. Fong Yi was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. The Fong family's higher-ups, including the gaunt old man, were all dumbstruck. Patriarch, the distant Fong family disciples were all terrified. This Duan Lingtian was simply monstrous. Killing their Fong family's patriarch with only a single sword strike, too terrifying. Patriarch. The Fong family elders reacted and cried out sorrowfully. Their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and disbelief. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine how it was possible for Duan Lingtian to possess such terrifying strength since Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town less than 2 years ago. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Not a single one of them was able to compare to it. The gaunt old man's face was livid, and he burst into rage. His cold and indifferent gaze seemed to be able to freeze Duan Lingtian. Little bastard, I'll use your blood as an offering to your soul in heaven. Old man, do all of you Fong family members like to boast? Duan Lingtian laughed, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Li family had arrived. When they saw the corpse of the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, a trace of excitement flashed within their eyes. Today, none of you Li family members can think of leaving. The old man took a step forward, and his body was suffused with origin energy. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, second level of the origin core stage. The expressions of the higher-ups of the Li family didn't change, and a wisp of resolution appeared within their eyes. Take revenge for the Grand Elder. Fight. Even if they die in battle, they have no fear. But right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing them to be stunned. Is the second level of the origin core stage very awesome? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and sneered. You'll know once you try. The old man sneered, and his eyes emitted a trace of insanity. At this moment, he'd already thrown the Aurora City's Li family to the back of his mind, and he had no scruples. Xianxia, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill him. Duan Lingtian took a step back and spoke indifferently. 3 breaths of time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Xianxia, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, took a step forward and confronted the old man. Master, you're underestimating me too much. He'll surely die within a breath of time. Everyone present was completely dumbstruck. No matter if it was a member of the Li family or a member of the Fong family, originally, they were already shocked when Duan Lingtian asked this middle-aged man to kill the old man within 3 breaths of time. Now, what did this middle-aged man say? Within a breath of time? Was it possible? A breath of time? The old man laughed from extreme anger. Junior, let me see how you can within a breath of time. The old man didn't finish speaking, because it was impossible for him to open his mouth again in this lifetime. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the middle-aged man who spoke arrogantly earlier had already vanished on the spot, and instantly appeared before the old man. It was like teleportation. An azure sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed past, and the old man's head flew up, and the remnants of his body that spurted out a pillar of blood crashed onto the ground. He followed in the footsteps of the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi. The old man's head flew into the distance, and his eyes that were wide open in death just happened to face everyone present. Xianxia, you did well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction, and a trace of a sneer appeared in his heart. Who did this old bastard from the Fong family think he was? Calling Xianxia, the former protector of the Boundless sect, a junior? Thank you for your praise, master. Xianxia said respectfully. The members of the Fong family were stupefied, and the members of the Li family were stupefied. They only felt their scalps go numb. Who exactly was this servant of Duan Lingtian? Second master. The elders of the Fong family came back to their senses, and their expressions changed one after another. They were completely terrified. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Nanfeng, was the first to react, and his figure moved, pouncing towards the elders of the Fong family. The elders of the Li family also charged forward. The elders of the Fong family only glanced at Xianxia, and then they no longer had the will to fight, and fled in all directions in panic. Xianxia, go help the patriarch and the others. Duan Lingtian ordered. Yes, master. Xianxia's figure moved, and he flew out. With his help, the higher-ups of the Li family quickly slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Fong family. Chapter 125. Duan Lingtian knew that Grand Elder Li Hua's death caused the grief of the patriarch and the other elders to be no less than his own. Now they finally had a chance to vent. Let them vent to their heart's content. Grand Elder, you should be able to rest in peace. After today, the Fong family will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky as flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Before long, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all the Li family elders were covered in blood. Of course, this was the blood of the Fong family elders. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Before long, Li Nanfeng led all the Li family elders to deeply bow to Duan Lingtian. This was gratitude that came from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the Grand Elder. Patriarch, I'm a member of the Li family as well. Duan Lingtian's words made his position clear. Ah, good, ninth elder having a good son is the fortune of my Li family. Li Nanfeng laughed heartily and was extremely excited. The gazes of the Li family elders unknowingly descended onto Xianxia, who stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Now, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to say those words about annihilating the Fong family. So it was because of the servant by his side. When Duan Lingtian's servant killed the Fong family's old fellow, they all saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him, causing them to feel a wave of fear. Third-level origin core stage expert. If they were to know that the current Xianxia was actually in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage, and had only used 1/3 of his strength earlier, it was unknown what their expressions would be. The death of all the Fong family higher-ups represented the decline of the Fong family. The Fong family had become the history of Fresh Breeze Town. Just as the Li family was preparing for the funeral of Grand Elder Li Hua, this shocking news spread throughout Fresh Breeze Town like a hurricane. The Li family, who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, suddenly made a shocking counterattack and uprooted the Fong family. The Fong family is gone just like that. Could it be that the main branch of the Li family, the Aurora City's Li family, is here? That's impossible. Unless our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is facing a calamity of annihilation, the Li family of Aurora City should not make a move. Do you really not know the reason? Could it be that you know? Of course. Let's hear it. Heh, I heard it from a brother of mine from the Li family. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian returned and brought back a servant. That servant of his killed the supreme elder of the Fong family, an existence at the 2nd level of the origin core stage, within a breath of time. Duan Lingtian's servant? This is too exaggerated. Fresh Breeze Town was in an uproar, and similar discussions could be heard everywhere. Deep into the night, the Li family's audience hall was brightly lit. The group of Li family higher-ups sat in a circle, eating and drinking together. The person who sat at the head wasn't Li Nanfeng, but Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was somewhat forced to do something beyond his ability. He refused repeatedly but to no avail, so he sat down as well. He had always been a casual person. Actually, if Duan Lingtian didn't sit at the head of the table, the Li family higher-ups would surely be restless. Xianxia, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was so conspicuous. This was an origin core stage powerhouse. Sir, sit down as well. Li Nanfeng looked at Xianxia as he spoke respectfully. Although Xianxia was only Duan Lingtian's servant, Xianxia's strength caused him to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. This time, if it wasn't for Xianxia, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge for the Grand Elder. However, Xianxia remained indifferent. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with slight embarrassment. Xianxia, sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke. Yes, master. Xianxia sat down at the side. After a meal, the higher-ups of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family found out about what happened after Duan Lingtian went to the Li family in Aurora City. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Gold, no matter where it went, would always shine brightly. This saying wasn't false in the slightest. The number 1 person on the Hidden Dragon ranking had passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's accomplishments caused Li Nanfeng and the others to be indescribably shocked. I didn't expect that our branch family Li family would be able to produce such a great figure. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed heartily as he raised his wine cup and toasted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, there were some unpleasant matters between us in the past. Today, I solemnly apologize to you. Li Ping had once colluded with the deceased seventh elder, Li Kuan, and made things difficult for Duan Lingtian at every turn. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with regret. Sixth elder, you're too courteous. At that time, the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong, made a move against me, and you lent a helping hand. From that moment onwards, the gap between me and sixth elder completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian returned the toast with a light smile. That was because I was too narrow-minded, so I'll punish myself with a cup. Li Ping poured another cup for himself and downed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian, once you leave, who knows when you'll be able to return in the future? Fifth elder Li Ting sighed. The other elders also agreed with him. Elders, no matter when Duan Lingtian, will always remember that I'm a disciple of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. When I return this time, I'll ask the patriarch for a favor and ask him to properly take care of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. Duan Lingtian slowly said. When the higher-ups of the Li family heard this, their gazes abruptly lit up. They knew that Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, was already worthy of the patriarch's full effort to rope him in. Their patriarch would absolutely not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Duan Lingtian, I won't say any polite words. The Fresh Breeze Town's Li family will always be your home. Whenever you're tired and want to come back, you can come back at any time. The door here will always be open for you. Li Nanfeng took a deep breath, raised his wine cup, and downed it in one gulp. Definitely. Duan Lingtian solemnly nodded his head. That night, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard where he used to live. The courtyard was very clean, and the rooms were also very tidy. Obviously, there were people who usually clean the place. Boss, it was the Grand Elder who ordered people to clean your house. He said that there would be a day when you would return. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder won't be able to see you return. Little Fatty followed behind Duan Lingtian and sighed. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian was originally wondering who would be so considerate, but he didn't expect that it would be that old man. His heart slightly trembled. Grand Elder, don't worry. I promise you, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, the Li family that you've dedicated your entire life to will never collapse. Duan Lingtian glanced at the night sky that was filled with dazzling stars as he secretly swore. Grand Elder Li Hua, as a grade 9 alchemist, could have gone to the main clan and become an elder of the medicine department. However, he didn't do so. In his entire life, he lived for the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town's branch clan, and he never complained. In Duan Lingtian's heart, the Grand Elder was an elder worthy of respect. Go get 2 jugs of wine and have a drink with me, Duan Lingtian said to Little Fatty. Okay. Little Fatty hurriedly nodded his head and eagerly left. Just as he drank with Little Fatty Li Xian for a while, Duan Lingtian welcomed an uninvited guest. Chen Mei Er, the daughter of the Chen family's patriarch, came alone. Duan Lingtian frowned. Miss Chen, are you here to look for me? Duan Lingtian, I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my father and Grand Elder. Chen Mei Er's face was slightly bitter. She didn't expect that the youth from before would have grown to such an extent. She was destined to only be able to look up to him in this lifetime, watching him walk further and further away. Apologize to me? Duan Lingtian laughed. Apologize to me for what? If it's only for this, then Miss Mei Er, I won't send you off, please. He'd heard of the Chen family's reaction when the Li family was facing a crisis. Needless to say, he really loathed the Chen family now. You. Chen Mei Er was exasperated and wanted to get angry, but she inadvertently saw Xiongquan standing behind Duan Lingtian. Xiongquan was coldly staring at her, causing her face to go pale from fright. If she didn't guess wrongly, this person should be the origin core stage expert that caused a stir in Fresh Breeze Town today. He was also Duan Lingtian's servant. Duan Lingtian, my father and grand elder, originally wanted to help the Li family, but who knew that the Fang family's ancestor was really too strong. If our Chen family interferes, we'll definitely suffer a calamity. My father and grand elder's choice was also for the sake of the Chen family. Our Chen family isn't like your Li family that has the protection of the main family. Chen Mei-er explained. Miss Mei-er, I think you've really misunderstood. I have nothing to do with your Chen family, and the Li family also has nothing to do with your Chen family. No matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me or the Li family. Xiongquan, send the guests off. Duan Lingtan coldly swept Chen Mei-er with his gaze, then picked up his wine cup and looked towards little Fatty. Li Xian, let's continue. Take this wine as a farewell for me. Next time, we brothers don't know when we'll be able to meet again. Boss, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation and go find you in the Imperial City in the future. Li Xian said seriously. Then you have to work hard. Duan Lingtian smiled. Miss Chen, please. Xiongquan stood in front of Chen Mei-er, causing her face to go pale with fright as she walked out in panic. Before she left, she didn't forget to turn around and glance at Duan Lingtian. But she noticed that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. Father, Grand Elder. Your choice has completely cut off our Chen family's connection with him and the Li family. Chen Mei-er came with hope, but left with disappointment. Li Xian, I'll leave Fresh Breeze Town early in the morning tomorrow, so I probably won't have to say goodbye to the Patriarch. Tell the Patriarch that in the future, someone will deliver the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to his door every once in a while, so he doesn't have to worry. Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. The tragedy of Grand Elder Li Hua made him realize that he couldn't let the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town have the formula for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. He had a plan in his heart. After returning to Aurora City, he would find Tang Ying and ask her to deliver a batch of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town every once in a while. Chapter 126. The next morning. At dawn, Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town with Xiongquan and rushed back to Aurora City at noon. After first going to find Tang Ying and sending Xiongquan back to the inn, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. Tin, how's the matter going? Li Ro impatiently asked as soon as Duan Lingtian arrived home. She understood her son. Since he was so confident yesterday, he surely had a way to deal with it, so she wasn't worried. However, she was still puzzled. How did her son deal with the Fang family's origin core martial artist? Mom, it's all been dealt with. The Fresh Breeze Town Fang family no longer exists. The Grand Elder can rest in peace in the netherworld. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Li Ro was slightly moved. The Fang family was uprooted? She suddenly felt that her son was even more mysterious. Duan Lingtian asked again. Mom, where's Kerr? She should still be cultivating. Li Ro shook her head and sighed. Kerr, that little girl, has been working extremely hard during the time you left. She's even cultivated to the 5th level of the core formation stage now. But she seems to be unsatisfied and still cultivates very hard. I think she hopes to be able to help you in the future. Kerr. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a gentle flowing light, and his heart slightly trembled. What a silly little girl. Mom, I have some matters to attend to and won't be back for lunch. Duan Lingtian informed Li Ro. He would be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so he planned to bid farewell to the few friends he had in Aurora City. After leaving the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Xiao clan. When he arrived at the Xiao clan estate, Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yu and Luo Shi. To his surprise, the Lin clans Lin Zhua and Lin Qi were actually present as well. Duan Lingyan, you're so mean. You didn't even ask me for a drink when you came back. When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian, he deliberately put on a stern face. I just came back the day before yesterday. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect to see Lin Qi and his brother here. There was no need to go to the Lin clan to bid farewell to them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said, I was just about to look for you two brothers and Xiao Yu to have a meal together. I'll be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so take it as my farewell to all of you. Leaving tomorrow? Lin Zhua and Lin Qi were both surprised. Xiao Yu wasn't too surprised. Since Duan Lingtian planned to bring his family to the imperial city, he would definitely have to leave half a year in advance. The speed of a carriage was far slower than that of a horse. Little Qian, come along as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Qian. Luo Qian lightly nodded in an extremely obedient manner. We'll go as well. Just at this moment, two beautiful figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Lan, and the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yun. The one who spoke was precisely Xiao Yun. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 years, the immaturity on Xiao Lan's face had faded quite a bit. She seemed even more otherworldly, like a living fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. As for Xiao Yun, although her charm wasn't as good as Xiao Lan's, she had matured quite a bit and lost some of her drive. With so many people, I still don't know if I have enough silver. Duan Lingtian joked. Actually, with the wealth in his spatial ring, even if he ate in the best restaurant in Aurora City for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. Back then, when he inscribed the blood crescent inscription for Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian had already earned a few million silver. In addition to the profits from the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid that Kerr had given him over the past year, there was also the 2 million silver that the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had given him. As of now, the wealth in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was over 9 million silver, close to 10 million silver. Don't worry, this meal is on me. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhua practically spoke at the same time. Just kidding. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I still have this bit of silver. Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the Xiao clan estate and entered Aurora City. On the way, Duan Lingtian faintly noticed that Xiao Lan's flickering gaze would occasionally fall on him, causing him to be stunned. This Xiao Lan couldn't have fallen for me, right? Maybe I'm thinking too much. Duan Lingtian himself felt that it was an exaggeration, so he shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. Xiao Lan, the granddaughter of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. She had an appearance that could topple the world and was like a celestial fairy. Within Aurora City, countless men had bowed down to her, but she didn't even spare them a glance. How could she so easily fall for someone? Within the restaurant, the group of people sat together in a circle, and it was extremely lively. Duan Lingtian, you were right. Lin Qi suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian had said to him in this very restaurant. My ambition isn't within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he would soon be able to enter the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, which had a special status. With Paladin Academy as a springboard, he was bound to walk even higher and further. All of this wasn't something that could be obtained by joining the Violet Tulip Trading Company. You can do it too. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. What are the two of you talking about? Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She didn't understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi. Actually, it wasn't only her who didn't understand, even Xiao Yu and the others were completely unable to make heads or tails of it. They completely didn't know what the baffling conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi meant. Nothing. Lin Qi shook his head, but a trace of firmness flashed within his eyes, as if he had made some sort of decision. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Xiao Yun curled her lips in disdain. The group of people chatted and laughed, and unknowingly, they talked about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, about Meng Quan and Lo Cheng. When Lo Cheng was mentioned, Luo she couldn't help but feel sad. Luckily, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, who treated her like sisters, comforted her. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. It looked like Luo she had completely integrated into the Xiao clan. With Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun taking care of her, there was no need to worry that she would suffer in the Xiao clan. Meng Quan, What a pity. Linjua sighed. Back then, Meng Quan was so high-spirited at the genius gathering. Now, he was gone just like that. Yeah, who would have thought that he would have such an ending? Xiaoyu sighed. However, I finally helped him fulfill his wish. He should rest in peace in the underworld. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. No matter what, you and Duan Lingtian have escaped death this time. It's worth celebrating. Lin Qi changed the topic and raised his cup. Come, cheers. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiao Lan also raised her cup and looked at Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face without any makeup, but still capable of causing the downfall of a nation, revealed a hint of shyness. Duan Lingtian was startled. This Xiao Lan couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Xiao Yu also noticed this scene. As Xiao Lan's twin brother, how could he not see through his younger sister's thoughts? Little sister, are you really willing to share this man with other women? Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to abandon the two women by his side, whose looks were not inferior to his younger sister's. Come to drink. Duan Lingtian raised his cup and no longer let his imagination run wild. Let's leave everything to fate. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted for the entire afternoon before leaving the restaurant. Xiao Yu, I'll wait for you in the Imperial City. Before parting, Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu, don't say it so early. There's only one road from our Aurora City to the Imperial City. Who knows, I might be able to catch up to you. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. They were using a carriage to lead the way, while Xiao Yu was using a fast horse. The speed of the two couldn't be compared at all. Then I'll wait for you to catch up. Duan Lingtian smiled. After sending them off with his gaze, he went to the market and bought a large pile of medicinal ingredients for the origin-increasing pill before returning to the Li family estate. On the way home, Duan Lingtian bumped into an acquaintance. It was completely out of his expectations. Duan Lingtian. Li Shishir looked at Duan Lingtian with a somewhat evasive and panicked gaze. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Shishir. Although he didn't approve of Li Shishir's actions in the past, there was nothing between him and Li Shishir, so he didn't mind. Without love, how could there be hate? Li Shishir was destined to be a passerby in his life. I heard that you're leaving tomorrow? Li Shishir asked softly. Her gaze was very complicated. The youth who had just arrived at the Li family estate had now grown to a level that she couldn't hope to reach. In her heart, there was only regret. But she also understood that she couldn't be as close to Duan Lingtian as before. She had shattered all of this with her own hands. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. See you later. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Li Shishir, he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Li Shishir faintly sighed. She lightly bit her white teeth and her delicate body slightly trembled. Like a wild flower swaying in the wind, she stood there alone, without anyone to rely on. That night, Duan Lingtian's family and Li Fei's family once again gathered together for dinner. It could also be considered as bidding farewell to Li Fei's grandfather, Li De. Grandfather, why don't you come with us? Li Fei still wanted to persuade her grandfather. Fei, don't force grandfather. Grandfather has stayed in the Li family for most of my life. My roots are here. In the future, if you want to see grandfather, you can come back anytime. Don't worry, grandfather's body is fine. I'll definitely be able to hold your and Ling Tian's child. As the old man finished speaking, his face was full of smiles. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei having a house full of children and grandchildren. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who wants to have a child with him? Li Fei lowered her head shyly. She was bewitching. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Even in the county city, the Yu clan was a large clan that could be ranked in the top. Outside the Yu clan estate, a person galloped over on a horse. After dismounting, he dashed in. Father, big brother is dead. The person who had just returned was precisely Yu Xiang. After Duan Lingtian left Ironblood City, Xiang finally mustered up the courage to leave. He spurred his horse on and rushed back to the Yu clan. What? Xiang's father was the second elder of the Yu clan. He was also the younger brother of the Yu clan's patriarch. Chapter 127. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian's family departed. The Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had specially prepared a large carriage for Duan Lingtian, and it was pulled by 5 strong and tall horses. On the way out of Aurora City, it attracted the gazes of many people. Where did this great figure come from? He's actually riding such an exaggerated carriage. Didn't you see the Li clan crest carved on the side of the carriage? Could it be that the Li clan's patriarch is inside? Ignorant and inexperienced. It's Duan Lingtian inside. He's preparing to depart for the Imperial City. Could it be that you've all forgotten that Duan Lingtian and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu both passed the Genius Camp's training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy? He's leaving so early? Since he's riding a carriage, he naturally has to leave early. We're very far from the Imperial City. This Duan Lingtian is only 17 this year. I'm sure that he'll surely become a great figure of our Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future. Nonsense. Who doesn't know this? The gazes of the Aurora City residents that stood by the roadside and gazed at the departing carriage from afar emitted reverence. They only recovered from their shock when the carriage disappeared before their eyes. They felt proud that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in Aurora City. As a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses, the interior of the carriage was spacious and luxurious. 2 beds covered in top-quality mink fur were separated into 2 sides, and there was even a small table in the middle that was filled with fresh fruits and snacks. The carriage the patriarch prepared isn't bad. Duan Lingtian lazily lay on the soft bed, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. He could imagine that Patriarch Li Ao had certainly spent a lot of effort for this carriage. Of course, I heard that the patriarch ordered the craftsman to spend 2 days and 2 nights to rush this carriage. As Li Fei spoke, she touched the mink fur on the bed and sighed with emotion. Just these top-quality mink furs are probably worth hundreds of thousands of silver. Li Rou sat on the edge of the other bed, looking at Duan Lingtian, smiling faintly as she said, "Family leader is really considerate. You must remember this favor of the family leader." Mother, Duan Lingtian was lying comfortably on the bed with his legs crossed and swaying gently. He was extremely satisfied. "Young master, where did you find our coachman? Why did he call you master?" Ker's eyes curved like 2 crescent moons as she asked Duan Lingtian softly. Li Fei and Li Rou also looked at Duan Lingtian. They both realized that the middle-aged coachman who was driving them was not simple. He was wearing a mask and had a cold and extraordinary appearance. He was definitely not an ordinary coachman. "Ker, he is not a coachman. He is my servant," Duan Lingtian corrected, and then he said with a smile, "When the time comes when you marry me, he'll have to address you respectfully as mistress." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ker was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She was speechless. "Scoundrel, you're bullying little sister Ker again." Li Fei stretched out her slender jade-like hands and pinched the flesh on Duan Lingtian's waist, twisting it slightly. "Little Fei, are you trying to murder your husband?" Duan Lingtian cried out in pain. He stretched out his hands and pulled Li Fei into his arms, slapping her sexy butt. Li Fei's sensitive body trembled. She realized that Li Rou and Ker were also present. Her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She was so embarrassed that she sat to the side, not daring to bully Duan Lingtian anymore. "Pay attention to the occasion." Li Rou lightly coughed and shook her head helplessly. "Yes, mother." Duan Lingtian laughed slyly and was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that his mother was still sitting opposite him. On the way to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Lingtian's group would take a short rest if they passed by a town before continuing on their way. The speed of this carriage far surpassed ordinary carriages, so there was no rush in terms of time. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Xiongquan became more and more familiar with driving the carriage. As a former guardian of the Boundless sect, it was the first time in his life that Xiongquan was acting as a coachman. However, he didn't dare complain, as his life was in the hands of the violet-clothed youth within the carriage. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Giddy up! Accompanied by a loud shout, a Fergana horse that was completely drenched in blood dashed on the streets of the county city, and it quickly arrived at the entrance of the Yu clan estate. The person on the horse dismounted and dashed into the Yu clan estate. Within the Yu clan audience hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat at the head of the table, and beside him sat a middle-aged man and a young man. They were precisely the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Jin, the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li, and Yu Xiang. Presently, the gazes of the three had descended onto the Yu clan disciple that was gasping for breath. Have you found it? The dignified middle-aged man lightly rubbed the stubble on his chin and slowly asked with a calm expression. After this calm expression, there seemed to be a trace of breathtaking coldness mixed within. Patriarch, the Duan Lingtian that young Master Xiang spoke of is a disciple with another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan. As for that Xiao Yu, he's a member of the Aurora City's Xiao clan. Supposedly, he's the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. That Xiao clan's supreme elder is a nascent soul stage expert. The Yu clan disciple caught his breath and reported respectfully. The grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? Yu Xiang's face sank slightly. That Xiao Yu actually has such a background? However, so what if he's the grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? The nascent soul stage experts in those small clans are at most at the first level of the nascent soul stage. You said Aurora City earlier? Unexpectedly, Yu Dian's brows knit together. The Yu clan disciple respectfully nodded. Uncle, what's wrong? A bad premonition arose within Yu Xiang's heart. According to what I know, the Aurora City's Xiao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. Yu Dian slowly said. A branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan? Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiang's face went gloomy as he recalled something. No wonder I was wondering how he could have such a strong defensive martial skill. I never imagined that the clan he's from is related to a large clan in the Imperial City. Second brother, Xiang, you can't touch this Xiao Yu. Yu Dian looked at Yu Li and Yu Xiang as he slowly spoke. Their Yu clan could be considered a large clan in Swallow Mountain County, but when compared to the large clans in the Imperial City, it was nothing. The clans that truly had deep pockets within the Crimson Sky Kingdom were none other than the few large clans in the Imperial City and the Imperial City. The Yu clan was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog before them. Uncle, he's only a branch family disciple. Even if we kill him, the Imperial City's Xiao clan might not pursue the matter. A trace of coldness flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes. Until now, he still couldn't forget the scene of Xiao Yu making him swallow the steamed bun that was covered in mud and grass. Also, Xiao Yu challenged him and even knocked him out. This matter was a great humiliation to him. The hatred he had towards Xiao Yu in his heart was second only to Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang's father, Yu Li, spoke in a deep voice. Xiang, don't cause trouble. That Xiao Yu might have been looked down upon by the Imperial City's Xiao clan in the past. But now that he's passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his significance is completely different. Even if it's the Imperial City's Xiao clan, such a person would be heavily fostered. If our Yu clan were to touch him, once the Imperial City's Xiao clan finds out, it would be a disaster for our Yu clan. Do you understand? The Yu clan could look down upon the Aurora City's Xiao clan. But to the Yu clan, the Imperial City's Xiao clan was an unreachable colossus. Father, I understand. Yu Xiang took a deep breath. Although killing intent still shot out from his eyes, he knew that it was impossible for the clan to take such a huge risk for him. Xiao Yu, consider yourself lucky. What's the background of that Duan Lingtian? Yu Xiang looked at the Yu clan disciple that had returned from scouting and asked in a deep voice. He recalled the offensive inscription that Duan Lingtian used to kill his brother. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't have some background, right? He was slightly perturbed in his heart. The Yu clan disciple said respectfully, "Young Master Xiang, that Duan Lingtian doesn't have any background. He's only a disciple of another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan, and is said to be a branch family disciple." "Uncle, you must seek justice for my brother." Yu Xiang had an excited expression as he looked at Yu Dian with eyes filled with pleading. "I've never heard of that Li clan having any background. Moreover, that Duan Lingtian is a disciple of another surname from the Li clan's branch family. He's only a country bumpkin. This person killed Yu Hong, so he's dead for sure." Yu Dian's eyes flickered, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. "Patriarch." Meanwhile, the Yu clan disciple spoke again. 10 days ago, when I arrived at Aurora City to investigate the Duan Lingtian, I found out that he had already left Aurora City on a carriage 2 months ago and headed towards the Imperial City. On a carriage? He sure knows how to enjoy himself." Yu Xiang sneered as killing intent flickered in his eyes, ready to devour someone. "Big brother, I want to take revenge for my son with my own hands." Yuli looked at Yu Dian and was slightly excited. "Don't worry, second brother. I'll go with you to see the Grand Elder right now and ask the Grand Elder to go with you. There's only one official road from Aurora City to the Imperial City, so I presume he wouldn't have gone far if he rode on a carriage. You guys can easily catch up to him if you chase after him on Fergana horses." Yu Dian stood up and spoke with a clear voice. "Grand Elder?" Yu Li's gaze abruptly lit up. Their Yu clan's Grand Elder was the 4th nascent soul stage expert besides the 3 supreme elders. With a nascent soul stage expert accompanying him, it would be absolutely safe. "Father, I recognize that Duan Lingtian, I'll go with you." Yu Xiang was extremely excited as well, and his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Yu Li hadn't even spoken when Yu Dian had already agreed. "Xiang, don't worry. Uncle will prepare a Fergana horse for you. At that time, I'll let you personally witness the Grand Elder and your father kill your brother's enemy. Even to the extent that you can ask the Grand Elder to capture that Duan Lingtian alive for you to personally deal with him." "Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle." Chapter 128. Under the setting sun, the quaint little town seemed to have transformed into a tranquil painting, causing one to feel relaxed and happy at a glance. A large horse carriage pulled by 5 tall horses entered the small town, causing a commotion. "Oh my God! What a large carriage! I wonder where this great figure came from." The residents of the little town had never seen such an exaggerated carriage, and they all stopped to look. "Master, we've entered the town." The middle-aged carriage driver slightly turned his head and spoke towards the carriage. A lazy voice sounded out from within the carriage, as if someone had just woken up. "Yes, find an inn to stay at. We'll set off tomorrow morning." "Yes." The middle-aged carriage driver respectfully nodded. The people in this carriage were naturally Duan Lingtian's group. Now, an entire 3 months had passed since they left Aurora City. Under the gazes of many people, the carriage stopped at the entrance of an inn. Under the gazes of everyone present, the middle-aged carriage driver pulled open the curtain of the carriage. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 17 slowly walked out from within. Subsequently, under the support of the violet-clothed youth, a beautiful young girl around the same age as him walked out as well. The moment the young girl appeared, she attracted the gazes of everyone present. Skin like white jade, appearance like a celestial fairy. The same thought abruptly emerged in everyone's minds. Very quickly, their gazes became sluggish again. After the young girl, another beautiful young girl that wasn't even 20 years old walked out. The young girl had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing the eyes of all the males present to be unable to help but light up. Very quickly, another young and beautiful woman that still retained her charm walked out of the carriage. At this moment, everyone was numb. When had they ever seen such a beautiful young girl? Today they saw 3 of them. "Guests, please come in." Two servants walked out from the inn and welcomed Duan Lingtian's group in with a respectful and humble attitude. At this moment, the group of people outside the inn gradually dispersed. Why are there so many boring people everywhere? What's there to see? Li Fei's beautiful brows knit together and she had an unhappy expression. Along the way, every time they stopped at a place, she would enjoy the same treatment and become the center of attention. Isn't it because my little Fei is beautiful? This is my recognition of you. Why are you unhappy instead? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile and immediately went to book a total of 4 rooms. His mother, Li Ro, Xiong Li Fei and Ke were in the same room. After settling down, Duan Lingtian left his room and easily found his way into Li Fei and Ke's rooms. You scoundrel, always leaving a room empty. What a waste of money. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Along the way, every time they stopped at a town, Duan Lingtian would book 4 rooms. But at night, his room would always be empty and he would directly sneak into Li Fei and Ke's rooms and sleep with them. Li Fei and Ke also changed from their initial resistance to helplessness. In the end, they simply followed Duan Lingtian. It's not a waste. The biggest use of that room is to deceive people. Duan Lingtian chuckled and his eyes wandered over the beautiful bodies of the 2 girls without the slightest scruple. Young master, you're deceiving the madam, Ke said with a red face. Ke, you've been led astray by little Fei. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. That pure and cute little maid of his seemed to be gone forever. Hey, if anyone is to be led astray, it's you who led us astray. Scoundrel, I plan to go out with little sister Ke to buy a veil. Do you want to come with us? Li Fei asked Duan Lingtian. Obviously, Li Fei didn't want to be the center of attention. Why do you want to buy a veil? There's nothing shameful about you too. Duan Lingtian's thoughts were different from Li Fei's. In his opinion, a woman's beautiful side should be shown. There was no need to hide it. It wasn't like they were thieves. If you're not going with us, we'll go by ourselves. I'm just joking. If you two want to go out, how can you miss out on me? Let's go. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked out of the room and out of the inn. Li Fei and Ke, one on the left and one on the right, walked side by side with him. Now that the sky had darkened, the streets of the small town were brightly lit, and the night market was extremely lively, full of people bustling with activity. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked past and naturally attracted the gazes of many people. Right at this moment, at the corner of the road that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 took, a young man in embroidered clothes that was a little over 20 years old was slowly walking over with 2 servants. I heard that a carriage with 5 horses came to town today? The young man in embroidered clothes suddenly spoke and asked the 2 servants behind him. Yes, young master, I was there at that time. One of the servants hurriedly nodded. Thinking of the scene at that time, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. Those 3 women that came down from the carriage were absolutely the most beautiful women he'd seen in his life. They were so perfect that there was practically no flaw to pick out. Now the more the rumors spread, the more amazing it is. They even said that the 3 women that came down from the carriage were all beautiful like celestial fairies. The young man in embroidered clothes lightly shook his head and didn't mind. Young master, it's not the rumors, it's true. Those 3 women are absolutely not inferior to celestial fairies. The servant hurriedly said. At that time, he'd seen it with his own eyes, so he knew that the rumors were true. Is it so exaggerated? Although the young man in embroidered clothes didn't mind on the surface, a trace of a luster flashed in his eyes. I'm slightly curious now. Come, follow me to that inn to take a look. Young master. The other servant's face went grim. Those people obviously have extraordinary origins, and the clan probably can't afford to offend them. I'm only going to take a look and don't intend to do anything. Besides, they only have 3 women, a young man, and a carriage driver. Even if they're members of a large clan outside, if we secretly detain them, who would know that it was us? The young man in embroidered clothes' eyes revealed a trace of a fierce light as he spoke with disdain. Young master, it's them. Suddenly, the servant behind the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have discovered a new continent and pointed towards the distance. Duan Lingtian had just helped Li Fei and Kerr put on their veils when he noticed 3 gazes sweeping over, and he couldn't help but frown. With a glance, it was a young man around the age of 20 in embroidered clothes, and he brought along 2 servants as he walked over. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them, and he held the hands of the 2 women. "Come, let's go ahead and take a look." "Stop!" The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone as he blocked the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Although the 2 women before him had veils covering their faces, those 2 lively eyes and half of their faces that were pure white like jade undoubtedly spoke of their beauty. The young man in embroidered clothes swallowed a mouthful of saliva as a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. K off. Li Fei frowned with disgust as she berated. "Your temper is hot enough, this young master likes it." The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up as he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's expression that sank, and he looked at Li Fei and Kerr. "2 little beauties, come, take off your veils and let this young master have a look. This young master is very curious if the 2 of you are really as beautiful as the rumors say. I told you to K off, didn't you hear?" Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and his voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, causing one's heart to tremble. Usually, when people were stunned by Li Fei and Kerr's peerless appearance and took a few more glances, it was nothing in his opinion. After all, everyone had the heart to love beauty. But the actions of this young man before him had already touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of spectators increased as they discussed animatedly. "Isn't this the violet-clothed youth that walked out of the carriage that entered the town at night? And these 2 women, aren't they the 2 little fairies? Just by looking at their carriage, I know they aren't ordinary people. This Tian clan's eldest young master actually dared to offend them. Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Tian clan?" Many people recognized Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the young man in embroidered clothes' expression was as unsightly as it could be. But now, he was in a difficult position. Could it be that he had to admit defeat in front of so many people? If this happened, how would he still have a foothold in Rain Valley Town? As the son of the Tian clan's patriarch, one of the 3 great clans of Rain Valley Town, the eldest young master of the Tian clan, Tian Guang had his own dignity. "My patience is limited, I'll give you one more chance." Scram. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. "Kid, I don't care where you're from, but you have to understand that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Today, if you don't let them lift their veils for this young master to see, this young master will waste his time with you." Tian Guang sneered, with an expression of a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. "Little Fei, close your eyes." Duan Lingtian's voice was very calm. Li Fei and Kerr were able to detect traces of breathtaking coldness within this calmness. However, Duan Lingtian standing up for them like this caused them to feel extremely happy in their hearts. "What? Scared? That's fine. Beauties should look pretty good when they lift their veils with their eyes closed." Tian Guang's eyes shone, as he didn't notice the arrival of danger in the slightest. Whoosh! A wisp of violet sword light instantly flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered its sheath. Under the night sky, the numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian's had flashed and vanished, and no one was able to notice it. A miserable cry sounded out almost instantly. At the same time that Tian Guang screamed shrilly, his body lay straight down, and then he started rolling all over the ground. At his lower abdomen, blood gushed out without end, and the lump of flesh that belonged to a man had fallen off as well. It would probably be completely useless in the future. "Young master." The faces of the 2 servants went pale as they hurriedly rushed up to help Tian Guang stop the bleeding, but they discovered that they were completely unable to stop it. As a person, one must have self-awareness. In this world, there are some people that you can't afford to offend. I'm a rather kind person, so I'll spare your life today. If there's a next time, you'll die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Tianguang with his gaze, then held Li Fei and Ker's hands and walked forward. Pooh. When Tianguang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Before he fainted, he only had one thought left. Chapter 129. The surrounding crowd of spectators went deathly silent as they gazed at the violet figure that held the two girls' hands and left. That violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He actually directly crippled the Tian clan's young master's family jewels. This Tianguang was the only son of the Tian clan's patriarch. It could be imagined that the Tian clan was bound to be unable to calm down tonight. Duan Lingtian didn't think so much as he patiently accompanied Li Fei and Ker to walk around the night market before returning to the inn. Scoundrel, do you think that local bully will call someone to look for trouble with you? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes with a spurious smile. Local bully? I think it's just a local bug. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, not taking it to heart. It was only a clan in a small town and probably didn't even have an origin core stage martial artist. It was fine if they didn't look for trouble, but if they did, instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. I'll go give the veil to madam. When they were strolling around the night market, Ker didn't forget to buy another veil for Li Ro. Little sister Ker is really considerate. No wonder Aunt Ro dotes on her so much, even I'm slightly jealous. Li Fei looked at Ker's back and spoke with slight envy. I feel that my mother dotes on you as well and has long since taken you as her daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to embrace Li Fei's small waist, and his mouth pressed against her earlobe as he panted heavily and said in a light voice, Little Fei, I haven't eaten you in a long time, scoundrel. Li Fei's cheeks flushed red as she struggled free from Duan Lingtian and ran back to her room. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this little girl couldn't withstand teasing so easily. After Ker returned, Duan Lingtian embraced the two girls and prepared to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. The voice of the inn's attendant sounded out. Guest, the Tian clan's patriarch and two Tian clan elders have arrived. They've invited you to meet them. Tian clan? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he let go of the two girls and got off the bed. You two go to sleep first. Duan Lingtian said to Kaer and Li Fei before leaving the room. His voice was as gentle as water. Xianxia. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian was just about to knock on the door next door when the door opened with a creak. Xianxia walked out in large strides. Master, continue to rest. I'll go deal with them. Xiong, wait. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. I want to see what exactly they want to do. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. Under Xianxia's escort, Duan Lingtian saw the Tian clan's patriarch, a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Beside him were two old men. At this moment, when the two old men looked at Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with fear. You're that Tian clan's patriarch? Duan Lingtian lazily glanced at the middle-aged man and yawned. Just say what you have to say. This young master has to wake up early tomorrow and doesn't have time to waste here with you. The Tian clan's patriarch, whose expression was already extremely gloomy, saw Duan Lingtian's attitude and his expression changed greatly. Patriarch. Between the two old men, the gray-robed old man frowned slightly and stopped the Tian clan's patriarch from turning hostile. The Tian clan's patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed the fury in his heart. Only now did he remember that the other party's background was probably not simple. If it wasn't because of this, why would he swallow his anger? Tianguang was his only son, and now that his family jewels were crippled, it also meant that he would have no descendants. The fury in his heart could not be any greater. Where exactly are you from? Why are you so vicious? The other green-robed old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see something from Duan Lingtian's face. Vicious. Duan Lingtian laughed. Old man, it's easy for you to say. If your wife was taken liberties with in public, I wonder what your reaction would be? I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Otherwise, based on my character in the past, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. What Duan Lingtian said was the truth. If it was him from his previous life, even if Tian Guang died 8 or 10 times, it wouldn't be too much. What big words. I'm curious, where exactly are you from? Which clan are you from? The Tian clan's patriarch asked in a low voice. As long as the other party wasn't from the county city or the imperial city, even if he had to take the risk, he would still kill the other party to vent the hatred in his heart and take revenge for his son. On this point, before he came, he had already obtained the approval of the 2 elders beside him. At that time, they would make a move together and eliminate all hidden dangers. Tian clan patriarch thinks too highly of me. I'm only a nobody, not worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. When the 3 Tian clan people heard this, their faces couldn't help but sink. The more Duan Lingtian was like this, the more they felt that Duan Lingtian was mysterious and unfathomable and didn't dare to act rashly. What? You dare to cripple my son, but you don't even have the courage to introduce yourself? Tian clan patriarch said in a low voice, intending to use provocation to force Duan Lingtian to reveal his background. But unfortunately, how could Duan Lingtian fall for this little trick of his? Tian clan patriarch, I know what you're thinking in your heart. Today, I'll say this, I'm just a nobody, and I don't have any backing behind me. So, there are many things that you really don't have to worry about. Just do what you think in your heart. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Tian clan patriarch to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and the 2 old men beside him became even more fearful, not to mention anything else. Just this composure was sufficient to show that this youth wasn't simple. Then I want to see exactly how capable a nobody like you is. The Tian clan patriarch's face sank, and the origin energy that he had long since accumulated exploded out. Instantly, his figure moved, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a rock spreading its wings with a menacing aura. Above him, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 7th level of the core formation stage. Patriarch. The faces of the 2 old men of the Tian clan went pale, as they never imagined that the patriarch would be so rash. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They noticed that the violet-clothed youth had a warm smile on his face from the beginning. He stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he completely didn't care about their Tian clan patriarch's methods. In next to no time, they obtained their answer, humph. A mere 7th level core formation martial artist dares be presumptuous before my master? Xianxia moved, his entire body seemed to have suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. The Tian clan patriarch's face went pale. Isn't this masked person a carriage driver? How could he have such terrifying speed? He wasn't able to catch the slightest trace of Xianxia's movement speed earlier. He knew clearly in his heart what this meant. Bang! Xianxia attacked, striking out with his fist. He didn't use any martial skills, and the simple and unadorned punch carried an incomparably violent force as it smashed onto the Tian clan patriarch's chest. The terrifying origin energy exploded out, blasting the Tian clan patriarch flying. Instantly, more than 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Xianxia. The Tian clan patriarch crashed onto the ground, his chest completely caved in, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled for a few moments before losing all signs of life. The Origin Core Stage. The 2 old men's faces went pale. Even though their Tian clan patriarch was killed in front of them, they didn't dare act rashly. Their strength was only at the 8th level of the core formation stage. If an Origin Core Stage martial artist wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as cutting grass. The 2 old men took a deep breath, glanced at each other, then looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Young master, all of this is the fault of our Tian clan's patriarch and his son, please forgive us. Yeah, young master, you're a great person and don't fuss over the past wrongs committed by us lowly people. The two old men bowed in apology with perturbed expressions. Not far away, the inn's manager and the two attendants were completely dumbstruck when they saw this scene. As residents of Ravine Rain Town, they naturally knew who these two old men were. They were the two elders with the strongest strength in the Tian clan. Normally, they were existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in Ravine Rain Town, and were no different than local tyrants. But now, in front of this violet-clothed youth, they were like grandsons. Originally, if you two didn't come looking for me tonight, I wouldn't have pursued this matter. What a pity. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he calmly looked at the two old men. The two old men's faces went pale. Young master, please be magnanimous and let our Tian clan off. Our Tian clan is willing to pay the price as compensation. An Origin Core stage martial artist could easily annihilate the Tian clan. This was something they didn't doubt in the slightest. Compensation? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone, and his expression that was originally cold as ice changed to reveal a brilliant smile. Why didn't you two elders say so earlier? Since it's like this, I won't be courteous. How about 1 million silver? Such a small amount is probably not worth mentioning to your Tian clan. 1 million silver? The two old men were completely dumbstruck. This youth had such a big tone. They originally thought that spending 200,000 or 300,000 silver would be enough to get rid of the calamity, but they never expected that the youth would ask for 1 million silver right off the bat. The Tian clan was only a clan in a small town. In terms of resources, it was far from being comparable to those clans in large cities. Although the Tian clan was able to take out 1 million silver, it would still hurt them greatly. They were just about to open their mouths to plead for leniency. Xianxia, accompany the two elders. Come back once you get the silver. Don't be rash. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to give Xianxia an order. Chapter 130. Early in the morning, everything came to life as the dawn rose from the east and enveloped the earth. Within Rain Valley Town, a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses galloped out. After a night, it once again walked on the spacious road and continued towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Swoosh. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian weighed the stack of silver in his hand as his face revealed a brilliant smile. He never imagined that money would come so easily. Presently, the silver in his hand had already exceeded the 10 million mark. Tian, where did these silver come from? Li Ro's beautiful brows slightly knit together as she had a puzzled expression. She only saw that the money was given to Duan Lingtian by Xianxia, but she didn't know what had happened or where the money came from. Aunt Ro, it's surely him extorting the Tian clan from Rain Valley Town. Li Fei covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. Although she didn't see the entire process of what happened last night, when Xianxia gave the silver to Duan Lingtian this morning, he mentioned the Tian clan, so it wasn't difficult for her to connect all of this. When Li Ro found out the sequence of events, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. That Tian Guang really went for wool and came home shorn. But, Tian, who exactly is that Xianxia, and why did he acknowledge you as his master? To be able to deter the entire Tian clan, Li Ro realized that Xianxia wasn't simple. Mom, he was captured to be a slave, and I coincidentally saved him, so he acknowledged me as his master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly explained. With his strength, how could he be captured to be a slave? Li Ro was slightly puzzled, but at the same time, she came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Xianxia wore a mask. It turned out that it was to conceal the slave brand. He was poisoned before and only had a strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I saved him and cured the poison for him. His current strength has barely recovered to the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian leaned on Ker's jade legs as he ate the grapes that Ker passed over as he spoke with a lisp. Nascent soul stage. At this moment, not only Li Ro, but even Li Fei was stunned. Although Li Fei could tell that Xianxia was very strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Nascent soul realm. Such a cultivation base was already not inferior to the Aurora City's 3 great clans' grand elders. She was deeply shocked. Kerr was the only one who didn't seem too surprised. She continued to peel the grapes for Duan Lingtian and put them into Duan Lingtian's mouth. In her heart, the young master she admired the most was omnipotent. No wonder you were so resolute about the Fong family in Fresh Breeze Town. Li Ro was relieved. Some of the doubts in her heart were completely solved. I really didn't expect Xiongquan to be a nascent soul realm expert. Li Fei was stunned for a long time. Isn't he just a nascent soul stage martial artist? Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei and slowly said, "Little Fei, as long as you cultivate the Starry Sun technique seriously, it won't be difficult for you to step into the nascent soul stage within 5 years." Only now did Li Fei recall that the Starry Sun technique she cultivated was a top cultivation technique that could be cultivated to Emperor Wu's level. Coupled with the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Tian, is that Xiongquan reliable? Compared to Li Fei, Li Ro considered more, and her peerlessly beautiful face became serious as she was slightly worried. As far as she was concerned, keeping such a strong person by her side was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. "Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He naturally knew what his mother was worried about. It was none other than being afraid that Xiongquan would harm him, but unfortunately, Xiongquan's life was currently in his hands. In the entire world, besides him, no one was able to cure the slow-acting poison he gave Xiongquan. That was the secret recipe of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, a royal-grade alchemist. When Duan Lingtian's group left, the atmosphere in the entire Tian clan was extremely oppressive. Their Tian clan's patriarch was dead. Dad! When Tian Guang woke up and noticed that his family jewels were gone, he was already deeply shocked. Now that he heard the news of his father being killed, he cried out in sorrow and was unable to accept this sudden double blow, causing him to faint once more. He understood that the death of his father meant that his status in the Tian clan would plummet. A few days later, Tian Guang, who'd recovered slightly with great difficulty, was dragged to the punishment court by a few Tian clan disciples, and he was beaten 100 times before the eyes of everyone in the Tian clan. Before he fainted from the pain, he heard the words of the Tian clan's grand elder. "Tian Guang brought calamity to our Tian clan. According to the orders of the 2 guardian elders, he is hereby punished. If anyone commits the same mistake in the future, they'll be directly executed according to the clan rules." When he woke up once more, his aura was weak, and his eyes were filled with regret. Never had he imagined that a single thought from that night would cause him to fall to such an end. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, then even if he abandoned his dignity and kowtowed 10 times to that violet-clothed young man, he would still beg for the young man's forgiveness. Now, he had nothing, let alone dignity. "Tian Guang, the Grand Elder asked you to go to the audience hall." Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside, and it caused Tian Guang's face to go pale. When he arrived at the audience hall, Tian Guang directly knelt before the Tian clan's Grand Elder and hugged the Grand Elder's legs as he cried bitterly. "Grand Elder, I know my mistake, I really know my mistake. Don't punish me anymore. I beg you, I beg you." The Tian clan's Grand Elder frowned, and his expression was slightly unsightly as he glanced at the nearby 3 people and said embarrassedly, "Distinguished guests, please excuse me." Subsequently, his face sank as he kicked Tian Guang flying. "Tian Guang, I didn't ask you to come here today to punish you. Besides the 2 guardian elders, only you are familiar with that violet-clothed young man's appearance. Now, describe in detail the appearance of that violet-clothed young man to these 3 distinguished guests." When Tian Guang heard that it wasn't to punish him, he caught his breath and noticed that there were 3 more people in the audience hall, an aged old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man around the age of 20. "What's your relationship with that violet-clothed young man?" Tian Guang asked with slight trepidation. He was really afraid that these three people were on the same side as the violet-clothed young man and had come to stand up for the violet-clothed young man. If it was like this, then he would really be extremely unlucky. He's our irreconcilable enemy. We came here this time precisely for the sake of catching up to him and killing him. The young man around the age of 20 spoke, and his voice was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Tianguang's eyes abruptly lit up when he heard this, but he seemed to have thought of something and dimmed down. It's useless. He has an Origin Core stage expert protecting him, and even my father, the Tian clan's patriarch, died at his hands. Origin Core stage? The young man laughed in disdain. He's only at the Origin Core stage, what's there to fear? This person beside me is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, in existence at the nascent soul stage. A mere Origin Core stage martial artist. If the Grand Elder were to make a move, he'd be able to kill him with a flip of his palm. Nascent soul stage expert? Tianguang was shocked. The Tian clan's Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and he only reacted after a short moment. You clan? Nascent soul stage expert? Well, you all wouldn't be members of our Swallow Mountain County's County Cities Yu clan, right? Tianguang's gaze lit up once again, like the numerous stars in the night sky, and when he looked at the young man, it was as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Exactly, we're members of the Yu clan. This is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, and this is my father, the Yu clan's Second Elder. The young man raised his head arrogantly and enjoyed the reverent gazes of the two Tian clan members. So it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Second Elder, and young Master Yu. Tian Qiong has not received you well, please forgive me. Tianguang, quickly get the kitchen to prepare a first-class banquet. I have to properly entertain our distinguished guests. The Tian clan's Grand Elder, Tian Qiong, looked at Tianguang and ordered. Sit. Tianguang hurriedly stood up. His eyes flickered and his mood surged. Father, there's going to be someone taking revenge for you soon. So what if that little bastard has an Origin Core stage martial artist by his side? The Yu clan has dispatched a nascent soul stage expert this time, and it's even the Yu clan's Grand Elder. That little bastard is dead for sure. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Wait. Right at this moment, the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Yu Hui, stopped Tianguang and said indifferently, "We didn't come to your Tian clan this time for a meal. Now, describe the appearance of that violet-clothed youth to me right now." Tianguang didn't dare dally and hurriedly nodded. He recalled the scene of when he saw the violet-clothed youth that night and roughly described the youth's appearance. Grand Elder, it's right, it's him. The young man, who was the Yu clan's Yu Xiang, had a face full of excitement. It's fine as long as it's him. In this way, he left this place 7 days ago. Yu Hui nodded. Since it's like this, let's depart now. Grand Elder. Tian Qiong took a step forward and said respectfully, "The three of you have traveled for an entire day and I'm sure you're hungry. How about staying for a meal in our Tian clan? It's our honor that the three of you are able to come to our Tian clan, and I hope that the three of you can allow us to fulfill our duties as hosts." Yu Hui didn't directly agree, but instead looked at Yu Xiang and the Yu clan's Second Elder, Yu Li. What do the two of you think? Grand Elder, since that Duan Ling Tian has already left 7 days ago, we're not in a hurry. Let's finish this meal before we depart. Yu Xiang suggested. Exactly, we'll use the Fergana horses to travel. No matter if we eat this meal or not, we'll surely be able to catch up to him within 2 days. Yu Li nodded as well, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. Yu Hui nodded, then looked at Tian Qiong. Then I'll be troubling Elder Tian. It's no trouble, no trouble. A smile had bloomed on Tian Qiong's face since long ago. During these past few days, first, the Tian clan's patriarch had died, then they were exploited of 1 million silver. It could be said that the Tian clan was in a precarious situation. The other two great clans of Cove Rain Town had been restless these past few days, and they obviously wanted to annex the Tian clan in one fell swoop. As far as he was concerned, so long as the Tian clan was able to form a relationship with the county city's Yu clan, they would surely be able to ensure their safety. I'll go instruct the kitchen. Chapter 131. Bang. Origin energy charged out from Duan Lingtian's body, breaking through the last bottleneck, a carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon in a single day. At the instant his origin energy charged through the bottleneck, it instantly underwent a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Broke through. 4th level of the core formation stage. During these past 3 months, Duan Lingtian hadn't stopped cultivating on the way to the imperial city. The facts proved that his hard work wasn't in vain. With my current strength, I can exert the strength of 11 ancient mammoths without using a spirit weapon, comparable to an ordinary 8th level core formation martial artist. Once I complete the tempering of my fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, the raging python form, I'll gain the strength of an ancient mammoth and be comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingxing, we'll meet soon. At that time what you gave me, Ke and Li Xian, I'll make you pay back 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. Raising his head to look, he noticed that his mother, Li Ro, was cultivating as well. As for Li Fei and Ke, they were both asleep. These 2 little girls are probably really tired. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his eyes were filled with gentleness like water. He would use his entire life to protect these 2 girls and make them the happiest women in the world. This was the vow and promise he made to himself, and it would never change in this lifetime. Pulling open the carriage's curtain, Duan Lingtian looked outside, and the scene that entered his eyes constantly moved behind him. Along the way, they did encounter some blind horse bandits. However, those bandits failed to kill and rob, and were all killed by Xianxia in the end. With Xianxia here, Duan Lingtian was extremely at ease. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired and dozed off for a while. Soon, he was awakened by the sound of galloping horses. The sound of hooves came from 3 horses. Their speed was far faster than that of an ordinary horse. 3 Fergana horses? The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian lifted the curtain and looked back. His eyebrows moved slightly. Soon, he saw one of the 3 people who were getting closer and closer. Xiang. The Yu clan's actions are quite fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He closed the car window without waking up his mother, Li Ro, Li Fei and Ke. He pulled open the curtains and sat beside Xianxia. Xianxia, the 3 people behind us are coming for me. Stop the carriage by the side and let's go meet them. Yes, master. Xianxia nodded and parked the carriage by the side of the road. He followed Duan Lingtian and ran in the direction behind the carriage. But, nay, the 3 Fergana horses stopped before Duan Lingtian. The sweat on their bodies was like fresh blood, and under the scorching sun, it flickered with a strange luster. The young man on one of the Fergana horses had a piercingly cold gaze as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you know you can't escape death, so you came here to give your life away? What? You want to use this to beg us to let your family go? Xiang, you still like to think you're infallible. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiang and spoke indifferently. His gaze had never looked at Xiang from the beginning until the end, but had instead descended onto the other 2 people. An old man and a middle-aged man. Martial artists above the core formation stage couldn't be easily discerned, but Duan Lingtian had, after all, inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could vaguely discern that the middle-aged man was an origin core stage martial artist, and the old man was a nascent soul stage martial artist. This old man's strength wasn't inferior to Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao. Humph. Duan Lingtian, you're still being stubborn when you're about to die. I'll say it today. Even if you deliver yourself to die, I won't let your family go. As long as it's someone related to you, they'll die without a doubt. Xiang burst into rage when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to disregard him. What did you say? Duan Lingtian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and flashed towards Wuxia. His family was his reverse scale. Wuxia was suddenly enveloped by this killing intent, and his face went pale. His body trembled and he actually fell off the horse with a bang, in an extremely sorry state. The old man, the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui, glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Such killing intent was something he'd never developed even after fighting for more than half his life. This youth around the age of 17 wasn't simple. "You're courting death." Yu Li's face sank and his legs shook as he instantly left the back of his horse and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His palm descended, strong winds swept out, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. "Duan Lingtian, you killed my son Yu Hong. Today is the day you die." "Yu Hong." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he came to a sudden understanding. So this person was Yu Hong's father. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he gazed at the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Li. This Yu Hong's strength wasn't bad, as he'd actually cultivated to the 8th level of the origin core stage. However, this little bit of strength. "You dare be rude to my master?" "That!" Xianxia shouted out explosively as he instantly flashed out to intercept Yu Hong. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. 7th level of the origin core stage? Yu Hui sat on the Fergana horse and was slightly surprised, but he had no intention of interfering. As far as he was concerned, Yu Li alone was sufficient to deal with a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Humph! A mere 7th level origin core stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before me? I'll kill you first and bury Duan Lingtian with your corpse. Yu Li's eyes revealed disdain as he sneered, then his palm strike that was filled with raging origin energy blasted towards Xianxia. Right at this instant, the 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xianxia had instantly turned into 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. "No!" The sneer on the corners of Yu Li's mouth completely froze when he saw this scene, and his eyes revealed terror. He never imagined that his opponent was actually a nascent soul stage martial artist. Only a martial artist at the first level of the nascent soul stage or above was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but noticed that it was too late. All the strength in his body poured into this palm strike, and it was difficult to withdraw it. "Stay your hand." Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale, as he never imagined that Xianxia had concealed his strength. His figure swiftly flashed as he pounced over, wanting to save Yu Li. Above him, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed when he saw Yu Hui attack, but his expression remained unchanged. Xianxia moved, and a 3-foot-long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It whistled past and instantly swept past Yu Li's throat. After he succeeded, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Yu Hui caught Yu Li's body, but noticed that fresh blood was violently gushing out from Yu Li's throat, and Yu Li struggled for a moment before losing all signs of life. "Second Elder." Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale. The middle-aged man in his embrace wasn't just the Yu clan's 2nd elder, he was also the patriarch's younger brother. Now that he had died before him, how would he explain this to the patriarch? Early on when Xianxia exerted the strength of a nascent soul stage martial artist, Wuxia was already scared silly. Now that he saw Yu Li die, his face went ghastly pale, and he pounced forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Li's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. "Father! Father!" Yu Hui put down Yu Li's corpse, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he strode out and walked towards Duan Lingtian and Xianxia. "Today, even if you're at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, you'll still die without a doubt. And you, Duan Lingtian, after I kill him, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and hand you over to Wuxia to be dealt with personally." Yu Hui's voice was cold and indifferent, and his chilly gaze first flashed past Xianxia before descending onto Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I'll let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is shaved off piece by piece by piece. I'll make you wish you were dead. Hearing Yu Hui's words, Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Then let's see if this old fellow can live up to your expectations. Yu Hui moved, and his speed was so swift that with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Hui. Xiong Quan moved along with Yu Hui, but seemed to be able to easily see through Yu Hui's location and directly move to intercept him. A mere first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, die. Yu Hui revealed himself and coldly shouted. A spirit weapon narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing suddenly appeared in his hand, and it whistled out towards Xiong Quan. The saber light emitted outwards, and against the scorching sun, it flickered with a dazzling luster. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he discerned the grade of the spirit weapon in Yu Hui's hand. Meanwhile, beside the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Hui, another 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of strength from a spirit weapon. Grade 8 spirit weapon amplified strength by almost 20%. Yu Hui's saber art martial skill was extremely brilliant, and he perfectly displayed his strength, following like a shadow as he enveloped Xiong Quan. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, you encountered me. Facing Yu Hui's brilliant saber strike, Xiong Quan didn't dodge, and the 3-foot-long blade flashed out to intercept it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth curled into a sneer. But in next to no time, his expression completely changed. What did he see? Right at the instant Xiong Quan attacked, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan instantly became 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Third level of the nascent soul stage. This wasn't all. Along with the spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand flashing out, the might of the spirit weapon was perfectly displayed. Beside the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 100+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The amplification of the spirit weapon was almost 30%. The strength of 500+ ancient mammoths against the strength of 360 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all, and the outcome was obvious. Clang. As a grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long blade flashed past, instantly slashing apart Yu Hui's grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, and its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it went on to chop off Yu Hui's head. Before Yu Hui died, he only had one thought left. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. The eyes of Yu Hui's head that flew out from his body stared wide open, as if he never imagined that Xiong Quan would have such strength. Grand Elder. No, it can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming, I must be. The scene before him caused Yu Xiang's eyes to almost split open, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 132. The intense pain coming from his thigh caused Yu Xiang to be unable to stop himself from screaming out. Only now did he realize that everything before his eyes was real, and he wasn't dreaming. Yu Xiang. Seeing Yu Xiang's actions, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now, tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I let you watch as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece, living a life worse than death? Or should I give you a quick death? In the next moment, Yu Xiang's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Thump. This Yu Xiang actually directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him, ignoring the fresh blood flowing from his forehead. Duan Lingtian, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. As death approached, Yu Xiang forgot his dignity, forgot everything. Let you go. Duan Lingtian sneered, let you go, and then let you go back to the Yu clan to find someone to take revenge on me? Yu Xiang hurriedly shook his head. He was terrified to the extreme, and his body trembled. I won't take revenge on you, really, I won't take revenge on you. Your brother and father both died in my hands. Are you sure you won't take revenge on me? Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Really? Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with a begging expression. However, the cold light that flashed in the depths of his eyes was still noticed by Duan Lingtian. However, even if Duan Lingtian didn't notice this, he still didn't intend to let Yu Xiang go. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. This Yu Xiang's heart was vicious, and Duan Lingtian could be considered to have witnessed it. Yu Xiang, I still remember your overbearing and arrogant appearance when we first met. It was as if you didn't take me seriously at all. Originally, I didn't intend to bicker with you, but you actually conspired with your brother to get someone to take my life. It can be said that your brother's death, and even your father's death, was caused by you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Xiang. The disappearance of Centurion Bai Feng is related to you? Yu Xiang's expression changed drastically. When his brother's good friend, Bai Feng, went missing, he felt it was very strange. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he faintly guessed something. That's right, Bai Feng died in my hands. I used the same inscription that killed your brother to kill him in the setting Sun Mountain range. Duan Lingtian nodded and admitted it. Yu Xiang's face was ashen. He didn't expect that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried about his revenge. Now that he thought about it, all of this seemed to be caused by him. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. I can be your dog and be ordered around by you. How about it? Yu Xiang's eyes emitted the desire to survive. He was only 20 this year and wasn't willing to lose his life. Be my dog. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Yu Xiang would actually disregard his dignity in order to survive. The current Yu Xiang was simply like a completely different person from the Yu Xiang he met for the first time. If Yu Xiang could still maintain his arrogant appearance like before, Duan Lingtian might think slightly more highly of him. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to kill this Yu Xiang himself. Xiongquan. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone contained dense coldness mixed within. Yes, master. Although Duan Lingtian didn't specifically instruct him to do anything, Xiongquan was still able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant, as he'd followed Duan Lingtian for a few months after all. No. When he saw Xiongquan walking over, Yu Xiang realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, and he let out a sorrowful shout before turning around and fleeing. However, that bit of speed of his was nothing in front of Xiongquan. After a short moment, Xiongquan caught up to him and he died under Xiongquan's sword. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, Xiongquan searched the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members for a while before withdrawing some silver and a spatial ring. That spatial ring was precisely the possession of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. Master! Xiongquan respectfully passed the spoils of the battle to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, then glanced at the broken grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, then glanced at the 3 Fergana horses. Put away his spirit weapon as well, I'll be able to use it when refining weapons in the future. As for these 3 Fergana horses, find a town ahead and replace our 5 horses, and let these 3 Fergana horses pull the carriage. Xiongquan's gaze twitched as he said in astonishment, Master? You're also a weapons craftsman? Is it very strange? Come, let's go back. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he ignited his pill fire and burned the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members before turning around and leaving. Meanwhile, he claimed ownership of Yu Hui's spatial ring while he was at it. 2 million silver? Not bad, this Yu Hui is wealthier than Aqua Mist City's He clan's Hizudao. Xiongquan led the 3 Fergana horses and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He felt that the master he'd acknowledged seemed to not be an ordinary person. What a joke! Could an ordinary person be so wise and farsighted at such an age, as if everything was under his control? Xiongquan even felt that. Even the former sect leader of the Boundless sect was far inferior to his current master in certain aspects. Perhaps, being able to follow master is my fortune. With master's natural talent, he'll sooner or later go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I keep having the feeling that my life will change because of this. Such a thought suddenly arose within Xiongquan's heart. This thought was like a seed that gradually took root and sprouted. Many years later, when he suddenly looked back, only then would he realize how correct his thoughts were at this moment. Returning to the carriage, Duan Linghan noticed that the gazes of Li Fei, Ke, and his mother, Li Ro, had all descended onto him in unison. "You're all awake?" A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. "Young master, what happened?" Ke asked. "Nothing, it's just a few bandits that blocked the way." Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. For the sake of avoiding his mother from being too worried, he found an excuse. "Bandits? Since when did bandits ride Fergana horses to rob us?" Li Ro pulled open the carriage window and glanced outside. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile when she saw Duan Lingtian leading 3 fine horses that were covered in sweat that seemed to be dyed with blood. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. "It's really Fergana horses, and there's even 3 of them." Li Fei was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, and flowing lights flashed within her eyes. "What beautiful horses! These are Fergana horses? Big sister Fei Fei, are these Fergana horses very special?" Ke was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well. No matter if it was in terms of leg strength or appearance, a Fergana horse was absolutely the best amongst horses. Ke, the speed of a Fergana horse is a few times faster than an ordinary fine horse, and it can travel 500 kilometers in a day. Moreover, just a single Fergana horse is worth 1 million silver. Li Fei explained. "Ah." Ke was frightened. 1 million silver taels for a horse? Very quickly, the gazes of the 3 women that were slightly scrutinizing fell upon Duan Lingtian at the same time. Duan Lingtian's heart tightened, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. "Xianxia, call me when we reach the town ahead. I'm sleepy, so I'm going to catch up on my sleep first." Duan Lingtian yawned and called out to Xianxia outside. Under the burning gazes of the 3 women, he lay down on the bed and pretended to be asleep. "Scoundrel!" Li Fei angrily said. Li Ro also helplessly shook her head, but she didn't intend to probe any further. She closed her pair of beautiful eyes and continued to cultivate. After a moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at his mother, Li Ro. After discovering that she was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, he reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand. "Little Fei, come." Li Fei was still puzzled. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a ring appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spatial ring of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. "This is..." Li Fei took a deep breath. She had a guess in her heart, and she was slightly excited. "Haven't you always envied Ke for having a spatial ring?" As Duan Lingtian spoke softly, he removed the ownership of the spatial ring and put it on Li Fei's hand. "It's really a spatial ring?" After Li Fei dripped her blood onto the spatial ring, she excitedly lowered her head and kissed Duan Lingtian. After that, she noticed Ke looking at her with a spurious smile. She was so embarrassed that she turned her head away and didn't dare look back for a long time. "Little Fei, you're still shy." Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly pulled Li Fei into his embrace, and his other hand embraced Ke. He hugged one in each arm and fell asleep. Not long after, Xianxia drove the carriage into a small town. After dealing with the original 5 steeds, he hitched the 3 Fergana horses onto the carriage. When they left the small town, 100% of the people turned their heads. There were even quite a few people who chased them out of the small town and only returned to their senses after they saw the carriage disappear into the distance. "My God, those are Fergana horses, right? 3 Fergana horses are worth 3 million taels of silver. Using 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage is too extravagant." The group of small-town residents deeply engraved this scene in their hearts. This was the most extravagant action they'd ever seen in their entire lives. After switching to the 3 Fergana horses, the carriage galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. In Duan Lingtian's original plan, it would take nearly a year to reach the imperial city. But now that he'd switched to the Fergana horses, it was an entire 3 months ahead of time. The imperial city is in front. Li Rou's gaze was complicated as she looked at the vast and majestic city in the distance through the carriage window. That year, she'd brought her son, who was still immature, and left this place. She didn't expect that after so many years, she'd once again set foot on this land. She seemed to have recalled. That year, the scenes when her husband, Duan Ruffing, was still alive. Although her husband had been missing for many years, she was sure that her husband was still alive. Li Rou looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, "When we reach the imperial city this time, Mother hopes that you can accompany Mother to make a trip to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan." That year, it was she who'd secretly brought Duan Lingtian away. After all, Duan Lingtian had the blood of the Duan clan flowing through his veins, and he was still a member of the Duan clan. "Acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "Mother, I'm not going." Li Rou's tone became heavier. She'd always been a person who valued relationships and righteousness, and she couldn't bear to see her son being so immature. "Mother." Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red as he said in a deep voice, "All these years, has the Duan clan ever cared about the life and death of us? Also, when Duan Lingxing almost killed me 2 years ago, has that so-called fourth uncle ever treated me fairly?" Chapter 133. Within the carriage, it was deathly silent. Li Fei and Ke were very sensible and didn't speak. Li Rou's eyes were slightly red. She could feel her son's resentment from his tone. After a long time, she sighed and said softly, "All right, Tian, if you're unwilling to go, then we won't go. Don't be sad." Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache when he saw his mother like this. He sat over and held Li Rou's hand. "I know you want me to go and acknowledge my ancestors for father's sake. But why did you leave the Duan clan that year? Could it be that you've forgotten everything? When father was still alive, everyone respected you. Once father went missing, those jealous people took the initiative to make things difficult for you. I believe that even if father was still alive, he wouldn't blame us." Li Rou nodded and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. "You've grown up. Mom can be at ease. Mom doesn't have any other wishes for the rest of her life. I only hope to be able to see you and Ke give birth to children, and I'll be satisfied." Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A mother's love was as heavy as Mount Tai, causing his heart to feel slightly sour and his eyes to feel bitter. "Mom, you rest for a while." Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian returned to Li Fei and Ke's side and sighed. He would go to the Duan clan, but not to acknowledge his ancestors. It was to kill that Duan Lingxing. In next to no time, the carriage arrived at the foot of the imperial city. The enormous carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses naturally attracted the attention of many people everywhere it passed. The imperial city was vast and vast. It stood there like an enormous ferocious beast that was hibernating, and it brought a feeling of oppression to others. The imperial city was surrounded by a wide moat, leaving only a stone bridge that led to the entrance of the imperial city. This was also the only city gate of the imperial city. This was the only way in and out of the imperial city. As the carriage walked on the stone bridge, one could vaguely see numerous ferocious fish-type ferocious beasts leaping up from the moat and revealing their savage fangs. The density of these ferocious fish beasts made one's scalp numb. One could imagine that even if a nascent soul realm martial artist fell into it, they would most likely die. As the only gate of the imperial city, it was extremely large. It was made of steel and was dozens of meters tall. On both sides of the gate, there were mighty soldiers in armor. They held sharp spears in their hands and stood there in 2 lines, as motionless as mountains. Wherever Duan Lingtian's carriage passed, the crowd would make way. Even the soldiers on both sides of the city gate did not dare to approach. A carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was a rare sight even in the imperial city. Those who could sit in such a carriage were either rich or noble. After entering the imperial city, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Kerr looked out the window and carefully observed everything in the imperial city. On both sides of the wide road, there were many shops and restaurants. It was very lively. Li Fei faintly sighed. Compared to the imperial city, Aurora City can only be considered as a small rural town. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed. Aurora City could not be compared to the imperial city at all. Master, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city is divided into an inner city and an outer city. We are currently only in the outer city. At this moment, Xiongquan's voice sounded. Outer city? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Such a bustling place was only in the outer city of the imperial city? Master, look, the inner city is in front. After the carriage traveled for another half an hour, Xiongquan's voice sounded out again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed that at the end of the road, there was a city within a city. This inner city did not look much different from the outer city. If there was a difference, it would be that the area it occupied was smaller than the outer city. No matter if it was the moat, the city walls that surrounded the city like a water bucket, or the only stone bridge, they were all no different from the outer city. Presently, the inner city's gate was tightly shut and there was not a single person on the stone bridge. The inner city is actually not open. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. There should be a time limit. Xiongquan said. Xiongquan, you seem to know the imperial city very well. Have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. From Xiongquan's introduction earlier, he noticed that Xiongquan seemed to be very familiar with the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. I've been here once before. Xiongquan sighed as he reminisced. At that time, he took the identity of the Boundless Sect's guardian and brought the Boundless Sect's disciples out to handle some matters, and they just happened to pass by here. Now that he thought back, he sighed endlessly. Let's find an inn in the outer city to stay first. Duan Lingtian instructed. Xiongquan replied respectfully and found a slightly luxurious inn to stay in. The innkeeper of the inn personally came out to welcome them. The carriage driven by 3 Fergana horses caused him to tremble with fear, as he was deeply afraid of offending the esteemed guests. Mother, let's go out to eat. Duan Lingtian arrived outside Li Ro's room and said softly. Mother isn't hungry and wants to rest for a while. You guys go ahead. Remember to bring Xiongquan along. The experts in the imperial city are as numerous as the clouds, so you must not take the initiative to cause trouble. Li Ro's voice sounded out, and she didn't forget to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied and left the inn with Li Fei and Kerr. Xiongquan followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian found a nearby restaurant that looked pretty good and walked in with large strides. This restaurant was a pavilion that was divided into 3 floors. The surroundings of the first floor were filled with flowers and plants, and it was extremely pleasant. It was currently mealtime, and the lobby of the first floor was already full, bustling with activity, and extremely lively. Duan Lingtian followed the stairs and walked up to the second floor with large strides. Compared to the clamor of the first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Although there were many people talking, they intentionally lowered their voices and were extremely mindful of their image. Guest this way, please. Before long, a waitress greeted Duan Lingtian's group and brought them to a table near the street. Give me a portion of each of your signature dishes and a jug of good wine. Duan Lingtian instructed. The waitress nodded respectfully before turning and leaving. Before long, fine wine and delicacies were placed on the table. This restaurant is rather special. Li Fei lightly smiled. Sitting on the second floor, they were practically unable to hear the sounds of the lobby on the first floor. Everything seemed to be so quiet and peaceful. Although they could hear the conversations of some of the patrons on the second floor, they were all suppressed to an extremely low level. If they didn't intentionally listen, they would be completely ignored. A small portion of the patrons in the surroundings were discussing private matters, but most of them were discussing Paladin Academy. I wonder if Paladin Academy will receive a genius student like Su Qing this year. What kind of joke is this? That Su Qing is a rare genius martial artist. In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, there was only one person from 20+ years ago that was able to compare with him. Who? Naturally, it's the Duan Ruffing clan's Duan Ruffing. Who's Duan Ruffing? You actually don't even know who Duan Ruffing is? He's a peerless genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom 20 years ago, and he's also a direct descendant of the Duan clan. I've actually never heard anyone mention him. Of course, because he went missing 15 years ago. If he didn't go missing, then the #1 expert of our Crimson Sky Kingdom might not necessarily be that person from the Imperial family. Shoo! Be quiet, are you courting death? Is that person from the Imperial family someone you can talk about? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the discussion of the people at the nearby table. Duan Ruffing was precisely his father in this lifetime. I never imagined that there would still be people who remember that deadbeat father of mine. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Duan Ruffing is only a short-lived ghost. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the stairs. A red-clothed young woman around the age of 19 walked up to the second floor, and behind her was an old woman. The old woman leaned on a walking stick, but her eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Obviously, her cultivation wasn't low. Little girl, you're too presumptuous. If that Duan Ruffing was here, would you dare say such words? The expression of the middle-aged man who'd been praising Duan Ruffing earlier sank slightly. Slap her. The red-clothed young woman's voice was icy cold, and it was unknown who she was talking to. Instantly, the old woman behind her moved, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards the middle-aged man. Above the old woman, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, then vanished in a flash. Slap. A clear sound echoed out as the old woman returned behind the red-clothed young woman, whereas half of the middle-aged man's face was swollen and his expression was extremely unsightly, yet he dared to be angry but didn't dare say anything. The old woman's strength was far above his. For a moment, the second floor was deathly silent. So overbearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flickered within them. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was still his father after all. Now that he was being insulted, a ball of flames couldn't help but arise within his heart. Truly laughable. A short-lived ghost is worthy of such praise from all of you. The red-clothed young woman's icy cold gaze descended onto the other people that participated in the discussion earlier, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads and not dare say another word. These days, people aren't even allowed to speak the truth. If that Duan Ruffing was still here, would you dare to insult him? Li Fei obviously couldn't bear to see the red-clothed young woman's actions, and she grunted coldly. The red-clothed young woman's gaze descended onto Li Fei's face, and she mocked. An ugly freak with a veil on her face is worthy of speaking to this young miss? I'll give you a chance, slap yourself 30 times. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ugly freak? Li Fei was dazed, then sneered. You really think highly of yourself. Even if you were to deliver yourself to a beggar on the side of the road, a beggar might not dare to marry you, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This girl's mouth is unforgiving. You're courting death. A trace of a cold light flashed within the red-clothed young woman's eyes. Her hand trembled, and a strong wind swept out. A black whip that was like a venomous snake brought out a string of whip images that were suffused with origin energy as it flashed straight towards Li Fei. Her attack was incomparably ruthless. Above her, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the core formation stage. Just when most people thought that Li Fei would suffer a loss, Duan Lingtian moved. Just when Li Fei's gaze went slightly cold and she intended to make a move, Duan Lingtian embraced her and dodged the red-clothed young woman's attack. Chapter 134. Going too far? The red-clothed girl's expression was extremely unsightly after her attack missed. There are some people you can't afford to offend. In front of me, not to mention mocking, she doesn't even have the qualifications to speak. The qualifications to speak? That's really new. This is the first time I've heard that speaking requires qualifications. But I wonder where you got the qualifications to injure someone, and who gave you the qualifications? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he started laughing from extreme anger. Even if he didn't interfere earlier with Li Fei's strength at the 5th level of the core formation stage, it would still be sufficient to defeat the red-clothed girl who was at the 4th level of the core formation stage. He embraced Li Fei and moved aside, not because he was worried that Li Fei would suffer a loss, but because he listened to his mother, Li Ro, and tried his best not to cause trouble. If the matter really got out of hand, then he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Some of the surrounding customers frowned as they looked at the red-clothed girl, as they all felt that she was going too far. Some people are born lowly, like ants. There are some people who are born to be noble and are supreme. The red-clothed girl arrogantly raised her head and said with a condescending tone, "You asked where this young miss got the qualifications, and this is this young miss qualifications. In front of this young miss, she's only an ant. You're similarly an ant. So, you don't have the qualifications to speak in front of this young miss." The red-clothed girl had only just finished speaking when the black whip flashed out once again, swinging towards Duan Linggen. What a good, born lowly. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, and let you know that no one has the qualifications to casually trample on the dignity of another. Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold, as he was truly enraged. The red-clothed girl shouted in a low voice, and the whip in her hand seemed to transform into numerous black poisonous snakes that scuttled towards Duan Linggen. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand. He only used the strength of less than 7 ancient mammoths. He easily caught the red-clothed girl's whip in his hand and fiercely shook it. Poof! The red-clothed girl's hand that held the whip trembled, and she was shaken to the point she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was ghastly pale as she stared at Duan Linggen, as if she had encountered something extremely inconceivable. You actually dare injure this young miss? What a joke! You want to kill me but I can't hurt you? Duan Lingtian sneered. Did this crazy woman really think that the heavens were the greatest and she was the second? She could kill people, but others could only stand there and let her kill them? What kind of logic was this? For a moment, all the customers in the restaurant looked at the woman in red as though they were looking at an idiot. Although they had seen many hedonistic sons of rich families, this was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated one. Do you know who I am? This young lady will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to this young lady 3 times. Perhaps this young lady will show mercy and spare your life. The woman in red looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice was cold as if she was giving alms to Duan Linggen. What a joke! Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and the icy cold bloody killing intent on his body swept out. The woman in red was enveloped by the killing intent, and her face went pale. Her entire body trembled as she continuously retreated a few steps. She once again looked at Duan Lingtian as if she was looking at a devil. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Enough. The old woman spoke out as she took a step forward and blocked the woman in red, blocking the peerless killing intent that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even the old woman couldn't help but be moved. This youth that looked to be around 18 years old not only had a strength that wasn't inferior to her young miss, he actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there probably weren't many people who possessed such killing intent. Who the hell are you? The old woman looked at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. She faintly realized that this violet-clothed youth wasn't simple, and might even have an extraordinary background. Who am I? Duan Lingtian started laughing as he swept the red-clothed woman behind the old woman with his gaze. I'm the ant she spoke of? A naturally lowly ant. What? The naturally noble young miss can only hide behind others now and don't dare make a move to show off your nobility? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with ridicule. Kill him, I want him to die. The red-clothed woman was provoked by Duan Lingtian to the point her face flushed red, and she roared with a fierce voice. The old woman's gaze focused as killing intent flashed within. Originally, when she saw Duan Lingtian being so mysterious and unfathomable, she still had misgivings in her heart. Now, when she heard her young Mrs. order, she didn't hesitate any longer. No matter how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's identity was, he would still die today. The old woman moved, attacking with her full strength, and 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, revealing her cultivation. 6th level of the origin core stage. Xianxia, don't let her disturb me. Right when the hearts of the customers on the 2nd floor were in suspense for Duan Lingtian instead suddenly spoke such words, causing these customers to feel slightly bewildered. Yes, master. Xianxia moved, only using the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to stop the old woman and suppress her, causing her to be unable to make a move against Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the origin core stage. The old woman glanced at Xianxia in terror, and her face went ghastly pale. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. The red-clothed woman's face went ghastly pale when she saw her backer being stopped by someone. Then she saw Duan Lingtian walking towards her. Slap. Duan Lingtian walked forward and raised his hand to slap the red-clothed girl. Then he said in a cold voice, "Noble eldest young miss, today, allow me, a lowly ant, to properly discipline you on behalf of your parents. This slap is for my wife." Li Fei sat at the side, and a happy smile appeared on her face. You dare slap me? The red-clothed woman was dumbstruck. Even her father had never hit her. Now, a strange man actually dared slap her. You're dead. You're dead. The red-clothed woman looked at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze, as if she was looking at a dead man. Slap. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, then sneered. This slap is for that big brother from before. Nearby, the middle-aged man with half his face swollen glanced at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. Kid, you'll regret this. Do you know who she is? Meanwhile, the old woman that was suppressed by Xianxia, her body that seemed as if it would fall in the wind lightly trembled. Don't worry, no matter who she is, I'll properly teach her how to behave on behalf of her parents. Duan Lingtian swept the old woman with a cold and indifferent gaze, then looked at the red-clothed woman with a cold expression. Slap, 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 slap. Slap after slap was swung out, hitting the red-clothed woman until her cheeks were completely swollen, turning her into a pig's head. Didn't you say that you were born noble and supreme? Didn't you say that I was born lowly and wanted to kill an ant like me? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with coldness and indifference. The red-clothed woman's eyes flickered with icy cold killing intent, as if she was already numb, and she spoke incoherently. You will surely regret this. Stubborn. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, and after slapping her down, he stopped and coldly shouted. Fuck off. Don't appear before me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Meanwhile, Xianxia had also returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The old woman regained her freedom and helped the red-clothed woman up before walking down the stairs in large strides. Her icy cold voice sounded from afar. Kid, no matter who you are or what your background is, you prepare to receive the fury of the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Fair Sun County's county governor's estate? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The county governor's estate again. He seemed to have a special affinity with the people of the county governor's estate. First it was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate, and now it was the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Could it be that the red-clothed woman from before was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? I've long heard that the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter is an unruly girl, but I never imagined that she's unruly to such an extent. The expressions of many customers went pale as they paid their bills and left one by one, deeply afraid that they would get into trouble. Little brother. In a short while, only the middle-aged man with a swollen face remained. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "The Fair Sun County's county governor's estate isn't to be trifled with. You'd better leave the imperial city quickly." This is the imperial city. Could it be that the county governor's estate can overturn the heavens? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. No matter how strong the county governor's estate was, it seemed that its reputation was only spread far and wide within the county that it governed, right? Within the imperial city, a mere county governor's estate dared to be presumptuous? Perhaps he perceived Duan Lingtian's indifference. The middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face as he explained, "Little brother, you don't know. If it was the county governor's estate of the other 17 counties, then it would be fine. But the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate is different. If I'm not wrong, that red-clothed woman from before ought to be the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor and the younger sister of His Majesty's concubine." That concubine of His Majesty's concubine is also the mother of the current 5th prince. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the restaurant, and he didn't forget to remind Duan Lingtian once again to quickly leave the imperial city. So in this way, that woman from before is the cousin of the 5th prince? Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. "Scoundrel, what should we do now?" They just arrived at the imperial city and had already indirectly offended the 5th prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. This wasn't a good sign. "What's wrong, little Fei? Weren't you so confident just now? Are you afraid now?" Duan Lingtian teased. "I'm just worried about you." Li Fei grunted. "All right, let's eat." Duan Lingtian sat back between Li Fei and Kerr as he smiled. Before long, Duan Lingtian looked at the female attendant in the distance and called out to her. "Guest, do you need anything?" The female attendant didn't dare look straight at Duan Lingtian. She was also frightened by Duan Lingtian's overbearing side from before. "Don't be nervous, I just wanted to ask you if you know when the inner city is open to the public?" Duan Lingtian squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face as he asked curiously. "Guest, the inner city is open for an hour in the morning, noon, and evening." The female attendant's expression eased up a bit. "What's the difference between the inner city and the outer city?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "Compared to the outer city, the inner city is much more prosperous. The Imperial Palace, the mansions of the various large families, and Paladin Academy are all in the inner city. However, even if outsiders enter the inner city, they wouldn't spend the night inside. The inns inside are more than 10 times more expensive than the inns outside. Those who are able to buy a mansion inside are either wealthy or respectable." Everyone looked at the horse carriage with reverence as it passed by. A horse carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses. The people inside were surely wealthy and respectable, and weren't people they could afford to offend. This is the inner city? So many people. Within the carriage, Kerr glanced outside and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Within the inner city, there was an endless stream of horse carriages, and what entered her eyes was a dense mass of people. When I saw so many people on the stone bridge earlier, I thought it would take half a day to squeeze in. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Li Fei's angelic face was filled with smiles, and her devilish figure lazily leaned against the carriage window. Of course, don't underestimate the deterrent force of 3 Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian smiled. Even the county governors' estates of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom might not have the courage to use 3 Fergana horses to pull a horse carriage. It wasn't that they couldn't afford so many Fergana horses, but that they wouldn't waste them like this. Fergana horses were worth tens of thousands of gold, and very few people would be willing to let them pull a horse carriage. When Duan Lingtian's horse carriage smoothly entered the inner city and found an inn to stay at. Outside the gate of the inner city, A horse carriage that was similarly pulled by 3 horses walked onto the stone bridge, but it could only slowly walk on the stone bridge with the speed of an ant. Too slow. The red-clothed girl in the carriage had an extremely unsightly expression. Hey, hurry up. The red-clothed girl pulled open the carriage curtain and shouted at the coachman. Miss, I can't help it. There are so many people and the carriage can't move at all. The coachman had an aggrieved expression. The red-clothed girl snorted coldly and walked out of the carriage. Her face sank as she looked at the surrounding people on both sides and in front of her. These lowly commoners actually dare to block my path. Slap. The red-clothed girl raised her hand, and the black whip in her hand tore through the sky with a sound. However, this sound was quickly covered by the surrounding clamor, and not many people were able to hear it. You lowly commoners, fuck off. The red-clothed girl swung the whip in her hand and roared with a stern voice. Her voice entered into the ears of the group of people around the horse carriage. These people revealed looks of disdain as they coldly glanced at the 3 ordinary yellow horses pulling the horse carriage, and mocked them without holding back. Do you really think her horse carriage is also pulled by Fergana horses? Yeah, sitting in such a lousy horse carriage, you really think you're somebody. If you have the ability, then go get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage, just like the horse carriage in front. You don't have to say anything and we'll automatically make way for you. Brother, how can you say that? Do you think everyone has the courage to get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage? That's true. The mocking words entered into the red-clothed girl's ears, and it caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Slap. She swung the black whip in her hand, wanting to whip these people that mocked her. Miss. The old woman walked out of the carriage and grabbed the red-clothed girl's hand. Granny Wong, what are you doing? I want to teach this group of lowly commoners a lesson. The red-clothed girl's face sank. Miss, if you injure people in front of so many people, you'll surely become the target of everyone. Now, His Majesty the Emperor is old, and the throne is being replaced. Could it be that you want the matter of you whipping commoners for no reason to become a bargaining chip for the other princes to attack the 5th prince? The old woman laughed bitterly as she reminded in a light voice. The red-clothed girl took a deep breath and returned to the carriage with a gloomy expression. This miss can't take it anymore. These lowly commoners actually dared to talk about this miss like this? If this miss finds out who used 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage through the streets and caused this miss to be ridiculed, this miss won't forgive him. The red-clothed girl was precisely Tong Li, the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor. She was also the girl that Duan Lingtian taught a lesson in the restaurant. But if Tong Li knew that the owner of the carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was precisely the youth that slapped her in the restaurant not long ago, what expression would she have? In a quiet inn in the inner city. You two stay and chat with my mother. I'll go out with Xiongquan to do something. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei and Kerr before leaving with Xiongquan. The inner city of the imperial city had businesses that specialized in selling houses, and these businesses were directly under the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan into a spacious store. Sir, may I know what kind of house you're looking for? Among the female attendants standing at the entrance of the store, the most beautiful one had a respectful expression as she welcomed Duan Lingtian into the hall. She was able to discern that the violet-clothed youth was the leader of the 2 people in front of her. The hall was very simple. Besides a few counters, there was only a model laid out in the middle of the hall. These models were all models of houses, and they were all separated from each other. I didn't expect that in this world, there would be something similar to the building models on Earth from my previous life. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and he felt a wave of familiarity. Sir, these are all houses that haven't been sold yet. Please take a look and see which one you like. The female attendant pointed at the rows of house models and introduced them with a smile. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to carefully size up these houses, a young man around the age of 19 walked into the store with an old man. The young man had an arrogant expression, and he was obviously a rich playboy. Sir, may I ask if you want to buy a house? Another female attendant went up to greet them. Nonsense, if this young master didn't come here to buy a house, could it be that I'm here to see you? Let this young master see what kind of houses you have here. The young man's words were full of condescension, causing the female attendant's face to turn green and white. However, she didn't dare to say anything. A person who could afford a house in the inner city was not someone she could afford to offend. Duan Lingtian frowned and glanced at the young man indifferently, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the house model in front of him. Hey, this young lady looks pretty good. It's you. Chapter 136. Duan Lingtian was still surprised just now, as he didn't expect to meet Duan Lingxing's cousin here. Now, he hadn't even spoken when he was mocked and ridiculed by the other party, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Idiot! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curved as he slowly spat out these two words. Duan Rong was dumbfounded. This purple-clothed youth actually called him an idiot? He thought he had heard wrongly, and asked uncertainly, "What did you say just now?" Duan Lingtian didn't pay any more attention to this good-for-nothing. Although the other party was Duan Lingxing's cousin, it didn't have much to do with him. He had enmity with Duan Lingxing, but he wouldn't implicate the other party's family for no reason. In his previous life, he mixed in the mercenary world and licked blood on the blade. He always adhered to one of his principles. Don't implicate the family. Even his enemies in his previous life admired him from the bottom of their hearts on this point. Of course, if this Duan Rong didn't know what was good for him and wanted to find trouble with him, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. What's the price of these houses? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the female attendant beside him and asked. The female attendant came back to her senses, and Duan Lingtian's smile made her feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. The unhappiness caused by the matter just now was temporarily thrown to the back of her mind, and she seriously explained to Duan Linggen. Guest, look at this house. It's divided into two buildings, the main building and the secondary building. There are a total of 20 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, a hall, a front yard, and a backyard. Our house here is equipped with all new furniture and daily necessities. If you add everything up, it would cost 8 million silver. 8 million silver? Looking at the house that the female attendant pointed at, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue. Duan Rong stood at the side, his face flushed red. When had he ever been ignored like this? Looking at the purple-clothed youth and this beautiful female attendant talking and laughing, a ball of fire couldn't help but rise in his heart. Kid, didn't you hear what this young master said just now? I want this female attendant. Duan Rong coldly said, his voice containing an unquestionable tone, and was incomparably overbearing. The waitress turned pale and was frightened by Duan Lingtian's roar. She looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. In this world, there are dogs barking everywhere. You'll get used to it. Continue. Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression on his face. Just as he had said, there were so many mad dogs in this world. He couldn't possibly kill all of them, could he? As long as they didn't bite him, he would just ignore them and let them scream as they wished. Seeing that Lingtian was so calm, the waitress heaved a sigh of relief. She also realized that even though this young man had heard of the other party's background, he was still fearless. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of the other party. Barking? Duan Rong's face completely darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Rong pounced on Duan Lingtian. Above him, 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 5th level of the core formation stage. Guest, watch out. The waitress's face went pale. She never imagined that this good-for-nothing rich kid would actually have such a high cultivation, and she hurriedly warned Duan Linggen. At the same time, she unconsciously blocked in front of Duan Linggen, and she closed her eyes in fear as her delicate body trembled. You're courting death. Duan Rong's eyes emitted a jealous and frenzied expression when he saw that the waitress was actually willing to be Duan Lingtian's shield. His palm descended, and origin energy palm images suffused the air as it blasted towards the waitress. I think it's you who's courting death. Duan Lingtian's icy cold voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he moved along the waitress' delicate body and circled around to arrive in front of her. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's hands shook, and palm images and fist images whistled out to intercept Duan Rong's palm strike. Finishing touch. Amidst the palm images and fist images that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-piercing howl sounded out as his finger tapped onto Duan Rong's palm strike that whistled over. Instantly, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of almost 9 ancient mammoths in this finger strike. 6th level of the core formation stage. The old man that followed behind Duan Rong originally stood at the side with a calm expression. Even when Duan Rong attacked, he didn't express anything. But now, when he saw Duan Rong's opponent reveal a strength that firmly suppressed Duan Rong, his face sank and he instantly moved, leaving behind a string of afterimages as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian and shouted out explosively, "Stop!" Above the old man, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths condensed into form, 4th level of the origin core stage. A cold snort that was like a thunderclap instantly resounded throughout the entire hall. A robust figure that was like a mountain instantly blocked the old man's path and casually punched out, as if it was beneath him to even use a martial skill, as it smashed onto the old man's chest and directly blasted the old man flying. The old man came quickly and left even faster. 7th level of the origin core stage. When the old man flew out, he vaguely saw 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above the person that attacked. And at almost the exact same moment, Duan Lingtian's finger tapped onto Duan Rong's palm strike that approached menacingly. Instantly, the strength of his finger was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Accompanied by the strange sound of bones breaking, Duan Rong emitted a shrill cry, and his figure stopped, following in the old man's footsteps as he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's finger. Bang! Bang! The old man's body had just fallen to the ground when Duan Rong's body fell along with him, and just happened to land beside the old man. The intense pain that came from his palm caused Duan Rong to emit a wave of miserable shrill cries. Felder. My wrist bone, broken. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, then glanced at the robust middle-aged man with terror before slowly standing up and supporting Duan Rong to leave the store and head towards the Duan clan estate that the Duan clan resided in. The female attendant had already opened her eyes. However, the palm strike that she expected didn't descend onto her, and she only saw the backs of the profligate young man and the old man by his side leaving. Who the heck is he? Subsequently, her gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and her eyes were filled with curiosity and disbelief. Everything that happened earlier only happened in the time it took for a bolt of lightning to return to her senses, yet she noticed that everything had already ended. But she was still able to recall that although she blocked in front of the violet-clothed youth, the violet-clothed youth still circled around to arrive before her in the end. Why? Suddenly, a slightly young voice entered into her ears. It caused her to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream, and she had a perturbed expression. Why did you block in front of me earlier? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he looked at the female attendant before him. I don't know either. I just felt at that time that I couldn't let anything happen to you. Then, I subconsciously. The female attendant recalled everything that happened earlier and had an indescribable feeling. Even she herself didn't know why she'd done that earlier, and now that she recalled it, she felt a wave of lingering fear. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Guest, I'm called Jingru. The female attendant replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, then his gaze once again descended onto the model of the house that Jingru introduced earlier. I think this house isn't bad. Do you have one that's close to Paladin Academy? Paladin Academy. Jingru's delicate figure shook, and her eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. You're a student of Paladin Academy? I can be considered to be. I've obtained the qualifications to enter the academy and haven't reported myself yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Jingru was shocked. She'd never imagined that the youth before her would actually be a student of Paladin Academy. If one wanted to enter Paladin Academy, besides the imperial family and a few large clans in the imperial city that had the qualifications to recommend, only those genius martial artists that had passed through layers upon layers of screening and overcome all obstacles along the way were able to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. No matter how she looked at it, the violet-clothed youth before her was only around the age of 18. No matter what method he used to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy, it was sufficient to cause her to be shocked and even look up to him. Taking a deep breath, Jingru slowly said, Guest, your luck isn't bad. There just happens to be a house like this near Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then this house it is. How do I go through the procedures? With Jingru's help, Duan Lingtian spent 8 million silver to buy the house that Jingru introduced. Money handed over, goods handed over. Duan Lingtian withdrew 10 million silver with a wave of his hand, then counted out 8 million silver and threw it onto the counter. His entire movement was like moving clouds and flowing water. The manager behind the counter that was in charge of registration was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's large spending, and he respectfully handed over the title deed and key to Duan Lingtian. Jingru, can you bring me over to have a look? Duan Lingtian looked at Jingru and asked with a light smile. When Jingru heard this, she glanced at the manager with slight hesitation. Go ahead. The manager nodded. Although this guest was young, he was so generous. Obviously, he had an extraordinary background, and he wasn't willing to easily offend him. Under Jingru's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the house he bought. The situation of the house was more or less the same as the model he saw before. The furniture and daily necessities were complete, and it saved him a lot of trouble. Guest, do you have any other questions? Jingru brought Duan Lingtian to walk around the courtyard house as she asked respectfully. Jingru. Duan Lingtian looked at Jingru and lightly smiled. Are you interested in being my manager? Jingru was stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Duan Lingtian continued, I'm afraid that Duan Rong will make trouble for you because of what happened today. Although, you are a member of the royal family's property, and he doesn't dare to make trouble for you openly. But he is a despicable person who can do anything secretly. If you are my manager, you are mainly responsible for the daily access and the daily management of the house. You don't need to do anything else, and it will definitely be easier than your previous job. In addition, I can pay you double. When he bought this house, Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind. He would find a manager. He would also find several maids and cooks. In the future, he would leave the trivial matters of the house to the manager and let his mother and his 2 future daughters-in-law practice peacefully. Think about it carefully. You can come to me at any time within 3 days. Chapter 137. Duan Lingtian didn't have any other intentions when taking care of Jingru like this, and it was only purely out of concern. Although Jingru's appearance wasn't bad, but compared to Li Fei and Kerr, she was still lacking by quite a bit. At most, she was only at the same level as Li Shishir. As the former king of mercenaries, Duan Lingtian was a person who knew how to be grateful. Although Jingru's action of blocking in front of him was superfluous, Jingru didn't know his background at that time, so she obviously threw her life away. Such a kind-hearted girl was extremely suitable to be the housekeeper of the house he bought, and he could completely trust her. Xiongquan, let's return to the inn and bring my mother and the others over. After Jing Ru left, Duan Lingtian locked the door to the house and left with Xiongquan. Duan clan estate. As a large clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Duan clan estate occupied a vast and boundless area. At this moment, in a large courtyard of the Duan clan estate, a fat woman around 150 kilograms was helping Duan Rong bandage his wounds. The fat woman's small eyes flickered with viciousness. "Rong, do you know who injured you?" Duan Rong angrily shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't worry, Aunt will surely find out and take revenge for you." The fat woman's voice revealed a sense of gloominess. "Thank you, Aunt." Duan Rong had a face full of excitement, as he knew the power of this aunt. Although his uncle, the second master of the Duan clan, had his dantian crippled by someone 20 years ago, but during these years his uncle was in charge of many of the Duan clan's businesses, and his status in the Duan clan was only below the patriarch and a few supreme elders. His uncle, on the other hand, listened to his aunt the most. "Go rest first. I'll ask your uncle to send someone to help you with the matter of buying a house for you. When the time comes, you can directly move in. Also, after entering Paladin Academy, you must strive hard. The Duan clan only has 5 recommendation quotas every year, and your uncle gave you the only one he had. You can't lose face for him." The fat woman looked at Duan Rong as she slowly spoke. "Aunt, I will surely not disappoint you and uncle." Duan Rong nodded fiercely and turned away. After Duan Rong left, a cold light flashed through the chubby woman's small eyes. "No matter who you are, I'll kill you if you dare to hurt my nephew." Very soon, the plump woman stood up with great difficulty. Her body weighed more than 150 kilograms, and when she took a step forward, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. To the north of the Duan clan residence, there was a luxurious residence a few streets away. A carriage had just stopped at the entrance of the mansion when a red figure flew out of the carriage and headed straight for the gate of the mansion. "Who is it?" At the gate, Fergard stopped him. "How dare you stop me? Open your dog eyes and see who I am." The woman in red flew into a rage and turned into a glaring Vajra. She tightened her grip on the black whip. One of the family guards recognized this person and his expression changed. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. "Young Lady Li, this lowly one didn't recognize you for a moment. Please forgive me." "Miss Li?" The expressions of the other 3 guards also changed greatly, and they hurriedly bowed in salute. They also remembered. This demoness was none other than their 5th prince's cousin, the only daughter of the Pingyang County's county chief, Tong Li. "Forgive me? Stop dreaming. I'll teach all of you a lesson on behalf of my cousin today." Tong Li wasn't so magnanimous. With a raise of her hand, the whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a black venomous snake that directly flashed towards the 4 guards and fiercely swung onto their bodies. Slap, 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 slap. Although the 4 guards were beaten to the point their flesh was split open, they didn't dare make a sound. They knew that if they were to make a sound, the punishment would be even heavier. "At least all of you are sensible. Granny Wang, let's go look for my cousin." After Tong Li vented her anger, she put away the whip and walked into the residence in large strides. The faces of the 4 guards were ghastly pale. They only caught their breaths after Tong Li disappeared before their eyes, and they had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts. I never imagined that after a few years, this young Lady Li's temper hasn't changed in the slightest. Not only hasn't changed, I feel that it's even worse. I still remember when she came 3 years ago, half of my hair was burned by her. What's the meaning of this? 10 years ago, when she was still a little girl, she snuck into my room and put a venomous snake in my bathtub. If it wasn't for the 5th prince bestowing medicine, I would have been poisoned to death at that time. This she-devil has come again. Looks like the residence is going to be troublesome again. The 4 guards had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts, and they had expressions of being unable to bear to recall the past. Within the luxurious residence, within the pergola in the rear courtyard, a refined young man around the age of 30 sat there as he calmly savored fragrant. Behind him, An old man with white eyebrows stood there, unmoving like a mountain. "Cousin!" Suddenly, a voice sounded out from afar, causing the refined young man's brows to twitch, and a trace of tender affection appeared on his face. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly unnatural. In next to no time, Tong Li arrived before the refined young man, and her eyes turned red as tears flowed down like rain. "Cousin, you must seek justice for me." The refined young man, the fifth prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family, couldn't help but be stunned. "Li, what's wrong? Who offended you?" It was difficult for him to imagine that there was actually someone who could bully this cousin of his. "Woo-woo." Tong Li threw herself into the fifth prince's embrace, and as if she'd found a place to vent, she started crying loudly. "Granny Wang, what's going on?" When the fifth prince looked at the old woman that followed Tong Li over, the tender affection in his eyes vanished, and traces of dignity were emitted. This was the dignity of a person in a high position, and it pressured the old woman to the point of lowering her head. The old woman hurriedly said, "Fifth prince, the matter is like this, the young miss and I a few hours ago." The old woman spoke of what happened to them in the restaurant. Slept. The fifth prince's hand descended, and his origin energy skyrocketed, causing the stone table before him to be directly smashed into pieces. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, and his voice was low and deep. "What did you say?" "That person slapped Li over 10 times? "Yes." The old woman lowered her head. Tong Li raised her head and cried as she said, "Cousin, look, it's already been a few hours. Even though I've consumed the icy muscle pill, the bruises on my face still haven't been completely removed." The fifth prince looked at the faint bruises on Tong Li's face, and the fierce light in his eyes grew even more intense. Icy muscle pill, a grade 7 medicinal pill that treated external injuries of the skin, and its miraculous effect was remarkable. After consuming the icy muscle pill, a few hours had passed, and the bruises still hadn't been completely removed. It could be imagined how severe the injuries she suffered before were. "Who is he?" The refined temperament on the fifth prince's face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was fierceness. His gaze descended onto the old woman, and the old woman's face went pale. "Fifth prince, I don't know. I only know that there are 4 of them. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 18, a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the origin core stage, and 2 other girls that wore veils and weren't older than 20. The fifth prince took a deep breath. "Oh, by White-browed is here." White-browed old man took a step forward, looked at the fifth prince, and bowed respectfully. "Go investigate thoroughly. I want to see who actually dares to injure even my cousin." The fifth prince instructed, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent. He was born in the imperial family, and although he had many brothers and sisters of the same father, there wasn't a single one that he could entrust his heart to. Only this cousin of his wouldn't scheme against him and wouldn't fight for power and influence with him. So he'd always doted on this cousin of his. "Cousin, capture him alive. I want to kill him with my own 2 hands." Tong Li's voice contained boundless icy coldness mixed within. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that on the first day he arrived at the imperial city, he'd provoked 2 big troubles. Presently, he was sitting on the carriage, chatting and laughing with the 3 girls as they headed towards the courtyard house he bought. "Scoundrel, why did you sell the Fergana horse?" Li Fei asked curiously. "I sold it when I lacked money. In any case, I won't have any use for it in the imperial city in the future. I'll just buy it when I need it in the future," Duan Lingtian casually said. Buying the courtyard house cost him 8 million silver, and now with the remaining 2 million silver and the 3 million silver he obtained from selling the Fergana horse, he had another 5 million silver. Walking in the imperial city, the Fergana horse didn't have any advantage, and an ordinary steed was sufficient. "Young master, what's the surprise you spoke of?" Kerr blinked her watery eyes as she asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you now. Why are you being so mysterious?" "Who cares?" Li Fei rebuked Duan Lingtian, but the truth was that a trace of curiosity still flashed within the depths of her eyes. Finally, the carriage stopped. "Master, we've arrived." Xiongquan's voice followed along. When the three girls saw Duan Lingtian unlock and open the door to the courtyard house before them, they were stunned for a moment. "This is the courtyard house you bought?" Li Ro asked in surprise. That year, she'd once lived in the Duan clan for a few years, so she naturally knew that every inch of land in the imperial city was precious. The courtyard house before them might not be worth mentioning when compared to the Duan clan estate, but even so, this courtyard house was at least 7 to 8 million silver. Surprised, right? Duan Lingtian smiled. The three girls nodded as they followed Duan Lingtian into the courtyard house. This surprise was too great. Xiongquan also led the carriage in and closed the door to the courtyard house on the way. "Scoundrel, this courtyard house cost a lot of money, right?" Li Fei suppressed the shock in her heart as she looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. "Don't worry about how much money it cost, see if you like it." The building on the left is the main building with 7 large bedrooms, and the main building leads directly to the backyard. The one on the right is a subsidiary building with 13 bedrooms. I plan to leave it for the servant girls and the chef to live in. Duan Lingtian slowly introduced. Soon, Li Ro was pulled around the courtyard house by the excited Li Fei and Kerr. In the future, they would be the owners of this courtyard house. Knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from the door. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Xiongquan walked over and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me." An anxious woman's voice came from outside the door. "Open the door." Duan Lingtian recognized that this was the voice of the housekeeper he'd decided on, Jingru. Chapter 138. Jingru, what's the matter? When Duan Lingtian saw Jingru once again, he couldn't help but ask curiously when he noticed that she had brought a package over. "Young master, the Duan clan's second master sent someone to inquire about the location of your courtyard house from the manager. Although the manager didn't say anything due to the rules, and that person couldn't do anything about it. But the Duan clan's second master's methods are too brilliant. I'm afraid it won't take long for him to find you here." After Jingru entered, she hadn't stopped talking, and after she finished speaking, she revealed a worried expression. "You're here to deliver the news?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly nodded, then asked. Jingru blushed. "I've come to seek refuge with young master this time. I didn't think that the Duan clan's second master would interfere. If he were to interfere, then he would sooner or later come looking for me. Since it's like this, I might as well leave." Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never thought that the Duan clan's second master would actually help him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current expression, Jingru's face went pale. "Young master, you wouldn't be regretting it, right? What are you thinking?" "I, Duan Lingtian, have never taken back the words I've said." How could Duan Lingtian not know that Jingru had misunderstood, and he lightly smiled as he explained. "Duan Lingtian?" Jingru's beautiful brows frowned. "Young master, could it be that you're a member of the Duan clan as well?" "According to my knowledge, the younger generation of the Duan clan's direct line of descent is the Ling generation. I was in the past, but not now." Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He didn't have any sense of belonging to the Duan clan. Even if that cheapskate father of his returned, he still wouldn't return to the Duan clan. That clan that was cold and indifferent like ice, forcing an orphan and a widow to leave alive. He would never forget the generous gift of the Duan clan in his entire life. Jingru was smart. She knew that Duan Lingtian didn't want to say, so she didn't ask. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up, then he withdrew a stack of silver and passed it to Jingru as he said with a light smile, "Jingru, from today onwards, you're the manager of this courtyard house of mine. Take this money. In these few days, go recruit a few servant girls with passable conduct that are diligent and reliable. Also find 2 chefs. As for the salary, make it double that of the servant girls and chefs of those large families. Yes, young master. Jingru took the banknotes and nodded quickly. I will do it well. I won't let you down. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you be the butler. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He made this decision because he liked Jingru's character. Also, you can stay with us in the main building from now on. There are 7 bedrooms anyway. My family, Xiongquan, and I only occupy 5 bedrooms. That's 2 extra bedrooms. Duan Lingtian added. Thank you, young master. Jingru's face was full of excitement and gratitude. In her opinion, the young master let her live in the main building, which meant that he didn't treat her as an outsider. Bad guy, who is she? A fragrant wind blew. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's arm as if she was declaring the ownership of Duan Lingtian. Her eyes fell on Jingru with a vigilant look. This is the butler I found, Jingru. Jingru, this is my fiancé, Li Fei. Duan Lingtian introduced Li Fei and Jingru to each other. Butler? Li Fei's vigilance on her face relaxed. She smiled at Jingru. Hello, Sister Jingru. Jingru was flattered and said quickly, Young madam, you can call me Jingru. The words young madam from Jingru caused Li Fei to beam, then she held Jingru's hand and walked in. Sister Jingru, let's go. I'll introduce Aunt Ro and Kerr to you. Duan Lingtian revealed a smile as he looked at Jingru getting familiar with the 3 women of his family in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish. Right at this moment, 2 flowing lights that were like bolts of lightning flashed out and flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. It was like a bolt of lightning. Master, watch out. The nearby Xiongquan's face went ghastly pale, and his figure flashed out to vanish on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. Swish. Instantly, his 3-foot-long sword flashed out, and above him, over 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Xiongquan used his full strength when facing the 2 flowing lights that flashed over, and it could be seen how fearful Xiongquan was of these 2 flowing lights that suddenly appeared. However, even then, Xiongquan's sword strike still missed. The 2 flowing lights flashed past his sword strike and flashed towards Duan Ling. Master! Xiongquan's face went ghastly pale, and his entire body broke out in cold sweat. If his master died, he wouldn't be able to live either. All right, Xiongquan, put away your sword. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded out, causing Xiongquan's heart to calm down. When he returned to his senses, he noticed that there were 2 strange little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand. Little black, little white, you've finally woken up. Duan Lingtian teased the 2 little pythons, and he noticed that after sleeping for half a year, the 2 little pythons had actually undergone an extremely great transformation. Not only was the horn on their heads completely revealed now, it even flickered with a strand of light, a faint light. I truly never imagined that your current speed would be so swift. Exactly what sort of variant are you? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When his origin energy fused into the bodies of the 2 little pythons, he noticed a shocking thing. The snow python's inner core had actually been completely digested by the 2 little pythons. No wonder, their current speed had obviously surpassed that of the snow pythons at their peak. Even when Xiongquan utilized a grade 7 spirit weapon at full strength, he was still unable to touch them, but luckily, they were fine. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of lingering fear. He hadn't mentioned the 2 little pythons to Xiongquan, so Xiongquan didn't know of their existence. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons flicked their tongues at Duan Lingtian, and they were extremely mischievous. Seeing this scene, Xiongquan's scalp went numb, and he asked in disbelief, Master, are these fierce beasts you're raising? Sort of. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now, his thoughts were still fixed at the moment the little pythons flashed towards him, and he vaguely saw over 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash past in the sky. It was so fast that he wasn't able to clearly see the exact number of ancient mammoth silhouettes, and he only vaguely caught some afterimages. Xiaohei, demonstrate for me how strong you are now. Duan Lingtian looked at the little black snake and lightly rubbed its little head. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it flicked out its tongue before instantly flashing out and scuttling up a large tree in the front courtyard. It flirtatiously hung upside down on a branch and blinked its lively eyes at Duan Ling. This time, Duan Lingun saw it clearly. Right at this moment, the little white snake moved as well, and copied the little black snake and hung on the branch. 600 mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He noticed that no matter if it was the little black snake or the little white snake, they both possessed a terrifying strength at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder they were able to dodge Xiong Quan's full strength strike. Xiong Quan had only recovered to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and if he didn't use a spirit weapon, his full strength would be comparable to the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. If he used his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to exert the strength of close to 520 ancient mammoths. Compared to any of the little pythons, there would be a large gap. I never imagined that after they completely digested the snow python's inner core, such a terrifying change would actually occur. Unbelievable! Duan Lingtian's mood was unable to calm down for a long time, and some doubts arose within his heart. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the snow python's inner core shouldn't be able to cause such a change to occur to the two little pythons. Perhaps there was some secret within that he didn't know. Perhaps there was something else within the snow python's inner core. But unfortunately, the snow python's inner core had been completely digested by the two little pythons, and there was no way to investigate. No matter what, the two little pythons transforming once again caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of joy. This also meant that he had two more experts with strengths that surpassed Xiong Quan by his side. The two little pythons were connected in their hearts, and so long as he slightly guided them, the little pythons would be able to transform into indestructible sharp blades in his hand, sharp blades that could pierce into the chest of an enemy. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and the two little pythons returned to his hand. Fear appeared in Xiong Quan's eyes. He understood that even if any of the little pythons were to attack him, it would be difficult for him to escape death now. Even if there was a 7th grade spirit weapon, the result would still be the same. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Xiong Quan's gaze. This was also good. From now on, Xiong Quan not only had to worry about the poison he used, he also had to worry about these two little pythons that were completely obedient to his orders. He understood that Xiong Quan was a smart person and knew how to make a choice. Late at night, because there was no chef, Jingru personally cooked dinner, and the taste made Duan Lingtian and the others praise it endlessly. Sister Jingru, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so good. Kerr said with a smile. Young mistress, you flatter me. How can I compare to those professional chefs? Jingru slightly shook her head. Sister Jingru, you can just call me Kerr. Being addressed as young mistress caused Kerr to blush. After dinner, Li Ro, Li Fei, and Kerr returned to their new rooms. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian and played the role of a competent bodyguard. Jingru. Duan Lingtian called over Jingru, who had just come out of the kitchen. Young master, is there something you need? Jingru had a bewildered expression as she asked curiously. Jingru, you seem to be extremely fearful when mentioning the Duan clan's second master today. According to my knowledge, isn't this Duan clan's second master an ordinary person with a crippled dantian? Duan Lingtian had always been unable to wrap his head around this matter. He knew that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, had his dantian accidentally crippled by his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, all those years ago. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist with a crippled dantian was actually able to cause Jingru's expression to change? Young master, there's something you don't know. Although the Duan clan's second master's dantian has been crippled, he's still an expert at doing business. Most of the businesses under the Duan clan were single-handedly supported by him. Although he doesn't have his cultivation, he controls the Duan clan's economic lifeline. His status in the Duan clan is only beneath the patriarch and the supreme elders. When Jingru heard what Duan Lingtian said, She knew that Duan Lingtian didn't know of the Duan clan's current situation. Chapter 139. Within the spacious room, Duan Lingtun lay on the soft bed and looked at the ceiling with a flickering gaze. Jing Ru's words from before caused him to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. He suddenly realized that many of his thoughts in the past were still too naive. According to his previous thoughts, after arriving at the imperial city, he would directly pay a visit to the Duan clan, challenge Duan Lingxing and kill him. In this way, the Duan clan could only suffer in silence. But now it would seem that the matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Not to mention anything else. With the current status of Duan Lingxing's father, the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, even if he openly killed Duan Lingxing, he would surely suffer Duan Rulei's crazy revenge in the dark. He wasn't afraid of it himself, but he had to consider the people around him. Looks like the matter of taking revenge on Duan Lingxing needs to be considered at length. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he thought of a countermeasure. Besides Xiongquan, the experts by his side were only the two little pythons. If the two little pythons joined forces and caught the opponent off guard, killing a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist shouldn't be a problem. But if it was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, even if Xiongquan and the two little pythons joined forces, they still might not be able to kill the martial artist. Duan Rulei's status in the Duan clan is so high. Not to mention a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, even a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist would probably be able to command him. The strength I control is still too weak. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed within. Cultivate. As long as he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to condense a grade 8 Pillfire and become a grade 8 alchemist. Then he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiongquan. At that time, Xiongquan's strength would recover by another third. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he should be able to barely recover to the first level of the void prying stage. If Xiongquan was a first-level void prying stage martial artist, why would I have to be so restrained? Duan Lingtian's eyes had a piercingly cold light as he closed his eyes. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, raging python form. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body madly battered his fleshly body, unceasingly undergoing tempering. If his fleshly body was unable to complete the tempering, then he would be unable to break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. It could be said that the Berserk Python transformation had, to a certain extent, slowed down Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed. This was also the reason why it was very difficult for him to catch up to Kerr and Li Fei in terms of cultivation. There was now an additional step in his cultivation, tempering his fleshly body. That night, Duan Lingtian cultivated for the entire night. Early the next morning, he discovered that he didn't feel tired at all. Although the tempering of his body for the 4th level of the core formation stage hadn't been completed, he still noticed some changes in himself. My spiritual power seems to have improved yet again. Just a little more and it will be comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist's spiritual power. After discovering this, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If he possessed spiritual power that was comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist, then it meant that he could inscribe an inscription of a higher grade than the Blood Crescent inscription. The Blood Crescent inscription, if used unexpectedly, could kill a martial artist below the nascent soul stage. However, it was unable to pose any threat to a nascent soul realm martial artist. In the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian's body was like a spirit serpent as he directly flashed out, as if transforming into a violet bolt of lightning. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. In terms of strength, the current him was already comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. If he were to use the grade 8 spirit weapon, violet myrtle flexible sword, he was confident that there were very few people below the origin core stage that could withstand a single strike of his sword. During this month, Kerr smoothly stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Compared to a month ago, the quiet courtyard house had a bit more life. Jing-Ru found 3 servant girls and 2 chefs. Everything in the courtyard house was on the right track, allowing Duan Lingtian's family to cultivate in peace. "How's the situation outside?" Duan Lingtian asked Xiongquan, who had just returned from outside. Xiongquan said respectfully, "Master, although the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince's men are still searching for your whereabouts, they aren't as frequent as before. They don't know your background and have no way of finding you. However, according to what I know, no matter if it's the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor or the nephew of the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Rong, they seem to be Paladin Academy students of the same year as you. There are only 2 months left until the end of registration and the start of school at Paladin Academy. Master, if you go to Paladin Academy, they'll probably recognize you at the first possible moment. At that time, the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince will have their eyes on you as well." Xiongquan spoke of his concerns. No matter if it was the Duan clan's 2nd master or the 5th prince, they both had numerous experts under them. Xiongquan knew his own limitations. With his current strength, it was difficult to deal with them. "They're Paladin Academy students as well?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "I understand. I'll think of a way to deal with this matter. In the future, you continue to pay attention to the situation around the courtyard house. I don't wish for the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince's men to find this place in a short period of time." "Yes, master," Xiongquan respectfully replied. He unconditionally obeyed Duan Lingtian's orders. "Also, don't call me master in the future. Call me young master like Jing-Ru and the others." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and slowly said, "Yes, young master." Xiongquan replied once more before leaving. "Duan clan's 2nd master, 5th prince." Duan Lingtian extended his hand to rub his temples. If he were to face the 2 of them now, it would undoubtedly be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and overestimating his own ability. "My spiritual force is still slightly lacking. I can only wait for a while longer." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a cold light raged within his eyes. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, spiritual force was impossible to cultivate and could only rely on the advancement of one's cultivation to allow it to unceasingly grow stronger. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that as long as he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, his spiritual force should be able to smoothly complete its final transformation. At that time, with his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, it would be sufficient to inscribe a powerful inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. However, the higher the grade of the inscription, the more precious the materials required. Just one inscription that can annihilate a nascent soul martial artist requires materials that are worth a few million silver. Duan Lingtian realized that he had to think of a way to earn money. "Xiao Lu, do you have rouge and face powder?" Duan Lingtian looked at the nearby servant girl and asked. This servant girl was called Xiao Lu, and she was found by Jing-Ru. She was quite clever. "Yes." Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded. "Go get it for me," Duan Lingtian said. Although Xiao Lu was curious as to why Duan Lingtian wanted rouge and face powder, she still took it out and gave it to Duan Lingtian. When she saw that Duan Lingtian had used rouge and face powder on himself, she was stunned. Did the young master's handsome face that could be broken with a snap of his fingers and caused even women to be jealous of it still need makeup? In next to no time, she was completely dumbstruck. "How is it? Do you still recognize me?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. At this moment, it was as if he had completely changed his face, and it was precisely the effect of using rouge and face powder to create a disguise. "Young master, you're too awesome. This is too godly." Xiao Lu looked at Duan Lingtian with a face of adoration. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, it would be difficult for her to believe that everything before her eyes was real. Only from the outside, it was impossible to discern that Duan Lingtian had put on makeup. Xiao Cui, why are you so surprised? Why are you wearing my family's bad guy's clothes? Unknowingly, Li Fei also came out. When she saw Duan Lingtian in disguise, her expression changed and she scolded. Little girl, your family's bad guy has been killed by me. From now on, this house is mine. And you are also mine. Duan Lingtian glared at Li Fei and said fiercely, "Bad guy." Just now, Li Fei was also confused because of her concern. After a moment, she reacted and recognized Duan Lingtian. This. How did you do it? Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Li Fei could recognize him. Chapter 140. You can ask little Cui, I have something to do so I'm going out. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even though he had a different face now, his smile was very natural and not abrupt in the slightest. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put Little Black into his sleeve before walking out of the courtyard house. After leaving the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian found a passerby and asked about the location of the Alchemist Guild in the inner city before walking over in large strides. The inner city wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Duan Lingtian shuttled through the stream of people and spent half an hour to arrive at the Alchemist Guild. Compared to the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, the Imperial City's Alchemist Guild was instead grand and ancient in style. This ought to be the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's headquarters. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Within the Alchemist Guild's hall, there was an endless stream of people entering and exiting. Most of these people were here to issue assignments. There was also a small portion of them that wore the badge of the Alchemist Guild on their chests. They were obviously alchemists, and most of them were Grade 9 alchemists. Grade 9 alchemists that are rarely seen in Fresh Breeze Town, and even Aurora City can be seen everywhere here. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. At the same time, he took out his Grade 9 alchemist badge and wore it on his chest before walking in large strides. Instantly, the people entering and exiting the Alchemist Guild's entrance all stopped their footsteps, and their gazes all descended onto Duan Lingtian, Grade 9 alchemist. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this violet-clothed youth looked to be only around the age of 18. An 18-year-old Grade 9 alchemist? Everyone was shocked. Even though Duan Lingtian had changed his face through disguise, this face still belonged to a youth, and he looked at most around the age of 18. Duan Lingtian ignored the gazes of these people and directly walked into the Alchemist Guild's hall before walking towards the counter. At this moment, the people at the door finally moved. An 18-year-old youth, Grade 9 alchemist? Is this true? You believe this? Do you think that if an 18-year-old Grade 9 alchemist appeared in our Crimson Sky Kingdom and passed the verification of the Alchemist Guild, would we not know? That's right. The badge he's wearing should belong to his family's elder. I think so too. Most people didn't think that Duan Lingtian was a real Grade 9 alchemist. If Duan Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh in disdain, thinking that they were making too much of a fuss over nothing. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, 18-year-old alchemists were innumerable in the outer realm. Duan Lingtian walked to an empty counter. Just as he was about to approach the counter, a young man in blue rushed in front of him and stood in front of the counter. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. The young man didn't look for the Alchemist Guild's staff behind the counter to issue and accept missions. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. The young man was around the age of 20, and arrogance was emitted from between his brows. Kid, the Alchemist Guild has a rule that only alchemists have the qualifications to wear the Alchemist Guild's badge. If someone were to casually give the badge issued by the Alchemist Guild to another person to wear, it would be considered as disrespecting the Alchemist Guild. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Your family's elder is really courageous, actually daring to give the Alchemist Guild's badge to a little kid like you to play with. Looks like he doesn't take the Alchemist Guild seriously. Duan Lingtian originally thought it was strange that this person actually didn't want to go to the counter, but instead wanted to stop him. Now that he heard what the young man said, he came to a sudden understanding and knew the reason the young man stopped him. Little kid? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed and a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth as he lightly smiled. How do you know this isn't my own alchemist badge? Or perhaps you're ignorant and feel that it's absolutely impossible for someone my age to be a grade 9 alchemist. Right at this moment, many people in the alchemist hall surrounded them. It was human nature to watch a show. Isn't this the Xiao clan's alchemy genius, Xiao He? Exactly, it's Xiao He. Supposedly, this Xiao He became a grade 9 alchemist when he just turned 20, and he's publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Xiao clan is really lucky to have produced such a genius alchemist. With Xiao He's natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a grade 7 alchemist in the future. This youth is a grade 9 alchemist as well? Oh my god, he looks to be only 18. Didn't you hear what Xiao He said earlier? This youth probably took the grade 9 alchemist badge from his elder and intentionally showed it off here. This youth's elder is really outrageous. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. No one felt that Duan Lingtian was really a grade 9 alchemist. After all, Duan Lingtian's age was truly too young. Moreover, in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there had never been an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Xiao He? A 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist? Such natural talent could indeed be considered as a genius alchemist within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But wasn't he a bit too arrogant? I'm young and ignorant? Xiao He raised his head and mocked. Kid! Xiao He, registered as a grade 9 alchemist in the Alchemist Guild when I was 20 years old last year, and was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was also personally acknowledged by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master. If you were really a grade 9 alchemist, how could I not have heard of it? So, you must be a fake. Sometimes confidence is a good thing, but you shouldn't use confidence as the basis for your arrogance. In this world, there are some people who might not be as famous as you, but their natural talent isn't inferior to yours. Therefore, this little brat is here to give you a piece of advice. As a person, you should keep a low profile. Duan Lingnan shook his head and smiled as he slowly said, If you don't have anything else, please move aside. My time is very precious. Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd to have strange expressions. This little fellow is actually teaching Xiao He a lesson? You seem to think too highly of yourself. Xiao He's face sank, and his voice became colder. Xiao He, what happened? Right at this moment, an imposing middle-aged man walked out from the rear hall of the Alchemist Guild, and when he saw the group of people gathered together, he walked forward. Vice Guild Master. Instantly, the surrounding crowd respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Xiao He was no exception. This middle-aged man was precisely the Vice Guild Master of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master, Yilin. Vice Guild Master, this person is wearing someone else's alchemist crest and swaggering through the streets, damaging the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. I suggest that the Alchemist Guild investigate the true owner of this alchemist crest and mete out punishment. Xiao He pointed at the alchemist crest on Duan Lingtian's chest as he spoke righteously. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. Through the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man around the age of 50 was actually a grade 7 alchemist. As expected of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild's Vice Guild Master. Yi Luan curiously sized up Duan Lingtian when he heard what Xiao He said, then asked indifferently, Kid, who gave you this alchemist crest? Duan Lingtian laughed. What? The dignified Vice Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild speaks without thinking before knowing the truth of the matter? Yi Luan frowned. Presumptuous. Xiao He's face sank as he shouted at Duan Lingtian, Kid, You still dare to deny it in front of the Vice Guild Master? Yi Luan raised his hand to stop Xiao He, then glanced at Duan Lingtian with interest. Kid, could it be that this is your own alchemist crest? Is it very strange? Duan Lingtian shrugged with a disapproving expression. It's not strange, but you look to be around the age of 18. Are you sure that this Grade 9 Alchemist Guild Master's crest was obtained by you through the certification of our Alchemist Guild? Yi Luan's eyes lit up as they descended onto Duan Lingtian's face, as if wanting to discern something. But unfortunately he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the slightest from the beginning until the end. Kid, if you can't prove that you're really the owner of this Grade 9 Alchemist Guild Master's crest, then our Alchemist Guild has the authority to take back this crest. Yi Luan added. Actually, Yi Luan didn't believe that this alchemist crest belonged to the youth before him. He could confirm that the youth's Alchemist Guild crest was indeed issued by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, because it had the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild's special symbol on it. If an 18-year-old Grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then even if it was certified in a remote little city, the Alchemist Guild in the little city would report it to their main guild at the first possible moment. So, as far as he was concerned, the possibility of this crest belonging to this youth was practically non-existent. How could Yi Luan have thought of this? When Duan Lingtian had verified his identity as a Grade 9 alchemist in the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild at the age of 16, Su Mo, as the guild master, had indeed thought of reporting this matter to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. But Duan Lingtian's careless words made Su Mo believe it to be true. He really thought that Duan Lingtian's mysterious teacher didn't want anyone to disturb Duan Lingtian's growth, so he concealed this matter and didn't report it. This also caused the main guild to be completely unaware of the existence of Duan Lingtian, this genius alchemist. Otherwise, the person that was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom wouldn't be Xiao He, but Duan Lingtian. Although a 20-year-old Grade 9 alchemist was rare in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it wasn't rare either. Chapter 141. Kid, did you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove your identity as a Grade 9 alchemist, the Alchemist Guild will take back the alchemist badge you're wearing. Xiao He looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with ridicule. What a joke! No matter what, he wouldn't believe that such a little kid would be a Grade 9 alchemist. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even more people were waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. None of you believe that I'm a Grade 9 alchemist? Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and asked indifferently. Although no one replied, the questioning gazes of everyone explained everything. You're called Xiao He, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He, and a trace of a crafty light flashed within his eyes, but Xiao He didn't notice it. Yes, I'm Xiao He. Xiao He raised his head and was incomparably arrogant, completely not taking Duan Lingtian seriously. If I make a bet with you, do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked. I'm not interested in making a bet with you. Xiao He sneered. Although he didn't know what chin she had up his sleeve, since he was able to become a Grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, he naturally wouldn't be an idiot. A 20-year-old Grade 9 alchemist, the most talented alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You don't deserve your reputation. Duan Lingtian chuckled with a carefree expression, but anyone was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was ridiculing Xiao He for being a coward. Kid, don't change the topic. Didn't you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove that you're an alchemist, then you must hand over your alchemist badge. Xiao He looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that seemed to say, stop pretending, I've seen through you since long ago. When did I change the topic? The bet I made with you was because I agreed to the Vice Guild Master's request. What I want to bet with you is that if I can prove that I'm a Grade 9 alchemist, then you'll lose 5 million silver to me. On the other hand, now that I have no proof, I will also lose 5 million taels of silver to you. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He calmly. 5 million silver taels? Duan Lingtian's bet was like a stone that stirred up thousands of ripples. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the vice guild master of the Alchemist Guild, Yi Luan, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Could he really be a 9th grade alchemist? But if he was really a grade 9 alchemist and had passed the certification to obtain the Alchemist Guild's badge, then why didn't the Alchemist Guild he registered himself with report this matter to the headquarters? There were too many doubts in Yi Luan's heart. 5 million silver taels? Xiao He was stunned. 5 million taels of silver was nothing in his eyes. If he wanted it, the Xiao clan would definitely satisfy him. After all, he was a genius alchemist that was heavily fostered by the Xiao clan, and he would sooner or later become an existence that would become a grade 7 alchemist. However, he had only become a grade 9 alchemist for a little over a year, and even if he refined pills normally, he would accept assignments from the Alchemist Guild to earn points from the Alchemist Guild. Now, he only had the 3 million plus silver that his clan gave him. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He and laughed. So, you think I should be a grade 9 alchemist as well? Now, shouldn't you take back your words of questioning me and admit that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? At the same time, you have to admit that I'm an even more genius alchemist than you. You're the most genius alchemist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation, but you only have an undeserved reputation. Since the moment Xiao He appeared, Duan Lingtian was able to discern what kind of person he was. Xiao He was arrogant and looked down on everyone. And now, it was precisely because of this that he was forcing Xiao He to accept his bet under the gazes of everyone present. He believed that with Xiao He's arrogant personality, he would absolutely not admit that he didn't dare. Ah, what bullshit, genius alchemist, you're only a coward. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire, destroying the last line of defense in Xiao He's heart. Yi Luan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this violet-clothed youth was really confident? Okay, I promise you. However, can you take out 5 million taels of silver? Xiao He finally agreed and looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of ridicule. As far as he was concerned, this youth's words earlier were surely to intentionally embarrass him. Now, he would expose Xiao He's lies. 5 million taels of silver, can you take it out? For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were also shocked by the bet that Duan Lingtian spoke of earlier. 5 million silver wasn't something that anyone could casually take out. Even if it was a grade 9 alchemist, wanting to earn so much silver would at least require tens of years of time. Are you sure you agree? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao He's words, he wasn't in a hurry to take out the silver notes. He wanted to let Xiao He completely fall into his trap. This way, Xiao He wouldn't be able to go back on his words. What, you're scared? Seeing Duan Lingtian acting like this, Xiao He naturally thought that Duan Lingtian was feeling guilty. He laughed out loud and looked at the surroundings before looking at Yi Luan. Vice President, today, you and everyone here will be the witnesses. Xiao He, will make a bet with this ignorant kid. If he can prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, I will lose to him 5 million silver. If he can't prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, he will also lose to me 5 million silver. Of course, the prerequisite for this bet is that he can take out 5 million silver. As he finished speaking, Xiao He added another sentence. The meaning was that if Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, then the bet was meaningless. As far as he was concerned, doing this was enough to expose Duan Lingtian's scheme. Of course I can take out the silver. But, I'm afraid you can't. When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao He's words, he lightly smiled. I can't take it out? Kid, I'm a genius alchemist, that the Xiao clan is heavily nurturing. 5 million silver is only a matter of a word from me. I understand now, this is just an excuse. Because you can't take out 5 million silver, you deliberately said this, right? The expression on Xiao He's face became even more serious. The last trace of worry in his heart vanished without a trace. He firmly believed that Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, and that all of this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. The goal was to make him not dare to accept the bet and make him lose face and be embarrassed in front of everyone. What? You've been exposed by me. You have nothing to say? Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, Xiaohe sneered, "If you don't have so much silver, then don't puff yourself up at your own cost. If you're sensible, then don't speak any more nonsense and quickly hand over the crest you're wearing." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he indifferently said, "As long as you can take out 5 million silver and hand it over to this vice guild master as the bet for safekeeping, I'll naturally take out my 5 million silver and hand it over to the vice guild master as well. But unfortunately, you probably can't take out so much silver." The smile on the corners of Xiaohe's mouth completely froze, and he said in a low voice, "Kid, are you done yet? Fine, I'll hand over 5 million silver to the vice guild master right now. Vice guild master, I have 3 million silver in my hand, and I'll borrow the other 2 million silver from you first. Is that all right?" With a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver appeared out of thin air, and he passed it over to Yilun. As the genius alchemist of the Shao clan, Xiaohe was the only person in the younger generation of the Shao clan that possessed a spatial ring. Yilun's brows slightly twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. He received the silver from Xiaohe and nodded. "Kid, do you see this? This is my bet, where's yours?" Xiaohe looked at Duan Lingtian with his head held high as he sneered repeatedly. He was waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. Laughable. You still say you're a disciple of the Shao clan, but you still have to borrow from others to gather a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. "Cut the crap, where's your bet?" Xiaohe's face sank, and a desire to kill Duan Lingtian suddenly arose within his heart. This kid is too difficult to deal with. Look carefully, this is my bet. Although I'm a nobody, I don't need to borrow from others for a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian intentionally extended his hand into his bosom and took out all the silver from his spatial ring. Then he passed it over to Xiaohe. "Vice Guild Master, this is my bet. Please help me count it." Yilun's expression froze as he received Duan Lingtian's silver. After counting it for a while, he nodded. "Not bad, it's precisely 5 million silver." As soon as he finished speaking, Yilun's gaze was incomparably complicated. He faintly realized that all this was a trap set by the violet-clothed youth, and he was just waiting for Xiaohe to fall into it. He'd used Xiaohe's pride. This violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He'd completely used Xiaohe's weakness. Although he could almost confirm now that this violet-clothed youth ought to be a fish that slipped through the net of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, and ought to indeed be a grade 9 alchemist, but he still slightly anticipated the scene of the youth proving himself. F***K. It's really 5 million silver. Who's this youth? Even Xiaohe was unable to produce 5 million silver in a short amount of time, and had to borrow from the Vice Guild Master. But he withdrew 5 million silver with a wave of his hand. It's truly unbelievable. Since he's able to produce so many silver and took the initiative to make this bet, could it be that he's really a grade 9 alchemist? Things have already come to this. Do you think it's possible for him to be so kind as to give money to Xiaohe? If he's really a grade 9 alchemist, then it's too unbelievable. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist is absolutely a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Looks like we're fortunate enough to witness that sacred moment with our own 2 eyes. The surrounding crowd of spectators grew larger and larger, and so long as it was someone who entered the Alchemist Guild, they would all gather around. Some people who didn't know the ins and outs of the matter from the people around them, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiaohe with interest, waiting for the most critical moment to arrive. These 2 people. One was the famous genius alchemist of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chapter 142. No. It can't be. How could he possibly produce 5 million silver? Xiao He's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the stack of silver in Yi Luan's hand. He was unwilling to believe that all this was real. Now, he realized that he had fallen into the violet-clothed youth's trap. But, in the depths of his heart, he was still unwilling to believe that this youth was a grade 9 alchemist. Of course, he was even more unwilling. Only he himself knew how much effort he had put in to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. He was unwilling to believe that there was someone in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that had a natural talent in alchemy that surpassed him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He naturally noticed Xiao He's expression, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Today, if it wasn't for Xiao He looking for trouble, he would have already accepted an assignment and gone to earn money. When completing an assignment of the Alchemist Guild, one could choose between a reward of points or a reward of gold and silver. Duan Lingtian had come here precisely to accept an assignment and earn money. As for the Alchemist Guild points, when he was still in Aurora City, he'd swindled 5,000 points from Su Mo, and it was temporarily enough. Since Xiao He took the initiative to look for trouble, then he would have to pay the price. 5 million silver was the price that Xiao He had to pay. Actually, even Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would actually encounter such a pleasant surprise after coming to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. It had completely exceeded his expectations. 5 million silver was obtained without the slightest effort. He wished for nothing more than to encounter such a good thing a few more times. When he saw the gazes of everyone present descending onto him, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he raised his hand with his palm facing up. A strand of milky white pill fire instantly emerged from Duan Lingtian's hand and slowly flickered. Silence. At this moment, the entire Alchemist Guild's hall was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes descended onto the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Grade 9 pill fire. If it was only a grade 9 pill fire, it wouldn't be enough to shock them. However, a grade 9 pill fire appearing in the hands of an 18-year-old youth was sufficient to cause them to be shocked to the point of being unable to sleep for a few days. An 18-year-old 9th grade alchemist? What kind of monster was this? Yi Luan was the first to react. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that such an outstanding alchemist would actually appear in their Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was a true genius alchemist. Xiao He simply couldn't compare to him. Immediately after, everyone present reacted. For a moment, the entire Alchemist Association's main hall was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. It rose and fell continuously for a long time. An 18-year-old level 9 alchemist. I wonder which family he comes from. Yeah, such a genius alchemist is simply a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even our Alchemist Guild's guild master, an existence from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, supposedly only became a grade 9 alchemist when he was almost 20 years old. If that's the case, then this young man's talent is even more monstrous than the president's. His future accomplishments might even surpass the president's. The president is the one and only grade 6 alchemist in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If this kid surpasses him, then wouldn't he have a chance to become a grade 5 alchemist? A monstrous genius. The surrounding crowd of spectators weren't stingy in the slightest as they praised Duan Lingtian. Some people's gazes descended onto Xiao He, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They understood. Xiao He, the publicly acknowledged most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, at the instant the violet-clothed youth condensed a grade 9 pill fire, the genius halo above his head had already become a thing of the past, completely becoming history. This violet-clothed youth was the true genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Compared to him, Xiao He couldn't even compare to trash. Xiao He's body was trembling. Now that he'd recovered from his shock, he quickly noticed the numerous gazes of pity that were looking at him. At this moment, he only felt his heart trembling. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. How awe-inspiring was that? But now, he'd been surpassed by a youth, and even lost 500 silver to the youth. All of this caused him to be unable to show his face. As far as he was concerned, the gazes of the surrounding people seemed to be mocking and ridiculing him. Vice Guildmaster, I'll get someone to deliver the 200 silver to you later. Xiaohe's voice was hoarse and low as he coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze. After deeply memorizing Duan Lingtian's appearance, he left the Alchemist Guild and only left behind these words. If Xiaohe knew that Duan Lingtian's current appearance was only the effect of a disguise, it was unknown what expression he would have. Everyone present understood that it probably wouldn't be long before today's matter would spread throughout the entire imperial city. At that time, Xiaohe would really lose face. Kid, here's your 1,000 silver. Yi Luan privately withdrew another 2 million silver and combined it with the 8 million silver in his possession before passing it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice Guildmaster. Duan Lingtian put away the 10 million silver and lightly smiled to Yi Luan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were a few greedy gazes within the surrounding crowd that were descending onto him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. Were they eyeing his money? Kid, how about we go inside and have a chat? Yi Luan looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he issued an invitation. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Alchemist Guild's main hall with Yi Luan and entered the rear hall. Kid, what's your name? Yi Luan asked Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't speak his full name, as this name was precisely his name from his previous life. Lingtian? Surnamed Ling, given name Tian. What a good name. Yi Luan praised, and his eyes were suffused with a sheen. Kid, are you interested in joining our Alchemist Guild? As long as you're willing to join, the Alchemist Guild will foster you with all its might. In the future, you'll even have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild and experience an even vaster world. As far as Yi Luan was concerned, this was an extremely great temptation, and the youth before him ought to not refuse. However, sorry, Vice Guildmaster, I have no intention of joining the Alchemist Guild. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. That's too bad. Yi Luan was stunned for a moment before returning to his senses, and he didn't insist. He was able to discern that although the youth before him was young, his eyes emitted wisdom, and he was absolutely not the type of person that would change his mind. Vice Guildmaster, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian said to Yi Luan before leaving the rear hall. A young man behind a counter in the main hall took a deep breath when he saw Duan Lingtian arrive at his counter, and he didn't dare be negligent in the slightest. May I ask if you want to issue an assignment or accept an assignment? Accept an assignment? Let me take a look at the assignment dossiers here. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. The young man never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so amiable, and he was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly passed the assignment dossiers over to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled to the young man, then started flipping through the assignment dossiers. Most of these assignment dossiers were assignments to refine grade 8 medicinal pills. Although there were quite a few assignments to refine grade 9 medicinal pills, the rewards were extremely low. Duan Lingtian wasn't interested in the slightest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian flipped to the first page of the assignment dossiers. This was an assignment that was issued 3 years ago. Assignment issuer, Swift Cavalry Grand General, Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan. Assignment content, detoxify the Senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The Senior Marquis was poisoned by the Void Stage Demon Beast, Dark Nether Mink. Demon beasts were a type of formidable beast that stood above ferocious beasts. Just like how ferocious beasts stood above wild beasts. If it was said that wild beasts that had developed origin energy could be considered to have transformed into ferocious beasts, then a ferocious beast that had overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and broken through from the 9th level of the nascent soul stage to the void stage could be considered to have transformed into a demon beast. Dark Nether Minks normally wouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. Looks like the Senior Marquis probably took the initiative to offend the Dark Nether Mink, and was bitten back in the end. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the dark nether mink. The reward for this assignment. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the last page of the dossiers. Assignment reward, able to satisfy all the conditions of the person that completes the assignment within the Divine Might Marquis estate's ability. This generation's Divine Might Marquis seems to be that swift cavalry Grand General. I wonder what his status is within the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he asked the young man behind the counter. May I ask who this Divine Might Marquis Swift Cavalry Grand General Nye Yuan is? Unexpectedly, the young man was filled with deep veneration when he heard Duan Lingtian. Divine Might Mark Nye Yuan is a figure like the god of war of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. He and His Majesty, the Emperor, each hold half of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's military authority. As for the Divine Might Marquis estate, its status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom isn't inferior to a great clan like the Shao clan. Besides that, I heard that the Divine Might Marquis himself is a void stage expert whose strength isn't inferior to the county governors of the 18 counties of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The young man slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He originally thought that the Divine Might Marquis estate was only an ordinary general's estate, but he never imagined that it had such a great background. Right, if I were to compare the Shao clan with the Duan clan, how would they fare? Duan Lingtian asked. In the Imperial City, the Duan clan is a great clan that is equally famous as the Shao clan. The young man lightly smiled as he spoke. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded as he closed the assignment file and passed it back to the young man. What? You didn't find a suitable assignment? The young man asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bid his farewells before turning around and leaving. The young man couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar. This is true poise, neither arrogant nor rash. Unlike the Shao clan's Shao He. Compared to him, Shao He's natural talent in alchemy can only be considered ordinary, and instead likes to put on airs. Chapter 143. Where's that kid? The three middle-aged men followed the violet-clothed youth all the way into a remote alley. They originally thought that they were about to succeed, but they noticed that the violet-clothed youth had suddenly vanished without a trace at the fork in the road ahead. Split up and search. The green-clothed middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, and his eyes flickered with an extremely greedy sheen, just when the three of them were prepared to split up and enter the fork in the road ahead. There's no need to search. A lazy voice sounded out from ahead, causing them to shudder as if they were jolted awake from a dream. Subsequently, they saw a violet-clothed youth walk out from one of the fork in the road. Wasn't he their target? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the three of them. He'd noticed these three people when he was in the Alchemist Guild's hall. At that time, when he put away the 10 million silver, the eyes of these three people emitted a sheen of greed and bloodthirst. Obviously, they had covetous thoughts and were eyeing the silver in his hand. As expected, after he left, he noticed that he had three more tails. Bush, bush, bush. The three middle-aged men flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian tightly, as if they were deeply afraid that he would run away again. They didn't think that if Duan Lingtian wanted to run, would he still come out at this moment? However, they'd obviously been blinded by greed now. In their hearts, there was only the 10 million silver. Kid, take out the 10 million silver and maybe we brothers will leave you with an intact corpse. One of the middle-aged men licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted greed as he spoke in a low voice. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist, being able to kill such an alchemy genius in my lifetime can be considered as having accumulated good karma from my ancestors. The other middle-aged man's eyes shone, as if Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. If I give you the 10 million silver, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked abruptly. Kid, I presume your background isn't ordinary since you're able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18? You've seen the faces of us three brothers, so we won't take the risk. So, you don't have the qualifications to talk terms with us. Today, you'll die for sure. The cyan-robed middle-aged man in the lead snorted in a low voice as his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Then there's nothing to talk about, is there? Duan Lingtian spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled. The middle-aged man frowned. Duan Lingtian was still so calm even now, which made him feel uncertain. He couldn't help but feel a little gloomy, and shouted in a low voice, "Kill him, I'm afraid the situation will change." In an instant, the three middle-aged men moved at the same time. Above them, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they were obviously three Origin Core stage martial artists, Little Black. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he raised his hand and exclaimed in a low voice. In an instant, a black bolt of lightning shot out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and circled around Duan Lingtian, bringing with it 3 streaks of bright, demonic blood. Then, it fell on Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a black, single-horned python. It was flicking its tongue, as if it was asking for credit from Duan Lingtian. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 middle-aged men that were just about to make a move against Duan Lingtian instantly fell down, dead. On their chests, there was an additional tiny bloody hole that was ceaselessly gushing out fresh blood. The cyan-robed middle-aged man hadn't died completely at the beginning, and his eyes were wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed youth that was teasing Little Black. He struggled for a while before falling down in despair. Before he died, he only had a single thought. He didn't think that someone would be able to cure the senior marquis of the poison within 3 years. How could the poison of the demon beast, Dark Nether Mink, be something that just anyone could cure? Ignorant kid, you actually dare curse our senior marquis? The faces of the 4 soldiers in light armor went pale, and the aura of slaughter on their bodies skyrocketed as they were about to make a move against Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian's following words caused them to stop in their tracks. "I'm here to cure your senior marquis of the poison." Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he slowly said. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 4 soldiers to look at each other in dismay. After the 4 of them glanced at each other, one of them turned around and entered the Divine Might Marquis estate. "Wait a moment, our brothers have already gone to inform the Marquis," one of the soldiers in light armor said to Duan Lingtian. Although he felt that the words of this youth weren't very trustworthy, he still didn't dare be negligent. If there was an expert behind this youth, then offending this youth would also mean offending that expert. If that expert could really cure the senior marquis of the poison, but refused because of their rudeness, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, he also noticed that although this violet-clothed youth's appearance was ordinary, his movements fully revealed the demeanor of an expert. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary youth. Duan Lingtian's current disguised face was indeed very ordinary, and belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. After a short while, the soldier that went to inform Duan Lingtian came out and respectfully said to him, "Young master, the Marquis invites you in." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind the soldier into the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the main hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a sturdy middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, wearing casual clothes, and a stocky build was currently pacing back and forth. "Father, didn't the soldier say that the person was only a youth? Can he really cure grandfather?" The young man with an imposing appearance was around the age of 25, and his tone was filled with doubt. "Fin, 3 years ago, when your grandfather was poisoned, even the Alchemist Guild's guild master, that grade 6 alchemist, was helpless. After that, although our Divine Might Marquis estate made a heavy promise, no one came to our door. Now, if the poison in your grandfather's body continues to drag on, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for more than a year. So, no matter what, I have to try. Moreover, how do you know that there isn't an expert behind that youth?" The stocky middle-aged man was precisely the current Divine Might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Grand General of Cavalry, Nye Yuan. Normally, even when facing the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, he would never lose his composure like this, right? There's no harm in trying. If he can really cure grandfather, then I, Niefin, will surely be deeply grateful. The young man nodded, and his gaze flickered. In his entire life, the person he respected the most was his grandfather, the Divine Might Marquis, whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and was conferred the title of nobility by the late emperor. It could be said that the Divine Might Marquis estate's glory was single-handedly established by his grandfather. Marquis, I've brought him. The voice of a soldier sounded from outside the audience hall. The Divine Might Marquis Yuan stopped his footsteps when he heard this, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the distance outside the audience hall. Invite him in. Duan Lingtun walked into the audience hall and saw a stocky middle-aged man with an extraordinary imposing manner with a glance. He ought to be the current Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry, Niyuan. Didn't they say that he's a void stage expert that's comparable to the 18 county governors? He ought to have yet to experience the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and is at most in existence at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage or half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Relying on the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the middle-aged man's cultivation with a glance. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Lingtan slowly walked in and stood not far away from the Divine Might Marquis. He lightly smiled and could be considered to have bowed. Audacious! Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out from behind the Divine Might Marquis. Duan Lingtian glanced over. It was a young man with an appearance that was 50% to 60% similar to the Divine Might Marquis. The young man seemed to have transformed into an angry Vajra as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Junior Mar, I wonder how I'm audacious? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he guessed the identity of the young man. You actually dare not bow when you see the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry. If this isn't audacity, then what is? The young man said in a low voice. Junior Marquis, you're wrong. Etiquette depends on the heart. If I have disrespect in my heart, then what's the use even if I bow hypocritically? Could it be that the Junior Marquis likes hypocritical etiquette? Chapter 144. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Niefin was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words that were difficult to refute. All right, Fin, what this little brother said isn't without reason. Divine Might Marquis Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes squinted. Little brother, do you really have a way to cure the dark nether minx poison? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Marquis, the current me still doesn't have the ability to help the senior Marquis completely cure the dark nether minx poison. Father, like I said, even the Alchemist Guild's guild master was helpless against grandfather's poison. How could a child like him possibly have a way? Niefin's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian. Fun, shut up. Nie Yuan glared at Niefun, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Little brother, what do you mean by this? What I mean is, I can temporarily help the senior Marquis cure a portion of the dark nether minx poison, and the other portion will have to wait until I become a grade 8 alchemist. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he slowly spoke. Grade 8 alchemist? Nie Yuan and Niefin were stunned as they sized up the violet-clothed youth before them. This little fellow looked to be around 18 years old. He actually said he wanted to become a grade 8 alchemist? Even if he could become a grade 8 alchemist, when would that be? Who could afford to wait? Kid, our Divine Might Marquis estate doesn't have the time to play house with you. Grade 8 alchemist. To think you dared say that? Even if you're a grade 9 alchemist, you still don't know how many years you'll need before you can. Niefin's face revealed displeasure, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was completely stunned and dumbstruck. Because, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's grade 9 pill fire had ignited. Nie Yuan's eyes shone. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist? This youth was simply even more monstrous than the Shao clan's genius alchemist, Xiaohe. If Nie Yuan knew that Duan Lingtian had teased Xiaohe in the Alchemist Guild not long ago and even swindled 5 million silver from Xiaohe, what expression would he have? Within 2 years, I will definitely become a grade 8 alchemist. Before that, I can neutralize the toxic poison that has invaded the Senior Marquis's internal organs, allowing the Senior Marquis to no longer suffer the pain of the toxic poison acting up. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I can completely neutralize the toxic poison in the Senior Marquis's body and recover his void-prying stage strength. Duan Lingtian's words were clear and contained great confidence. How did you know that my father is a void-prying stage martial artist? Nie Yuan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. If the Senior Marquis isn't a void-prying stage martial artist, it would be impossible for him to live until now. If I'm not wrong, the Senior Marquis is already an arrow at the end of its flight. If there's still no way to remove the poison in his internal organs, I'm afraid he won't even be able to hold on for a year. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Nie Fen was slightly moved. Never had he imagined that this youth that looked to be 7 or 8 years younger than him actually possessed such ability. The fact that his grandfather, the Senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, was something that only a few people in the Divine Might Marquis estate knew about. This young man could actually make such accurate deductions. Little brother, I still don't know your name? Nie Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now, he'd practically completely believed Duan Lingtian's words. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist might really be able to create a miracle. Or perhaps, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist was already a miracle. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly, and similarly he didn't reveal his true name before the Divine Might Marquis. Lingtian. Unexpectedly, when Nie Yuan heard Duan Lingtian's name, he was instead stunned, seeming to have thought of something. After sighing, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, how about I take you to see my father now? Duan Lingtian nodded. Nie Fen's eyes flashed as he stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment, then he had a strange expression as he lightly shook his head. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw the Senior Marquis in the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The old man wore a gray robe, and because of being poisoned for many years, he seemed to be sickly, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Even so, the old man still emitted a domineering dignity between his brows, as if he was imperceptibly narrating his glorious past. Father. Nie Yuan respectfully bowed when he saw the old man. Grandfather. Nie Fen was respectful and reverent as well. Senior Marquis. Duan Lingtian caught up and lightly smiled to the old man. This is... The old man's muddy eyes abruptly lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Father, this is Brother Lingtian. He's here to cure your poison. Nie Yuan respectfully said. He'd always revered his father in his heart. Even though his father wasn't as elegant as before, he was still a towering mountain in his heart. The old man's eyes emitted a trace of surprise when he heard this. He understood his son and knew that his son wasn't the type of person who spoke without thinking. Since the youth was able to come here, it meant that his son believed in the youth. Duan Lingtian casually pretended to extend his hand into his pocket and withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring, then wrote down some medicinal herbs and passed it to Nie Yuan. Marquis, prepare these medicinal herbs. After the medicinal herbs are prepared, I'll refine the antidote medicinal pill for the Senior Marquis. Refine medicinal pills? The old man's eyes squinted and he said with slight surprise, Little fellow, you're an alchemist? Grandfather, don't look at Brother Lingtian's young, he's a grade 9 alchemist. Nie Fen lightly smiled. Grade 9 alchemist? Not bad, not bad. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded repeatedly, and his tone contained heartfelt praise mixed within. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist had also alarmed his heart that was as calm as an ancient well. Nie Fen followed Nie Yuan out of the rear courtyard to prepare the medicinal herbs. Alas, Fen, if Brother Lingtian is the child of your uncle Rufeng, how good would that be? On the way, Nie Yuan suddenly sighed. Father, they only have the same name. Moreover, Brother Lingtian's surname is Duan, Yet Uncle Ru Feng's child is surnamed Duan, so he should be called Duan Lingtian. Niefan shook his head and couldn't help but recall the peerless genius martial artist of the Duan clan from all those years ago. But unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. I don't know why, but when I see him, I always have a feeling of closeness. That year, if it wasn't for me going to battle outside, how could I have allowed sister-in-law and little Tian to leave the Duan clan? But unfortunately, I've never asked Ru Feng about sister-in-law's background, and even though the Duan clan's fourth brother knew, he wasn't willing to say. I was utterly unable to trace the whereabouts of her and the child. So many years have passed, I wonder how the orphan and widow are doing. Nie Yuan had an expression of guilt and self-blame. Father, don't worry. Aunt Ro and little Tian are blessed by the heavens, and they'll be fine. Niefan consoled. Now, that child little Tian ought to have grown up, and he's probably around the same age as brother Ling Tian. Fun, do you think it's possible that they're the same person? Father, don't think too much. Why don't you think about it? Uncle Ru Feng is handsome and unrestrained, and even Aunt Ro has a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. How could their child possibly grow up to have such an ordinary appearance? It's just a coincidence that they have the same name. Moreover, brother Ling Tian's surname isn't Duan. Right? Ru Feng and sister-in-law's son's appearance is surely a dragon or phoenix amongst men. In the rear courtyard, Duan Ling Tian and the old man sat facing each other. Senior Marquis, according to my knowledge, that dark nether mink ought to not take the initiative to attack humans. Why did you have a conflict with it? Duan Lingtian asked the old man, puzzled. Brother Ling Tian, you even know the habits of the dark nether mink? The old man was slightly surprised, and he increasingly felt that the youth before him wasn't simple. Yes, the dark nether mink wouldn't take the initiative to attack me, but at that time, I urgently needed a spirit fruit that the dark nether mink was guarding, so I could only take the risk and force it to leave. Later on, although it left, it still bit me. Fortunately, I smoothly obtained that spirit fruit. That spirit fruit is very important to you? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes, very important. If I didn't have it, my wife would be in great trouble. The old man slowly nodded. The old man didn't speak in detail, and Duan Lingtian didn't ask any further. Everyone had their own secrets, although he was very curious about what spirit fruit the dark nether mink was guarding, to actually make the old man risk his life for it. Looks like Senior Marquis doesn't regret this matter in the slightest. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. In life, there are things to do and things not to do. As far as I'm concerned, so long as my family is safe, even if I die, it's nothing. The old man lightly shook his head, extremely carefree. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep veneration. This old man was worthy of respect. Don't worry, Senior Marquis. So long as the medicinal pill is refined, it will be able to expel the toxic poison in your internal organs. At that time, although you'll still be unable to utilize origin energy, you'll be able to be like an ordinary person and won't have to suffer the pain of the toxic poison acting up. Once I step into the origin core stage and become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll be able to eradicate all the toxic poison in your body. Duan Lingtian slowly said. Then I'll thank brother Lingtian first. The old man nodded with a smile, and a trace of respect flashed within the depths of his eyes. Perhaps, in the Tao of martial arts, he once stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and looked down upon everyone. But in the Tao of alchemy, he couldn't help but admire the youth before him. A grade 9 alchemist at the mere age of 18, such natural talent was simply shocking. In next to no time, Nie Yuan and his son finished preparing the medicinal materials Duan Lingtian needed. Duan Lingtian didn't have any misgivings and directly withdrew his cauldron and started to refine the pill in front of the 3 generations of the Nie clan. Although the 3 of them were laymen, Duan Lingtian's familiar movements were simply as if assisted by the gods, and it broadened their horizons and caused them to feel admiration in their hearts. 2 hours later, Duan Lingtian concentrated his mind and calmed his breathing, then his hand descended and slapped the cauldron. 3 medicinal pills with flowing lights revolving around them instantly flew out and landed in his hand. What he refined this time was the spirit cleansing pill as well. The spirit cleansing pill was the lifetime effort of Samsara Emperor Wu, and it could cure a myriad of poisons. Although the poison in the old man's body was formidable, it was inferior to the vitality restriction goo that Xiongquan was afflicted with, and only a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill was required to completely eradicate it. Xiongquan's poison, on the other hand, required a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill to completely eradicate it. Senior Marquis, consume these 3 medicinal pills over 3 months. Chapter 145. All right. The old man smiled as he received it, then directly swallowed the medicinal pill. After a short moment, the old man's gaze abruptly lit up. What a miraculous medicinal pill! I feel much more comfortable as soon as the medicinal strength spread out. Brother Lingtian, what medicinal pill is this? Spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then bid farewell to the old man before following Nye Yuan and Nye Fen back to the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall. Brother Lingtian, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. If you have any errands in the future, so long as it's within my Divine Might Marquis Estate's ability, it's my duty. Divine Might Mark Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression as he promised. Marquis, you're too courteous. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. The reason he came to the Divine Might Marquis Estate to help the Senior Marquis cure the poison was because of this promise of the Divine Might Marquis, and he deeply knew the importance of this promise. At a critical moment, it could even save his life. Now, although he'd only been in the Imperial City for a month, he'd already made 2 formidable enemies, the Duan clan's 2nd master and the Imperial family's 5th prince. Although he'd never thought of borrowing the strength of the Divine Might Marquis Estate to deal with the former, he had no choice but to leave himself a way out. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't lightly use this layer of relationship with the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Nye Yuan ordered Nye Fen to personally send Duan Lingtian out. Brother Lingtian, besides my grandfather and father, Nye Fen rarely admire anyone. Needless to say, you're the 3rd person that I've wholeheartedly admired. At the mere age of 18, you've already become a grade 9 alchemist, and you're even able to refine a medicinal pill that can cure the poison of the dark nether mink. Nye Fen couldn't help but sigh. Nye Fen was a young genius of the Imperial City. His cultivation had stepped into the origin core stage at a young age, and coupled with his illustrious family background, he was practically an existence that could do whatever he wanted in the Imperial City. But even so, he still couldn't help but admire Duan Lingtian. He deeply knew that a genius alchemist like Duan Lingtian would absolutely not be limited to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future, and would sooner or later become a formidable existence that he could look up to. Young Marquis, you flatter me. Your martial talent is also not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Before long, Nye Fen sent Duan Lingtian out of the Divine Might Marquis Estate. The 4 guards broke out in cold sweat when they saw the young Marquis personally escorting the young man out. Fortunately, they didn't offend this young man before. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Brother Lingtian, if you encounter any trouble in the Imperial City in the future, you can come look for me at any time. I don't dare speak for other places, but within the Imperial City, there aren't many things that I, Nye Fen, am unable to settle. Before leaving, Nye Fen smiled as he promised Duan Lingtian. When that time comes, I will definitely not be polite. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. He bid farewell and left. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished from his sight did Nye Fen turn around and return to the Divine Might Marquis Estate. The 4 soldiers at the gate looked at each other in dismay, their eyes filled with shock. Did I hear wrongly? The young Marquis actually made such an exaggerated promise to that young man earlier. With the young Marquis's promise, he can practically do whatever he wants in the Imperial City in the future. If they were a few days late and missed the time to report, even if they had the qualifications to enter, it would be difficult for them to step foot into Paladin Academy. I wonder if Xiao Yu has reported yet. Duan Lingtian thought of Xiao Yu and his brows raised as he followed the flow of people to arrive before the entrance of Paladin Academy and started to register. Certificate of Qualification. The person in charge of registering was a middle-aged man with a flat tone as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took out his certificate of enrollment and passed it to the middle-aged man. From the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? The middle-aged man glanced at the certificate of enrollment and was slightly surprised. Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? The pupils of the youths that stood behind Duan Lingtian constricted when they heard the middle-aged man's voice. I heard that 1 year ago, only 7 people from the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp passed the training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. I've long since heard that the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's test is famous for being abnormal in the 18 counties. Looks like this youth isn't an ordinary person since he was able to stand out from it. Although I'm from Swallow Mountain County, I didn't dare enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Otherwise, I might not have survived. The discussion of the youths entered his ears, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to twitch. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is so famous in the outer counties? Duan Lingtian? This name sounds like someone from the direct line of descent of the Duan clan. The middle-aged man's heart moved when he matched the name on the certificate of enrollment with the information in his hand, but he didn't pay much attention to it. As far as he was concerned, if this youth was really a disciple of the Duan clan, then since he had the ability to pass the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's training, the Duan clan would have long since given him a recommendation spot. Why would they make him risk his life? The devilish training of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was no different from risking his life. The middle-aged man stamped a seal on the certificate of enrollment and said to Duan Lingtian, "If you need to stay overnight in the academy, then go in and find the teacher in charge of this area to make arrangements. If you don't need it, then take this enrollment handbook back and read it. School starts 5 days later. Remember to bring your certificate of enrollment." Duan Lingtian nodded, put away the certificate of enrollment, and left with Xiongquan. Stay overnight? He didn't need it. Duan Lingtian's house was south of Paladin Academy. Presently, in a private house north of Paladin Academy, 2 young men were sitting together, and one of them had a face full of unwillingness. "Cousin, it's already been 3 months, but the people Uncle sent out still haven't found that little bastard." Duan Rong had a face full of anger, and when he thought of what happened 3 months ago, a ball of fire arose within his heart. That time, the violet-clothed youth shattered his wrist bone with a finger, and although he had recovered now, there were still side effects left behind. When he executed martial skills now, the might of his martial skills had at least decreased by 20%. It can't be helped, the clues you provided were too few. A violet-clothed youth, a middle-aged man wearing a mask. In the imperial city that's bustling with people, similar people can be found all over the streets. The other young man shook his head. "Cousin, don't you know the 5th prince? That shop that sells houses is the property of the imperial family, and our Duan clan is unable to interfere. But if the 5th prince wants to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult, right?" Duan Rong seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. The young man's brows frowned, then relaxed as he said perfunctorily, "We'll talk about it the next time I see the 5th prince." He'd only met the 5th prince a few times and couldn't be considered to be familiar with him. Although he was the only son of the Duan clan's second master, he was nothing before the 5th prince. There were over 10 princes in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Besides having a temporary residence within the imperial palace, they each had a spacious estate within the inner city of the imperial city. Normally, these princes lived within the estates within the inner city. 5th prince's estate. "Cousin, it's already been 3 months, and there's still no news at all?" Tong Li, who wore red clothes, pouted and was extremely unhappy. "Li, the people I sent out have investigated for 3 months, but they've still come up empty-handed." Firstly, you don't know their origins, and secondly, you don't know their names, so it's indeed difficult to investigate. It's even to the extent that they might only be people that came to the Imperial City to play, or perhaps they've already left the Imperial City long ago. The fifth prince shook his head, and his face carried a smile from the beginning until the end, causing one to feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Then what should we do? Could it be that we're just going to let it go? Tong Li had a face full of unwillingness. Of course we can't just let it go. But isn't there no way to find them now? How about this? So long as there's a lead on them in the future, cousin will surely take revenge for you, alright? Chapter 146. General, Prime Minister? Duan Lingtian was attracted by a paragraph of text in the admission handbook. It turned out that students who entered Paladin Academy had to choose one of the two great factions. The two great factions were respectively Star General Department and Star Mastermind Department. Galloping on the battlefield, able to command an army of thousands, possessing courage that is unafraid of death, able to easily take the head of the enemy's general within an army of thousands, and stepping on blood to dye the blue sky with heroism. This is the Star General. Hidden behind a curtain, possessing outstanding wisdom, able to govern the world during times of peace and prosperity, able to devise strategies and control everything during times of war, able to annihilate the enemy with a smile. This is the Star General. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This Paladin Academy was worthy of being called the cradle of geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. If one was able to graduate from it, no matter where they went, they would be a hero and a formidable person. Choose one of the two? Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he made a decision in his heart. 5 days later, Duan Lingtian brought along the little black snake and left the house alone, walking towards Paladin Academy. According to the rules in the admission handbook, students of Paladin Academy were not allowed to bring followers into Paladin Academy. Before long, Duan Lingtian arrived at Paladin Academy. At the entrance, one could vaguely see a long line formed by numerous carriages, connecting from one end of the street to the other. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Many students were either sent here by their seniors or their followers. However, in the end, only one student could enter Paladin Academy. There are actually so many female students. When Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy, he couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed that many female students had shown their admission certificates and entered the academy. Looks like the Paladin Academy's entrance examinations in other counties are open to females, unlike the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp that Duan Lingtian went to didn't accept females. If a female from Swallow Mountain County wanted to enter Paladin Academy, they must go to other counties to participate in similar entrance examinations. Where to now? Duan Lingtian noticed that after he entered Paladin Academy, he was like a headless fly, unable to find his way. Finally, with his sharp eyes, he saw a group of people walking towards the east in the distance. He quickly followed them. There was a vast field in the east, and a few weapon racks were scattered around it. This was obviously the martial arts practice field of Paladin Academy. At a glance, there were already many young men and women waiting there. These people were all around the age of 20. Compared to them, the Duan Lingtian was much smaller. Xiaoyu. Finally, Duan Lingtian found Xiaoyu in the crowd. Now, Xiaoyu was standing with another young man, talking and laughing. Duan Lingtian walked over. Soon, Xiaoyu also noticed him. He spoke to the young man beside him, and the two of them went up to greet him. Duan Lingtian, I finally get to meet you. Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. I arrived at the Imperial City half a month ago, but I don't know where you are. What about you? What have you been doing for half a month? Duan Lingtian asked with a light smile. I'm at the Shao clan estate. Xiaoyu said. Shao clan? Shao clan? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He thought of the genius alchemist, Shao He, at the first possible moment. He was a member of the Shao clan. Could it be that Xiao Yu was related to the Xiao clan as well? Or could it be that the Aurora City's Xiao clan was related to the Imperial City's Xiao clan? The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Yes, it's the Xiao clan. Our Aurora City's Xiao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. This time, I obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy and have already been specially allowed by the Patriarch to become a member of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. Although Xiao Yu's expression didn't change, his eyes obviously contained a sense of excitement. Becoming a member of the Imperial City's Xiao clan also meant that he had taken a new step forward. In the future, he could use this as a springboard to jump higher and further. At this moment, Xiao Yu realized that the young man beside him was being neglected, so he hurriedly introduced him. Duan Lingtian, he's Xiao Sun, a genius martial artist of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. He's also my friend. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Xiao Sun as he introduced himself. Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun returned a smile without the slightest trace of the arrogance of a disciple of a large clan. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Sun's older brother, Xiao He, is our Xiao clan's most genius alchemist. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. Xiao Yu continued. Xiao He. Duan Lingtian's face froze. It really was a small world. Any random Xiao clan disciple he met was the younger brother of Xiao He. I used to think that my brother was a rare alchemist genius as well, until 2 months ago when an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild's hall. Only then did I realize that there's always someone better out there. This is good as well, as it can reduce my brother's spirit. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. I've heard of this matter as well. I heard that the 18-year-old alchemist cheated your brother of 5 million silver. Do you hate him? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked curiously. What's there to hate? I've heard of the sequence of events. In the end, the fault of this matter lies with my brother. If it wasn't for my brother being overbearing, then the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. If I were to meet that genius alchemist, I might even thank him for allowing my brother to change and become much more restrained than before. Xiao Sun shook his head, seeming to not care in the slightest. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. Birds of a feather flock together. Xiao Yu's friends were indeed not like the ordinary profligate young masters of large clans. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a red-clothed young man walking over side by side with a robust young man. The person who spoke was precisely the robust young man. Weren't the two people who had passed through the genius camps training with them and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, Su Li and Tian Hu? After not seeing each other for a year, the two of them had obviously matured a lot. Su Li was even more steady. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped Duan Rong, scaring Duan Rong to the point that his face went ghastly pale as he hurriedly turned around and fled. Duan Lingnan, who's he? Why does it seem like he has a deep enmity with you? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Only a profligate son of a rich family. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rong, the nephew of the Duan clan's second master. Xiao Yu's gaze focused. During this half a month, he had a certain understanding of the situation of the various great clans in the Imperial City and was very clear about the methods of the Duan clan's second master. Duan Lingdan, do you need help? Su Li's gaze went cold as he gazed at Duan Rong, who was hiding in the distance. The sword in his hand seemed ready to be unsheathed at any moment. No need, only a clown. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't take Duan Rong seriously in the slightest, even if the person behind Duan Rong was the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. If he was afraid, then he wouldn't have entered Paladin Academy with his true appearance when he clearly knew that Duan Rong was also a student of Paladin Academy. Chapter 147. Xiao Sun's brows raised. Just like Duan Lingtian and Su Li, he didn't take Duan Rong seriously either. Duan Rong was at most a branch family disciple of the Duan clan. In terms of status, far inferior to him, I didn't expect that there would be so many female students. Tianhu's gaze fell into the distance. On the other side of the spacious martial arts practice grounds, a group of female students were gathered there, and it was extremely lively. As for the group of male students, they were gathered on Duan Lingtian's side. Do you know why we're gathered here? Duan Lingtian asked the people beside him. I don't know. We followed the crowd here. Tianhu shook his head. He and Su Li were obviously the same as Duan Lingtian, following others here. Xiao Sun lightly smiled. We're gathered here now precisely for the sake of making it easier for us to choose a faction. In a while, when almost everyone has arrived, a teacher will come over. At that time, we'll have to face an important choice in our lives. Paladin Academy. The two great factions walked on completely different paths. And Paladin Academy's teaching for the two great factions would be completely different as well. Speaking of choosing a faction, have you guys decided which faction to choose? Tianhu's eyes lit up as he asked Duan Lingtian and the others. Xiao Sun and I both choose the Star Mastermind department. Xiao Yu lightly smiled. Xiao Sun nodded as well, and a wisp of a sheen of wisdom flashed within his eyes. Then you guys are different from me. I've decided to choose the Star General department. Tianhu grinned. I can tell. Duan Lingtian sized Tianhu up with a glance before laughing loudly. Are you for real? You wouldn't be giving advice after the fact, right? Then tell me, what faction will Su Li choose? Tianhu asked again. Is there even a need to ask? Naturally, he'll choose the same Star General department as you. Duan Lingtian said as a matter of course. Su Li was like a sharp sword with an oppressive sharpness. If such a person were to enter the battlefield, he would absolutely be a killing machine that could cause the enemy to tremble in fear. Su Li, you wouldn't really choose the Star General department as well, right? Tianhu asked. What? You have an opinion? Su Li's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Tianhu. What can I say? I'm just a little surprised. Tianhu smiled awkwardly. If it was said that he could still compete with Su Li when he had just arrived at the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, the current him had already been left far behind by Su Li. Duan Lingtian, what about you? You should be the same as me and Su Li, choosing the Star General department, right? As Tianhu spoke, the gazes of Su Li, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun all descended upon Duan Lingtian. Under the gazes of the four people, Duan Lingtian slowly spat out 3 words, Star Prime Minister. Star Mastermind Department? They were a little surprised. They felt that with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was a waste for him to enter the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled at their surprise. In his previous life, he was a powerful weapon specialist, and the set he learned was no different from the set of Star General. In this life, if he were to choose the Star General department, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he chose the Star Mastermind department. The teachers of Paladin Academy have arrived. Duan Lingtian's sharp eyes noticed 2 middle-aged men walking over from afar. At the same time, near the group of female students on the other side, 2 young women walked towards them. They were obviously teachers of Paladin Academy as well. Hello everyone, I'm a teacher of Paladin Academy's Star General Department. My name is Niu Meng. Between the 2 middle-aged men, the robust man with a curly beard had a voice that was like a thunderclap, causing the eardrums of some of the students near him to hurt. Sima Changfeng's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others as he slowly said, From today onwards, I'm the teacher of this year's Star Mastermind Department students. I'll teach you all how to become a qualified Star Mastermind. Now, which one of you can tell me what a Star Mastermind is? As Sima Changfeng spoke these words, his calm gaze abruptly changed, becoming incomparably wise and farsighted. And at the instant Sima Changfeng finished speaking, a student stood up and said, "A star mastermind is hidden behind a veil, possessing outstanding wisdom. During times of peace and prosperity, it can rule the world. During times of war, it can devise strategies and control everything. It can annihilate the enemy with a smile." Including Duan Lincoln, the gazes of the other 17 students all descended upon this student. Too shameless. Aren't these the words that introduce the Star Mastermind department in the student handbook? This is possible? Many students were speechless. Sima Changfeng pressed down with his hand, allowing the student to sit down, and said indifferently, "Correct, just like these words on the student handbook. Outstanding wisdom and devising strategies are the foundation of a Star Mastermind. In the following days, what I'll teach you all in the Star Mastermind department is how to become a qualified Star Mastermind. You all must remember, a Star Mastermind can allow a general to be invincible in battle and can also annihilate a general. Sometimes, a single decision of a Star Mastermind will determine the life and death of a general." As he spoke to this point, Sima Changfeng's expression became serious. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Sima Changfeng's words. If it was said that a general was a martial artist's 4 limbs that could be used to execute martial skills and dodge attacks, then a Star Mastermind was a martial artist's eyes that could see through everything and was especially important. Today, the first lesson I'll give you all is how to deal with one of the situations on the battlefield. Sima Changfeng's gaze was filled with wisdom as he slowly asked, "If the enemy is strong while I'm weak, and the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light, besides the most straightforward sneak attack, what strategy can be used to cause the enemy to collapse? The enemy is strong while I'm weak, and the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light?" Besides Duan Lingtian's eyes that flickered as if he had a card up his sleeve, the remaining students all muttered to themselves as they ceaselessly pondered. Sima Changfeng's gaze quickly descended onto Duan Lingtian. He'd noticed this student long ago. A youth around the age of 18 was especially conspicuous within a group of 20-year-old youths. Now that he saw the youth's performance, his heart jerked. Could it be that he thought of a strategy so quickly? Student, looking at your appearance of knowing everything, have you already thought of a strategy? After a short moment, Sima Changfeng's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked. For a moment, all the students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, looked at Duan Lingtian. He can think of a strategy? You're joking, right? He looks like a young brat. What strategy could he have? Some of the students glanced at Duan Lingtian and disapproved. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood up and said bluntly, "If I encounter such a situation, I'll use the strategy of crossing the ocean by deception. I'll intentionally use disguises to confuse and deceive the enemy over and over again, causing the enemy to lower their guard. Then I'll suddenly take action, thus achieving the goal of obtaining victory." If there were people from China from his previous life here, they would be able to react in an instant. What Duan Lingtian said now was precisely the first strategy of the 36 stratagems. Crossing the ocean by deception. Sima Changfeng's pupils constricted. Actually, he didn't think that this violet-clothed youth would be able to come up with a good strategy. But now, the strategy the violet-clothed youth spoke of happened to coincide with his thoughts in some areas, causing him to be unable to help but be slightly shocked. Is this really only an 18-year-old youth? Crossing the ocean by deception. Brilliant! Brilliant! After Xiao Sun finished listening to what Duan Lingtian said, he carefully pondered over it for a moment and was the first to react. He couldn't help but praise this. Some of the students who previously looked down on Duan Lingtian were stunned as well. They had to admit that this was indeed a brilliant strategy. After all, anyone who was deceived over and over again would lower their guard. This was human nature. Good. What a crossing the ocean by deception. The front and back of the token were exactly the same, and besides some patterns on the sides, the two words Paladin were inscribed in the center. This is Paladin Academy's student command token. You can use this command token to enter and leave Paladin Academy in the future. When Sima Changfeng spoke up to hear, his wise eyes abruptly became somewhat fierce. However, if someone uses this command token to bully the good and commit crimes outside as a student of Paladin Academy has the right to take back the command token and expel the person from Paladin Academy. Sima Changfeng's warning caused some of the students present who originally intended to show off with the command token to dispel the thoughts that had just arisen. They had spent a tremendous amount of effort to be able to enter Paladin Academy, and only they themselves knew the hardships involved. Now that they had become students of Paladin Academy, they would receive even more attention and bring honor to their family. If they were expelled from Paladin Academy, then they would really lose all face. Paladin Academy is divided into a total of 6 years. You are all first-year students. First-year students attend classes for 5 days and rest for 2 days. According to the Academy's regulations, Star Mastermind Department students attend classes in the morning, eat lunch in the Academy's cafeteria, and have free time in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. You can discuss the martial Dao with others, and you can also spar with others, but you cannot harm your life. After Sima Changfeng finished speaking, he left. Let's go eat. Xiao Sun stood up and called out to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. The three of them arrived at the cafeteria, found an empty table and sat down around it. The cafeteria within Paladin Academy was similar to the restaurants outside. After a short while, an attendant walked up and respectfully asked, "What would the three young masters like to eat?" The three of them ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. That teacher Sima from today has profound knowledge and is admirable. Xiao Yu sighed with emotion. Indeed. Duan Lingtian agreed. Xiao Sun glanced at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. Duan Lingtian, I don't find it strange that Xiao Yu said he admires teacher Sima. But you, a student who was able to think of the crossing the ocean by deception plan and made teacher Sima feel ashamed of his inferiority, would still admire teacher Sima? The more he thought about the crossing the ocean by deception plan that Duan Lingtian talked about in class today, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. This plan could not only be used on the battlefield, it could be used in many other areas. It was an extremely practical plan. Hearing Xiao Sun's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up in embarrassment. The crossing the ocean by deception plan wasn't something he thought of himself, but rather copied from the 36 stratagems from his previous life. Most of the new students chose to swallow their anger, put down the money, and leave, giving the table of good wine and dishes they ordered to the senior students who threatened them. These days, there are such annoying flies everywhere. It's really annoying. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He directly picked up some food and started eating, treating the 4 senior students as heir. Tian Hu, who was originally in a rage, was stunned for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, then he couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I didn't expect that flies these days would be so poor. They actually don't even have money to eat. If it were up to me, it's fine if you don't have money. Kneel down and sing a little song. Maybe if this grandpa is happy, he'll reward you with a few pieces of silver. Hearing Duan Lingtian and Tian Hu's words, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun burst into laughter. They didn't pay attention to the 4 senior students who were glaring angrily at them, and they minded their own business and started eating. As for Su Li, he swept through the food on the table with a cold expression and didn't have much fluctuation in his emotions. You all. Chapter 149. Very good. All of you wait. Although the young man in the lead was furious and wished for nothing more than to immediately put down the 5 new students in front of him, he didn't dare to make a move within the cafeteria. This cafeteria was a business under the name of a vice dean of Paladin Academy, and the group of attendants within the cafeteria were the vice dean's eyes and ears. If he dared to make a move within the cafeteria, even if he was lucky enough to not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. He might even be expelled from Paladin Academy. In Paladin Academy, the dean almost never showed his face. Even among the 6th grade students, only a few had seen the dean in person. Normally, it was the 2 vice deans who were in charge. The vice deans had absolute authority. The 4 senior students quickly left Duan Lingtian's table and walked towards a nearby table. After making the new students at that table leave their money and scram, they directly sat down and ate their food in large mouthfuls, not forgetting to occasionally stare coldly at Duan Lingtian's table. It was as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian's group of 5 would disappear before their eyes. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 didn't pay any attention to them, minding their own business as they ate their food and drank their wine, feeling extremely satisfied. So full. After a while, Duan Lingtian was full and burped with a satisfied smile on his face. Xiao Yu and the others were full as well. Let's go out for a walk and digest. Duan Lingtian was the first to stand up, and the 5 of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. As expected, the 4 senior students who had long since wolfed down their food followed the footsteps of Duan Lingtian's group of 5. After exiting the cafeteria, they surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that they were surrounded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Since you new students don't know the rules, as your seniors, we'll properly teach you the rules today. The face of the young man in the lead seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. The other 3 young men also stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian's group of 5. F***K off. Su Li hugged the sheathed longsword. His eyes narrowed and his voice was cold and detached. It was as if it came from an ice cave, causing one's mind to tremble. The 4 youths were stunned, and then their faces were filled with anger. No matter what, they were still second-year students. Now, they were actually being trampled on by a first-year student. If news of this were to spread, how would they be able to maintain a foothold in Paladin Academy in the future? Brat, you're courting death. The face of the young man who was close to Su Li sank as he flew into a rage. His figure flashed as he charged towards Su Li. Above him, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this senior student was going to be in trouble. Boom. The young man struck out with his palm, condensing his origin energy and emitting a scorching hot aura. It was as if a layer of origin energy flames had enveloped Su Li. Hao Ji's mystic flame palm is indeed worthy of being a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. His origin energy is almost condensing into flames. Humph! This first-year student dares to be arrogant and act cool in front of us? He's courting death. The other 2 youths that surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others sneered. But in the next moment, the smiles on their faces completely froze. They didn't see how Su Li moved, but a strand of sword light whistled out before instantly returning to its sheath with a clang. And right at this instant, the young man who executed the mystic flame palm to deal with Su Li abruptly emitted a shrill and miserable cry. He clearly saw Su Li's sword strike from before. That young man's hand could be considered to be completely crippled. Severed hand tendon? Tian, who was dumbstruck on the ground. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were shocked to the point that their eyes constricted. To a martial artist, a severed hand tendon was no different from having an arm chopped off. Su Li stopped in his tracks and turned around to glance at Duan Lingtian. Battle intent rose in his eyes. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian actually clearly saw his sword strike from before. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Duan Lingtian's strength had improved once again. Duan Lingtian and the others walked away in large strides, leaving behind a group of new students and advanced students looking at each other in dismay. Traces of fear appeared in their eyes. I didn't expect that such a ruthless person would appear among this year's new students. Remember that person well. Don't provoke him. They had a lingering fear in their hearts. What are you all doing here? Right at this moment, a red-clothed girl walked out of the cafeteria. The red-clothed girl's eyes contained insufferably arrogance as she condescendingly asked the group of students outside with a superior appearance. Every student that was able to enter Paladin Academy was a proud and arrogant person, so no one paid attention to this red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl's face instantly sank. Big Sister Lee is asking you all a question. Are all of you mute? Do you all know who Big Sister Lee is? Behind the red-clothed girl, a brown-clothed girl glared angrily at the surrounding group of students. Let me tell you all, Big Sister Lee is the niece of concubine Ling, the cousin of the fifth prince. The cousin of the fifth prince? The group of male students present shuddered and their eyes shone. When they looked at the red-clothed girl again, their faces were full of flattery. Each and every one of them seemed to have become a different person. So it's Miss Lee. I've long heard that Miss Lee has a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. A male student with a wretched appearance said flatteringly. Yeah, Miss Lee's natural beauty is truly a peerless beauty. Seeing Miss Lee today, I know that the ancients didn't deceive me. An appearance that outshines the moon and shames the flowers, an appearance that captivates the birds and beasts, actually does exist. The students that didn't pay attention to Tong Li earlier were now like bulls that had eaten aphrodisiac and were extremely excited. They all wanted to follow Tong Li's lead and climb up the social ladder. Tong Li's originally gloomy face eased up slightly and she snorted coldly. This miss is asking all of you, what are all of you doing here? And that pool of blood should have just been left behind. What happened here? Immediately, the surrounding male students began to talk at once about the ins and outs of the matter. New student? 7th level of the core formation stage? Tong Li's beautiful eyes focused and a trace of a strange flowing light flashed within. Actually, with her natural talent in the martial Dao, it was practically impossible for her to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties and enter Paladin Academy by herself. The reason she was able to enter was because she relied on her connections to obtain a recommendation from the imperial family. And the main reason she came to Paladin Academy was to find a son-in-law. Her heart was loftier than the heavens, and she swore to find a peerless man. Now that she heard of the young man that used a sword, although she hadn't seen him with her own eyes, she still felt a trace of interest. She wanted to get to know him. At this moment, the Su Li that Tong Li wanted to get to know had already arrived at a bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy with Duan Lingtian and the others. This time, when faced with Su Li's challenge, Duan Lingtian agreed. And he didn't display an even stronger strength to make Su Li retreat in the face of difficulties. He decided to limit his strength and battle Su Li with a strength that was equal to Su Li's. Su Li's sword skill aroused his battle intent. The bamboo forest was quiet and secluded. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who stood at the side as spectators. Duan Lingtian and Su Li stood facing each other. Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Su Li. At this moment, in his eyes, Su Li seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that would whistle out at any moment. Compared to a year ago, not only did Su Li's cultivation increase rapidly, even his cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Duan Lingtun, be careful. Su Li spoke in a low voice, and in the next moment his entire body moved, as if he had transformed into a sharp sword that flew out and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out. Come at me! Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he followed Su Li and moved. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure trembled as he also displayed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile serpent as he moved forward to meet Su Li. In terms of speed, Both of them had attained the perfection stage in their high-grade profound rank movement techniques, and there wasn't much difference between them. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed astonishment. Chapter 150. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanying the two incomparably swift figures crisscrossing past each other, two sword howls sounded out at almost the exact same time, in almost an instant. Clang. Two swift swords that seemed to have the help of the gods collided together before abruptly separating. Duan Lingtian and Su Li exchanged positions and once again stood in confrontation. In their first confrontation, they were actually evenly matched. Two freaks. Tian Hu muttered when he saw this scene. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Yu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength was already strong to such an extent. Xiao Sun was even more surprised. He could practically confirm that among the 7th-level core formation martial artists of the Xiao clan's younger generation, there was absolutely no one that was a match for the two people in battle. Their swords were too swift. A violet sword light and a red sword light could be vaguely seen flashing past, and with a clang, there was no more movement. Su Li, since your sword is a spirit weapon, why don't you use the amplification of your spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian stared at Su Li as he asked. Aren't you useless as well? Su Li replied with a question. I want to see your strongest strength. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he slowly spoke. Understood. Su Li nodded as he stomped on the ground. His entire body was suffused with origin energy, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that whistled out, sweeping up dust that filled the sky. A strand of red sword light followed like a shadow as it flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Instantly, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Li. The extra strength of the ancient mammoth was precisely the amplification of the grade 9 spirit weapon in Su Li's hand. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as his body moved, exploding out with the strength of 10 ancient mammoths as he instantly met Su Li's attack head-on. His nimble, flexible, and tough body was like a spirit serpent. And when he met Su Li's attack head-on, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Lingtian out of thin air. 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Clang. The two of them clashed again. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Su Li's other hand struck out with a palm strike. Raging yuan power wrapped around it and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. It was actually another high-grade profound class martial skill at the perfection stage. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian quickly activated his defensive martial skill. He did not expect that other than Su Li's astonishing sword skills, Su Li had also cultivated another set of martial skills. Moreover, the power of that martial skill was extraordinary. Su Li's palm landed on Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier. Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shook, causing Su Li's palm strike to tremble slightly. In an instant, it was countered by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shield also cracked. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move, and his other arm abruptly swung up before directly swinging out. It was like a python swinging its tail. Boom. Su Li's internal organs were already shaken by the counterattack of Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. Now, the sword in his right hand was blocked by Duan Lingtian's sword. Facing Duan Lingtian's sweeping arm, Su Li was unable to dodge and was directly blasted flying. Luckily, Duan Lingtian withdrew his strength in time, so Su Li wasn't heavily injured. Su Li's body flew out and was barely able to stand firm, and he felt the vital energy and blood in his body roil. Su Li didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly withdrew a 9th-grade gold injury pill and consumed it. Only then did he recover slightly. Duan Lingtian won? Tian Hu had a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, he originally thought that Duan Lingtian would at most be on par with Su Li. When he saw Su Li's palm strike towards Duan Lingtian, he thought that Duan Lingtian was about to lose. He never imagined that Su Li had always been concealing his strength. Besides his sword skills, his martial skills were extremely shocking as well. But the scene that happened next caused his mood to be like a roller coaster, rising and falling continuously. Duan Lingtian executed a defensive martial skill to block Su Li's palm strike, then swung out his arm to blast Su Li flying. Seeing Su Li's current expression, he understood that Su Li had lost. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so strong. Xiao Sun sighed in admiration. I also never imagined that after not seeing him for just over a year, his strength would have increased by so much. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. It could be said that he'd watched Duan Lingtian grow up step by step. From when Duan Lingtian revealed his talent at the Genius Gathering, to when Duan Lingtian defeated him to become the first in the Hidden Dragon list, to when Duan Lingtian was in high spirits in the Genius Camp. Duan Lingtian repeatedly created miracles, causing him to be almost numb. Unknowingly, the youth whose strength was only slightly superior to him had now reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. Duan Ling, I never imagined that after a year, I'm still inferior to you. Su Li lightly sighed, but he wasn't discouraged, and the battle intent in his eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. However, I'll take you as my goal. There'll be a day when I'll defeat you. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. Su Li was the martial artist with the strongest disposition he'd ever seen in his entire life. Not discouraged despite being defeated, and becoming more courageous as the battle progressed. Of course, within the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were also many similar figures. All of those figures were existences that had created a world that belonged to them. They were all great figures that were renowned throughout the world. Duan Lingtian firmly believed. So long as Su Li's tenacious martial Dao heart was eternal, then in the future, he would surely become an expert that was renowned throughout the world. What's the arrangement of your Star General Department for the afternoon? After putting away the violet myrtle flexible sword, Duan Lingtian looked towards Su Li and Tian Hu as he asked. Tian Hu slowly said, Niu Ben only said to be at the classroom on time. As for the rest, I don't know for now. What about you guys? We're free to move about in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. When the time is up, we can leave the academy. Xiao Yu smiled. Your Star Mastermind department is really cool. Tian, who had a face full of envy, but unfortunately he wasn't cut out for it. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It's about time now. Let's go. Walking out of the bamboo forest, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun headed towards the martial arts practice field. As for Su Li and Tian Hu, they headed towards their Star General Department's classroom. After arriving at the martial arts practice field, Duan Lingtian noticed that there weren't many people. Besides their first-year Star Mastermind Department students, there seemed to be a few other years Star Mastermind Department students. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were full of interest as they discussed the martial Dao and compared notes with others. Duan Lingtian was lying on a large tree outside the martial arts practice field, snoring loudly. When he woke up, he noticed that most of the people in the martial arts practice field had already left. Duan Lingtian, you're really carefree. Sleeping for the entire afternoon. Let's go get a drink? At some point in time, Xiao Yu arrived under the tree. He raised his head and looked towards Duan Lingtian as he asked with a smile. Another day. I've been out for the entire day. My family is probably worried. Duan Lingtian refused. Before he came today, he didn't know that Paladin Academy students were not allowed to leave the academy at noon and had to stay at the academy for lunch. The beauties at home were definitely worried. Xiao Yu didn't insist and left Paladin Academy with Xiao Sun, returning to the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian returned to his own courtyard house. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The three girls at home were all worried about him. He'd only just entered the house when the three girls started asking questions. Only when he explained the reason did the three girls heave a sigh of relief. That night, after eating dinner, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. He kept feeling that he was about to break through, but seemed to lack some sort of opportunity. Never mind, I'll take it slow. There's no rush. Perhaps it was because of his mentality. After falling into a deep sleep, Duan Lingtian, who cultivated according to his usual routine, didn't persist on breaking through in his heart. But right at this moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be overjoyed appeared. Bang! His origin energy broke through the bottleneck as if it had the help of the gods. Instantly, his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. This works too? Needless to say, to Duan Lingtian, this was an extremely pleasant surprise. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was able to sense that his spiritual force had undergone a change along with this. Now, when he sensed the things in his surroundings, they seemed to be even clearer. This is the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone. Young master, it's time to eat. Ker's voice sounded out from outside the room. Ker, you two eat first. I'll come out after I finish putting on my clothes. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was putting on his clothes, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu ceaselessly flashed within his mind. What he needed to do now was to select an inscription that could be inscribed with the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist from Samsara Emperor Wu's innumerable memories of inscriptions. There were many inscriptions of this level, and offensive inscriptions occupied the vast majority. As for the other inscriptions, Duan Lingtian didn't study them. The silver in his possession was at most sufficient to buy the materials required to inscribe 3 inscriptions that were sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. He wouldn't waste it on other inscriptions. Only offensive inscriptions were the foundation to protect his life. After putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtian arrived at the rear courtyard. Normally, he, his mother, Li Ro, and the 2 little girls would eat here. As the owner of the house, Duan Lingtian had personally issued a confinement order. Besides their family, only Xianxia and Jingru were allowed to enter the rear courtyard. Tin, what are you so happy about? Li Ro noticed Duan Lingtian's flushed face and asked curiously. Mom, it's nothing. I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation. Duan Lingtian casually said. What he cared about wasn't the breakthrough in his cultivation, but the breakthrough in his spiritual force. The breakthrough in his cultivation only allowed him to gain the strength of an ancient mammoth, and it wasn't much. But the breakthrough in his spiritual force was sufficient to allow him to inscribe an inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. Scoundrel, I heard from Xianxia that there's a piece of news that's been spreading like wildfire in the inner city recently. It said that 2 months ago, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild. It ought to be you, right? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. She still remembered that 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had disguised himself and left the house. That incident seemed to have happened on that very day. Since you've already guessed it, why are you still asking? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Fei, then his gaze moved down to descend onto Li Fei's full pair of jade peaks. His lower abdomen felt a burst of heat and had a reaction. Now that he thought about it, it had been some time since he'd taken care of this little girl. Chapter 151. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the desire that arose within his heart, and after finishing his breakfast, he left the rear courtyard. Xianxia. After finding Xianxia in the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian took out a brush and paper, and with a wave of his hand, he wrote down the names of a large pile of materials. Gather these materials for me as soon as possible. Here's 10 million silver, take it. At the same time that he passed the paper filled with materials to Xianxia, Duan Lingtian withdrew all the silver from his spatial ring, a total of 10 million silver, and passed it all to Xianxia. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan respectfully replied, and after Duan Lingtian left the house, he left as well. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department classroom, he noticed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were already there. "You two are really early." Class hadn't started yet, so the three of them gathered together and whispered as they chatted. "Right, Xiao Sun, you're a disciple of the Xiao clan. Do you know what cultivation level of Void Stage expert in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is? According to my knowledge, some Void Stage experts aren't at the true Void Stage, but are only at the half-step Void Stage, and their cultivations are still at the 9th level of the nascent Soul Stage." Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he asked Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. "Others might not know, but I just happen to know. Actually, the Void Stage experts that are widely rumored in the Crimson Sky Kingdom are very different from the Void Stage experts that are rumored to be able to fly. For example, the county governors of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the guard commanders of the 3 great merchant groups, and the Void Stage experts of our Xiao clan. They're all only martial artists at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent Soul Stage, which is the half-step Void Stage you spoke of. They can at most float in the air for a while, but are unable to truly fly." Xiao Sun slowly said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, it was just as he thought. The divine might mark, Nye Yuan, was also in existence like this. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there ought to be a true Void Stage expert that can fly, right? Duan Lingdan immediately thought of the divine might Marquis Estate's old Marquis, that old man. Although the old man was poisoned by the dark nether mink and his origin energy was suppressed, he was still a true Void Stage powerhouse, an existence at the Void Prying Stage. "Of course." Xiao Sun nodded, and his gaze revealed reverence. "According to legend, there are 3 true Void Stage experts in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Imperial family has 1, the Divine Might Marquis Estate has 1, and the Ghastly Shadow has 1. Ghost Shadow? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He didn't find it strange that the Imperial family had a true Emptiness Realm expert. After all, that was an existence that stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's pyramid. But that Ghastly Shadow, a mere assassin organization, actually had a true Void Stage expert holding down the fort? Right, it's enough for the 2 of you to know about this. Try not to spread it out. These are the secrets of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If it wasn't for me pestering my grandfather that day, he wouldn't have told me." Xiao Sun finished speaking and added another sentence. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu both nodded, indicating that they understood. "And how many people know that the Void Stage experts that are widely spread outside are practically only half-step Void Stage experts, and not true Void Stage experts?" Xiao Sun lightly sighed. In the following idle chatter, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the distribution of powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the power that stood at the peak was undoubtedly the Imperial family. The Void Stage expert within the Imperial family was said to be the strongest existence within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Void Stage experts of the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis Estate were inferior to that person. The 2 great powers that were only inferior to the Imperial family were the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Every one of them had a true Void Stage expert holding down the fort. The next 6 great powers were respectively the 3 great clans of the Imperial City, the Duan clan, the Xiao clan, the Su clan, and the 3 great trading companies that included the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Within these 6 great powers, there were many half-step Void Stage experts. Behind them were the 18 county governors' estates under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and every single one of them had a half-step Void Stage expert. Divine Might Marquis Estate. The current Divine Might Marquis Estate is probably inferior to the 3 great clans and 3 great trading companies. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He understood that the glory of the Divine Might Marquis Estate originated from the Senior Marquis. The Divine Might Marquis Estate was still like the sun in the midday sky, and it was all because the Senior Marquis was still alive. Even though the Senior Marquis was poisoned by the dark nether mink, No one dared look down upon the divine Might Marquis estate. Just like a tiger, even if it was sick, it was still a tiger, and was far from something a kitten or puppy could compare to. Of course, if the senior marquis were to pass away one day, then the divine Might Marquis estate would completely decline. Unless the divine Might Marquis estate was able to produce a true void stage expert. Unknowingly, everyone in the classroom had arrived, and the teacher, Sima Changfeng, had also arrived. However, for the entire morning, even though Duan Lingtian was in the classroom, his heart had flown off somewhere. He was constantly thinking about Xiongquan going to gather materials, and he wondered how Xiongquan was doing now. The offensive inscriptions I can inscribe now are sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul stage martial artist, and 90% and above of them are unable to pose a threat to a half-step void stage expert. Only a few inscriptions are sufficient to annihilate a half-step void stage expert. However, those few inscriptions each require an extremely precious material, and it would probably be extremely difficult to gather them in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's thoughts drifted as he pondered for a moment. Never mind, why am I thinking so much? Could it be that the fifth prince and the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, are able to order a half-step void stage expert to deal with me? Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule. Are you going to flare up? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. As expected, a leopard can't change its spots. Su Li, what do you mean by this? This young lady greeting you is your honor. You, don't be unable to tell what's good for you. Tong Li completely flared up and recovered her true nature as she shouted with a stern voice. As far as she was concerned, she'd already given Su Li enough face by humbly greeting him, but Su Li having such an attitude caused her to be unable to endure it. Her attitude from before that was normal in the eyes of others, in her own eyes, could already be considered to be humbling herself. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who were stunned. The current Tong Li was simply like a completely different person from the Tong Li from before. It's said that women are fickle, but isn't this change a bit too exaggerated? K off. Su Li's face sank, and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted in a low voice. You dare tell me to K off? Tong Li's face went pale. Besides that violet-clothed youth who didn't know what was good for him, there was actually someone who dared to shout at her like this. Chapter 152. Miss Tong, do you want to use the whip in your hand to teach Su Li a lesson now? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Tong Li with a spurious smile. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream. When she slightly turned her head around, she noticed that the person at the same table as Su Li was precisely the violet-clothed youth that had given her over 10 slaps in the restaurant in the outer city 3 months ago. Instantly, her face went ghastly pale. It's you? She never would have imagined that she would encounter this violet-clothed youth here. As far as she was concerned, this youth was a devil. Perhaps normally, she wished for nothing more than to kill this youth as soon as possible. However, when the youth really appeared before her eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The scene in the restaurant 3 months ago had already left a shadow in her heart. What? Is Miss Tong very surprised? Duan Lingtian grinned as if he was greeting an acquaintance. You know her? Su Li's brows raised as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly strange gaze. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who also looked at Duan Lingtian. They noticed as well. When this Tong Li saw Duan Lingtian, she was like a mouse that saw a cat. They faintly guessed that something that they didn't know of must have happened between Duan Lingtian and Tong Li. Tong Li took a deep breath, and only now did she realize that this was Paladin Academy, and she was very safe. Instantly, her eyes went cold as she stared at Duan Lingtian. This miss has been looking for you for 3 months, but I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me. Let's see where you'll hide this time. You're dead. I'll get my cousin to catch you, and I'll personally tear you into 1,000 pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. What? Could it be that Miss Tong thinks that I don't dare touch you in Paladin Academy? Hearing Tong Li's threat, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. So what if I do? Tong Li coldly snorted as killing intent flickered in her eyes. She would never forget what happened 3 months ago. Only if this purple-robed youth died in front of her would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. A purple light flashed past. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had left his seat, returned to his seat. Since the other party wanted to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust, there was no need for him to be courteous. You, Tong Li, who had a palm print on her face, had an icy cold gaze. This purple-clothed youth had actually hit her again. And in front of so many Paladin Academy students, how could she continue to maintain her foothold in Paladin Academy? Her eyes were completely shrouded in anger and hatred, and the hand holding the black whip began to tremble, but she didn't dare to make a move. Because she knew that once she made a move, she would suffer even more terrifying revenge. Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were stunned. They also realized that between Duan Lingtian and this red-clothed girl, there seemed to be a deep and irreconcilable hatred that was difficult to resolve. They had also heard the red-clothed girl's ruthless words earlier. She actually hated Duan Lingtian to such an extent. The girl behind Tong Li didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would dare hit Tong Li. After staring blankly for a moment, her expression changed, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she fiercely shouted, "You're dead! Do you know who she is?" "That's right, you're dead. You even dared to hit Miss Li." The wretched-looking young man also looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he had seen something inconceivable. "Who is she?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then looked at Tong Li again. "Isn't she the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, the cousin of the 5th prince? Miss Tong, am I right? The daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? The cousin of the 5th prince?" The Paladin Academy students present probably didn't care much about the first identity. But the second identity was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone besides Duan Lingtian to change. The 5th prince was a member of the imperial family, the son of the current emperor. The nobility of his status was something that not many people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. The expressions of Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who greatly changed. They never imagined that this red-clothed girl would have such an identity. She was actually the cousin of the 5th prince. Su Li's brows raised, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of coldness. "You know this young lady's identity, yet you still dare hit this young lady?" Tong Li stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she was looking at a madman. "If I didn't hit you earlier, would you let me off?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "How could that be possible? This young lady will surely return the gift you gave me that day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even a 10,000-fold. Wanting this young lady to let you off is simply the ravings of a fool." Tong Li sneered, feeling that Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different than a dead person. "Isn't that fine? If I didn't hit you, you wouldn't let me off. Then why should I be afraid of you?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. His figure moved once more. Slap, 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 slap. Slap after slap sounded out clearly. Before long, Tong Li's face had once again turned into a pig's head like 3 months ago. A burning pain came from her face, causing Tong Li to be almost numb. But she seemed to be unable to feel the pain now. She only felt incomparably ashamed, and her eyes were filled with malice. "I what?" Duan Lingtian sneered, and his eyes squinted with awe-inspiring killing intent. This Tong Li had a high and mighty appearance at that time, as if everyone was only an ant before her. Later on, when he taught Tong Li a lesson, he originally thought that she would repent, but the facts proved that his education of Tong Li at that time was a failure. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't have come before him and threatened to tear him into pieces, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. As far as he was concerned, since Tong Li had long since hated him to the bone, and what was done couldn't be undone, then what harm was there in teaching her another lesson? In any case, he'd never thought that Tong Li would be able to shake hands and make peace with him. Why not be more carefree and do whatever you want? If you can't stand the sight of it, then beat you. Beat you until you don't dare be complacent. Beat you until you don't dare be arrogant. Beat you until you don't dare talk back. Tong Li took a deep breath, yet didn't dare say another word. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak again, this violet-clothed young man would not hesitate to make a move against her. She chose to endure. When she noticed the strange gazes that were looking at her from the surroundings, her heart was trembling and warping. The hatred in her eyes had practically reached the limit. In this lifetime, if she existed, then this violet-clothed young man wouldn't exist, and if this violet-clothed young man existed, then she wouldn't exist. You'll regret it. Tong Li finally couldn't help but leave behind these vicious words, and then she turned around and left, not daring to look back. The young woman who was originally following behind Tong Li and had been scared silly since long ago finally reacted. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear, and then chased after the direction Tong Li left. In the spacious cafeteria, the corner Duan Lingtian was at was deathly silent. All the people who didn't recognize Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with terror. This violet-clothed young man was actually not even afraid of the fifth prince. Who the hell was he? Being stared at by so many people, Duan Lingtian frowned and swept his cold gaze over. Instantly, these people withdrew their gazes and didn't dare look at Duan Lingtian again. The shock in their hearts was difficult to calm down for a long time. Only then did Duan Lingtian return to his seat. Duan Ling Xiaoyu had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant, actually daring to beat up the cousin of the fifth prince, and even to such an extent. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Xiao Sun frowned. He was a member of the Xiao clan and had a rather good understanding of the fifth prince. He knew that the fifth prince was an ambitious and ruthless person, and not a simple figure. It was even to the extent that the fifth prince might become the next emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling, you and that Tong Li had an irreconcilable enmity from before? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian. This was also the question that Xiao Yu and the others had in their hearts. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Tong Li from 3 months ago. So that's how it is. Looks like even if you didn't beat her today, she wouldn't let you off. Tian Hu came to a sudden understanding. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came to an understanding as well. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian and Tong Li were like fire and water. In this way, it wasn't a big deal for Duan Lingtian to teach Tong Li a lesson today. In this way, it was she who came looking for a beating this time. Su Li's eyes were suffused with coldness. You can say that. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a face full of indifference. All right, let's not talk about her anymore. Talking about her too much is bad luck. However, even though he didn't care, it didn't mean that Xiao Yu and the others didn't care. Duan Lingtian, why don't you stay overnight with me and Su Li from today onwards? Even though that fifth prince has a respected status in Paladin Academy, he doesn't dare act rashly. Tian Hu suggested. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, I think Tian Hu is right. You stay overnight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun spoke to Duan Lingtian as well. Su Li also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could notice that Su Li's cold eyes revealed a rare trace of concern, causing him to feel warm in his heart. I know you guys have good intentions, but I have my own plans. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His eyes congealed and a fierce light flashed within. Suddenly, at this moment, a black bolt of lightning flashed out from under Duan Lingtian's long sleeve and directly leaped onto the table. It was precisely the little black python that Duan Lingtian carried with him at all times. The little python stuck its head out and sucked the soup from a plate of meat dishes with great relish. This is... The gazes of Xiao Yu and the others were all attracted by the little python. What a peculiar snake. The golden veined patterns on its body seemed to be ancient characters. There's even a single horn on its head. What breed is this? I've never seen or heard of it. Xiao Sun's gaze fell upon the little python as he exclaimed in a low voice. Duan Lingen, this is your pet? Tian, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even he was able to realize that this little python wasn't simple. Not to mention anything else, just the speed at which the little python scuttled out just now was something he couldn't catch in the slightest. He only felt a black bolt of lightning flash past and the little python appeared out of thin air. Yes. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it. He also didn't expect that this mischievous little fellow would run out. He swung his palm over and scooped it back into his long sleeve. Hiss hiss, the little python swiftly flicked its tongue, as if it was protesting Duan Lingtian's actions, but unfortunately, its protest was ineffective. After the little python's disturbance, the atmosphere at Duan Lingtian's table eased up a bit, but Xiao Yu and the others were still very worried about Duan Lingtian. Chapter 153. After sleeping for an entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian yawned and walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After separating from the two of them, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and a trace of a bright light flashed past his muddy eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shrugging, Duan Lingtian didn't directly return home, but instead walked towards a remote street on the other side and entered a small alley. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian walked into the small alley, two extremely swift figures flashed out from behind him, and they blocked his path one after the other. When did members of the Duan clan start to be the lackeys of branch clan disciples? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, seeming to not be the slightest bit surprised by the appearance of these two people. When he just walked out of Paladin Academy's entrance, he noticed a gloomy gaze watching him from afar. He only glanced slightly before noticing Duan Rong, who was concealed at the side. Beside Duan Rong were two other people. Relying on the anti-tracking experience from his previous life's weapon specialist, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and his current spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, Duan Lingtian roughly sensed the cultivations of the two people beside Duan Rong after a short moment, and they ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Now, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, it caused the faces of the two middle-aged men to sink. They never imagined that this youth would actually guess their identities. A bad premonition suddenly arose within their hearts. This youth is actually still able to be so composed at a time like this. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Or perhaps he has an expert protecting him? The two middle-aged men subconsciously observed the surroundings for a while. According to their knowledge, this youth seemed to only have a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist protecting him. Moreover, that 7th-level origin core stage martial artist didn't seem to be present today. After not noticing any clues, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Are all members of the Duan clan so cowardly? The cold smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth became even more brilliant, and his words were filled with ridicule. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The eyes of the middle-aged man behind him turned cold, and he said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other middle-aged man and nodded. Almost at the same time, the bodies of the two middle-aged men shook, as if they had turned into two extremely fast lightning, and rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above them, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared respectively, two 9th-level origin core martial artists? That Duan Ru-Lei really thinks highly of me. When faced with the pincer attack of two 9th-level origin core stage martial artists, Duan Lingtian seemed to not care in the slightest. He stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his voice was incomparably calm. Although the two middle-aged men felt that the young man's reaction was a little strange, they had no way to back down now. Die! The two people's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Their fists and palms bloomed with essence force, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the other members of the Duan clan out of respect for my deadbeat father. However, since all of you are assisting the tyrant in his evil deeds, then go to hell. Then go to hell. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's speed of speech sped up. In the next moment, he raised his hand. A black flowing light flashed out from beneath his sleeve, swift like a bolt of lightning, like a death god's scythe that whistled out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's feet shook, and he instantly dodged to the side. Bang! Along with the black-colored lightning passing through their chests, the origin energy on the bodies of the two middle-aged men that attacked Duan Lingtian from the front and back completely dispersed, and the inertia brought their bodies to collide together, fiercely falling to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. The black-colored lightning flashed to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss hiss, the little black snake flicked its tongue as it licked Duan Lingtian's face, and its pair of small eyes spun about, incomparably quick-witted. Duan Lingtian squatted down and searched the two corpses for a while. So poor, the two of them added up to only a little over 500,000 silver. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, every bit counts. After putting away the stack of silver into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake from his shoulder and held it in his palm as he lightly smiled. You little fellow, you've done well. When we return, I'll get someone to make something delicious for you. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it lightly nodded as its quick-witted body swayed, and it was extremely happy. As expected, nascent soul stage ferocious beasts are already able to understand human language to a certain extent. However, Little Black and Little White have only just reached the nascent soul stage after all, and they still need some guidance before they can completely understand human language. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he continued forward, and after turning a few corners, he returned to his own courtyard house. Within the spacious courtyard house, Duan Rong sat with his legs crossed as he enjoyed the massage of the servant girl, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he chewed on an apple. When he thought of how he wouldn't be able to see that violet-clothed youth again from tomorrow onwards, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Who asked you to offend this young master? I reckon you won't even know who asked them to kill you until you die, right? The more Duan Rong thought about it, the happier he felt in his heart. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to be happy for long. That night, an unexpected guest arrived at his courtyard house. Duan Lingxing. Cousin brother, why have you come? Duan Rong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingxing arrive, but his eyes were filled with a smile that didn't stop. You seem to be rather happy. Duan Lingxing slowly spoke. Of course, when I think of how I won't be able to see that arrogant kid again tomorrow, I feel a burst of joy in my heart. Right, cousin brother, why have you come looking for me so late at night? Because the light was dim, Duan Rong didn't notice Duan Lingxing's slightly gloomy face. I'm afraid this matter won't go according to your wishes. Duan Lingxing's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Cousin brother, what do you mean by this? Duan Rong finally felt that something was wrong, and his heart jerked as the smile on his face completely froze. Could it be that something went wrong? It shouldn't be. That violet-clothed youth was by himself when he left Paladin Academy today. And even if he wasn't by himself, the masked middle-aged man by his side was only a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Under the hands of 2 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists, he ought to be dead for sure. The 2 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists my father sent to you didn't return to the Duan clan estate to report the results to my father until dark. So my father sent another group to search for a while, But who would have thought that their corpses would actually be found near Paladin Academy? Duan Lingxing's expression was incomparably gloomy. Who exactly did this cousin brother of his offend? No. Impossible, impossible. Duan Rong hurriedly shook his head with an expression of disbelief, unwilling to believe that all this was true. Didn't you say that he only had a 7th level origin core stage martial artist by his side? Duan Lingxing frowned as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know either. At that time, there was indeed only a 7th level origin core stage martial artist by his side. This was something that our branch family's 8th elder saw with his own 2 eyes. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. Looks like the background of this enemy of yours isn't so simple. The 2 9th level origin core stage martial artists my father sent to you were both killed with a single strike by a sharp weapon that pierced through their hearts. The person who killed them acted decisively. I can almost be sure that it was surely a nascent soul stage martial artist who did it. In other words, the person you want to kill has a nascent soul stage martial artist protecting him. Duan Lingxing grunted coldly, then looked at Duan Rong. You better not expose yourself in this matter. Otherwise, if he finds out that it was you who did it, your life will be difficult to protect. Duan Rong was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingxing. He never imagined that the violet-clothed youth actually had a nascent soul stage martial artist by his side. After all, even in the Duan clan branch family he was in, there were only 2 supreme elders that were existences at the nascent soul stage. Cousin brother, how has uncle decided to deal with this matter? I feel that person will suspect me sooner or later. Why don't I return to the Duan clan estate with you for a period of time? Duan Rong's voice slightly trembled. He was afraid. Don't worry, no matter who he is, since he dares to kill a member of our Duan clan, he will surely die. Duan Lingxing's gaze was suffused with a trace of coldness. Duan Rong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Duan Rong said. You better keep a low profile during this period of time and don't cause trouble for me, understand? Duan Lingxing glared at Duan Rong, causing the latter to hurriedly nod without daring to hesitate. Within the room, Duan Lingtian spread out most of the materials Xiong gathered today, and his brows raised. I never imagined that Xiong would be able to gather more than half of the materials I need in only a day. It's enough to inscribe 2 inscriptions. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then raised his hand and withdrew the violet myrtle flexible sword. At the same time, he removed the spatial ring on his hand. The offensive inscription he planned to inscribe was called the Bone Corrosion Inscription. Once the Bone Corrosion Inscription was activated, it would emit bone corrosion energy. Unless it was an expert at the half-step void stage or above, it would be impossible to dodge or neutralize it. Once struck, the bones in one's body would be corroded into ashes in an instant, and only flesh and blood would remain. One would be deader than dead. Although a person struck by the bone corrosion inscription would die in an instant, at the instant of death, the person would have to endure extreme pain. It was pain that penetrated the heart, pain that penetrated the marrow. A pain that was impossible for an ordinary person to imagine. It wasn't until late at night that Duan Lingtian finally completed the 2 bone corrosion inscriptions, inscribing them onto the violet myrtle flexible sword and the spatial ring. After all, it was a high-grade inscription. Besides being able to be inscribed onto the spatial ring, it could even perfectly exist with the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. After completing these 2 inscriptions, Duan Lingtian's strained spiritual force relaxed, and exhaustion instantly swept over him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he still felt extremely exhausted, and his complexion was slightly poor. Tian, are you all right? Li Ro had a face full of worry when she saw her son's complexion. Scoundrel, what did you do last night? Yeah, young master, why is your complexion so poor? Li Fei and Kerr had faces full of worry as well, and their hearts ached endlessly. I'm fine, I only inscribed 2 inscriptions. Don't worry, I'll be able to recover when I return from the academy today. That you're tuning in to the Wandering Hero, YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.